Wait, has my mic been on the entire time? I just looked over at OBS, and it says that my mic isn't muted. I haven't said anything. I have a pretty strong noise gate. It's possible that it's just this whole time it's been. How would we know? Yeah, I got. Have you heard anything? Has there been any audio at all from the stream? I said something to Artemy a minute ago. Huh. Okay. Well, all right. Hi. Oh, sorry, no more hat. I need a haircut. I'm just using it to keep my hair off my ears. Also, I trimmed my beard. Check me out. I think I look nice. How y'all doing? Well, in 15 minutes, we're going to talk to Sticksy617, TikTok star and cool guy, or so I've heard, while playing Elden Ring. We are basically at the city now. Not even like the outer walls, but like the inner wall. The big city, the tree city. So, you know, definitely stuff to do at the moment. How y'all doing? Oh, I had an idea. I don't know if it would be too derivative, but I thought that I thought that for the fortress arc, I thought it would be funny to do kind of like an Elden Ring meme where like I either draw or commission a drawing of the the big tree, but like my face is on it, like the Deku tree, and then there's a fortress built around it, and like I'm like the Elden tree, and there's like a fortress around it, you know? I thought that'd be funny. Maybe in like an abstract kind of like pixel art kind of way. It'd be kind of cute. I don't know. Maybe like I can think of a couple of video games with art styles like that. Yes, I've seen the Hassan stuff. But we must focus on what's important, okay? Would that be your new stream starting image? Yeah, yeah, we could use it like a default image basically. I don't know. I think it'd be cute. Yeah, it could maybe it could even be like a return to the Vosh Mountain, the old thumbnail that I would use, where like it's in the background and then there's like a fortress like around it or in front of it or something. That might be cool. That could be like a cool reincorporation. I would do a better job drawing the mountain this time because it's been a couple years. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Uh, my my digestion is off. I'm eating like shit. I made the stupid decision to buy some of those sugar cookies, you know? The ones that have like the frosting on top. You know what I'm talking about? Like the ones that everyone likes. The Loft House. Yeah, the really soft ones that like basically everyone likes. Those ones are really dangerous. Those are really, really dangerous, man. Yeah, they're literally crack cookies. I have no fucking idea what they do to those cookies to make them like that. But god damn, they're really well proportioned too. Too much frosting. I think it's a perfect balance between the two, in my opinion. Um, damn, is Hassan beefing? Is Hassan beefing with Adam something on Twitter? Oh god, hold on. Oh no. You simply do not have the high European IQ to understand my highly nuanced takes, such as arming ultranationalist neo-Nazi groups will never cause blowback, and nuclear winter isn't all that bad. Uh, he's not really engaging with the arguments here, yeah. There were some tonal issues with his nuclear Armageddon post, Atom somethings, I mean. Um, wait, this is what he's highlighting? A nuclear war right now would not be the end of humanity. Sure, it would suck, and by that I mean a lot of people dying, at least 1 billion plus. However, it wouldn't erase life from the planet. It comes across as like a little bit glib, like the tone of the few sentences here, but the actual like content of the sentences seems fine. I don't think it would erase life from the planet. I mean, it would be the greatest mass death event in all of human history, and probably all of the planet's history broadly. But like, yeah. And as for this one, which is why I've always been able to make detailed, nuanced points when it comes to actual neo-Nazis in Ukraine, instead of expecting knee-jerk dismissals, denunciation. Okay, There was an argument Adam something made in his video that I think is based in red pilled, okay? Listen, I'ma keep it hundo with you. If I got like some kind of weird anarchist Pacific Northwest breakaway state, okay? And like we were fighting against the like invading United States, like the full US or whatever, you know who the first fucking people I would send to the front lines? The weird Pacific Northwest breakaway white nationalists. Fuck yeah, I would. Absolutely. Hey there, fellow white brother. Ready to go fight for our white breakaway state freedom rights with only white people? Yeah. All right, go over to that trench. get over there to that trench, okay? And go beat that Abrams to death with your hammer or something. Fuck yeah, absolutely. Apparently Azov Battalion got cuccaronied in, what was it, Mariupol? Which, like, okay, I don't know, like, listen, okay, why not, listen, okay? Fuck reactive armor plating, okay? Just tie the Azov Battalion to the outside of all of the Ukrainian armored vehicles. Alright, listen, okay? Listen, tank armor is expensive, alright? You know what's not? Azov Battalion. Just rope those fuckers on. Just whoop. They'll like it, okay? They're fine with it. They're crazy. It's cool. You know, whatever. Sorry. Yeah, the Azan Battalion. Look, anyway, this beef. I'll reflect on this beef when more happens. I'm sure that this will escalate and they'll both dox each other or something. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Tell it's for the glory of the white race. Yeah, tell them what they want to hear. Okay, you go on over there and lay siege to that fortified position held by a superior number of highly trained U.S. infantry backed up by air support, okay? This is the only way to defeat the black people. Critical race theory. Yes, sir! Wee woo wee. Zoom. And off they go. God. Hassan thinks arming a nation state is the same as arming a random rebel militia group. Yeah, I understand that historically there have been consequences to like arming extremist groups, but the difference here is that like the Ukrainian armed forces aren't an extremist group. It's a government. It's a liberal democracy, you know? They just happen to have far right people in their territorial defense forces, which my brother in Christ, we do as well. I'm very sorry to say. I think quite a few countries do, certainly post-Soviet countries, because a lot of that anti-Soviet sentiment is going to like lead people to be Nazis or whatever. Not a defense at all, okay? I'm only saying like I don't think that's comparable to like giving money to the Mujahideen or whatever, or like arms and training, which was like entirely an extremist militia group. You know, like I think there's a difference there. Ukraine will have problems after the war, assuming they beat Russia off, though. They will have problems with like Ukrainian farmers going full killdozer on their way to like Kiev to get their tax rebates. You know, that will be an issue. You know, there will be like Ukrainian hicks like all the way like driving from the fucking Mariupol to Kiev in like a leftover T-72 to express discontent with their local government. It's gonna be an issue. So Ukrainian farmers all have tanks now. A non-zero number of Ukrainian farmers legally own Russian T-72s, and to me, that on its own is exceptional. Okay, not decommissioned T-72s, not T-72s that have been carefully modified to be just non-armed, functional T-72s that you just have to load with ammunition and fuel, and then it's a tank, and they don't have to pay taxes on it, and that is amazing. That's the libertarian dream right there. We gotta send the Libertarian Party over to Ukraine, get them on board. You know, fight for freedom. Yeah, they probably have ammo, just not the fuel for a lot of them. Do you think Hassan calling Adam Eurotrash filth is racist? No, I don't really think so. I wouldn't call a European racist for like saying Americanoid or Amerifat or whatever. You know, I think it's just regionalist bickering, but I don't think it betrays racial bias. Oh, true, Rivera Life. Oh my God. You know, what was that Russian channel that did like the experiments with the guns and stuff that got yoinked? What was that channel? Oh my God, it's on the tip of my tongue. Um, come on. Oh, come on. They were super popular. FPS Russia. Thank you. FPS Russia. Okay. Listen, we're going to get like Ukrainian knockoff versions of FPS Russia where they're making like YouTube videos where they do like tricks with their T-72s or something. They're gonna be like, how many thermobaric rockets does it take to annihilate this 2 foot thick square cube of steel or something? Um, FPS rushers from like Nebraska. Like, it doesn't matter where they're from. It matters where they are. Um, Oh wait, he wasn't even in Russia. Oh, I thought he was an American in Russia. Oh, oh, okay. My bad. I just always thought that he was faking. He made up that bit. Huh. All right, so anyway, we need authentic, non-knockoff Ukrainian versions of this, okay? I want T-72s like running over like I don't know how to do like a Ukrainian accent. How strong is this Tupperware actually? Me and my buddy is going to find out. And then they roll the T-72 just fucking I don't know. Yeah. It's I assume pretty similar to a Russian accent. Um That sounded a little German. Listen, okay? It's Ukraine. They've had a little bit of Russia in them. They've had a little bit of Germany in them. They've had a varied and distinct life. Could you please provide some details regarding the Fortress arc? What are your goals for this channel? I just want the people in my community to have an affirmative identity, you know? Something that we can rally around that isn't us being like the shared, I guess, like victims of online hate. Obviously, we're still going to have to deal with a lot of that, but I feel like one of the issues is that this community supplies, in addition to knowledge, which I'd like to think I provide, and humor, it also supplies like a nonstop stream of negativity, which some people they like that, don't get me wrong, and clearly I can put up with it, but I think it's important to balance that out with like not just positivity in the streams from me, but also like the community shouldn't be defined by the dogpiling we receive, you know? So that's the fortress. It's not about building an echo chamber. The only people that I'm banning for fun right now are DGGers, and that is not going to stop. But in terms of like criticism or whatever, I mean, they're like the most brigady community in the universe. They kind of earned that for themselves, you know. Destiny's doing a manifesto. Yeah, I have no doubt he'll call me a pedophile and he'll bring up like 18 years of every like it'll basically be like the everything I've been canceled for video, except like framed negatively, you know? But yeah, it's whatever. Would you have supported Russia and China providing weapons to Iraq in 2003? I was barely like conscious back at the time, but in concept, like, yeah, right? Like we just totally fucking invaded them for like no fucking reason at all. Pretty sure they did, by the way. I'm sure Russia found some way to get it like, second, third, fourth, fifth hand. Yeah. Do you think that'll influence a lot of people? Look, I don't really care, okay? Destiny spent 2 years defending me against pedo accusations, and now he's swapped to calling me a pedo now that he doesn't like me. None of these are about truth value to him. They're only denunciations that he can use to feel like he has leverage over people. It's about control, like an abuser, you see. He's done this with a lot of stuff, like drama in my past, where like when I'm in good graces of his community, it doesn't mean anything. It's meaningless. Like, oh, whatever, it all happens, you know. But the moment you turn against him, all of it instantly becomes like the worst thing ever, and they'll pretend to care about it to denounce you. There's really no point. There's no point. There's nothing that could be said to change his emotional problems, and there's very little that could be done to change the disposition of his community. So I wouldn't worry about it. You gonna go over the manifesto when it's out? Nope. If you want updates on all the stuff from which I'm canceled, you can come to my channel, baby. It's not like we don't go over it. Fuck, I needed a second cup of coffee before I started stream. Russian brigade commander killed by his own forces. Based. Russian colonel is believed to have been deliberately run over by his own troops, Western officials say. Holy shit, that is funny. That is very funny. I hope that's true and it's not just like speculation and war propaganda. Damn. LDs, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Is this the answering drama stream? No. We're done with the drama. We're freeing ourselves from the confines. Eventually. No, but really. We actually have a conversation to have right now. Let me boot up Elden Ring. We're talking to Sticksy for a bit. We have a debate with a neocon later, and depending on how late we go, maybe we'll have more convos. I do like convos. Oh, I just want to say, by the way, we have some really awesome interviews coming up that I've managed to secure, okay? First of all, a person who left Russian broadcast media because they were disgusted with the state of the conflict, a Russian protester, and an honest-to-God NATO intelligence official. So I feel like we have some good stuff to look forward to. Yes, finally a chance to really cement my anarcho NATOist convictions. When is the NATO one? No dates yet on any of these, but I think they can be soon. I think we're kind of like narrowing it down to the week. Here, hold on.
Hello?
Hey!
Oh, hey, how you doing? You hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Howdy.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty okay. My apologies, by the way, for transposing the date of our conversation.
Man, you're not supposed to tell them that. They're supposed to think that they had no idea, man.
No, I like to remind my audience that I am startlingly incompetent when it comes to planning out anything for my channel. They need to be reminded that I'm not a professional.
I hear you. Yep. Yeah, I hope I heard you were talking about drama on your page. I was following some of that.
It seems like a non-stop feature of the channel, unfortunately.
It's a non-stop feature of the internet, my friend. That's kind of how it goes. I kind of I had some similar drama, albeit not as like, I don't think it was as controversial as what happened with you, I guess, but I made a video on I mean, I think I do like TikTok videos and stuff. I don't know if I told you.
Yeah, and I looked up your channel and I looked at your stuff.
Oh, well, thank you for that. Forget me a couple of views so I can pay part of my utilities. Yeah, I did this video. I was making fun of like white women. You know what I mean? Like poking at white women. I did this white woman song. Where I was like, white women ruining everything for everybody else.
Yeah.
All the comments, people were flaming about it. You know what I mean? And then so I made a video response where I was like, okay, guys, here's like the history of white feminism and its implications on like, women of color and people of color in general. They were still mad. And we're getting to the point, I feel like, where it's like, we got to be able to, racism and stuff like that and transphobia too in the case of J.K. Rowling, it doesn't matter like whose mouth it comes from. It's still transphobic and bigoted, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah,
we're afraid to look at it.
Well, when people, I think when people get mad about stuff like that, the last thing they're ever going to respond to after the fact is some kind of, detailed historical explanation for how their outrage is rooted in, like, ill concern or something, Folks,
right.
When they're mad, they're mad. They're looking for an apology most of the time. Sometimes not even that. Sometimes it's just, they're mad. That's it, really.
Right. Yeah, I think like we've gotten into a place now where we're a little too comfortable with our, at least I tell you the truth, I stay away from the online I used to be pretty black-pilled about leftism and stuff.
Used to be? You mean you have a more positive opinion now than you used to? What on earth could have caused that?
Walking outside, my friend. I walk outside and I realize that not everybody is as bad as they are on the internet.
That's instructive advice for my community right there. My God.
Cause man, I'll see. I know how it is. Like I'll see like when this whole Russia thing started, seeing people who are like buying into like the freaking Russian propaganda. I was like, this is horrible. And then I walk outside and I realize there's normal people out there in the world. You
Yeah, when
know,
you go on
there's like
Twitter, it feels like it's Red Dawn, like the Russian invasion succeeded not only in Ukraine but in the American hearts and minds. And then you go outside and
exactly
literally everyone everywhere supports Ukraine. It's like, oh, huh,
right.
it's just the online left that's like that. Great.
Yeah, that was my key to it. I have to stay away from because it can be harmful basing it all online too. I feel like because I feel like the loudest. It's like they say the loudest voices like not necessarily the. There's like a silent majority in some instances, and like if you look at like online leftists versus like real world leftists, it's like real world leftists are doing like mutual aid and stuff like that, and then online leftists are talking about I don't know slur discourse, as if that's like relevant right now, you
Oh,
know?
I love slur discourse. Don't take that from me. It's my
Oh,
favorite
really?
shit in the world. Absolutely. For real though, I unironically think a lot of what's wrong with the online left actually is Russia. It seems like a ton of the bad info that lefties online employ like can be cited almost directly by like RT sources and shit. And when you think about it, like the way Russia uses like online intel ops to try to soften
Yep.
up other countries, like it's like, oh god, they fucked us. Like they may lose this war, but they fucked us for the next century. Leftism everywhere is fucked now because now all the online avenues of engagement are like terma-fucked by these by people who think that like supporting Putin's like fascist war is somehow necessary for the international proletariat. It's like Jesus Christ. It's
Well,
bad.
this ain't the first time I've seen this happening, man. You know what I mean? Like, how familiar are you with the Israeli-Palestine situation? I don't like calling it a conflict because Israel's the worst party in that instance, but
Fair and pretty familiar.
yeah, like there was a time I remember where it's like there was like a lot of support from leftist types for groups like Hamas. And I'm like, Hamas like hurts Palestinian civilians, man. That's not a group you should. People are like, they're a resistance group. No, I mean they're not as bad as Israel is right now, but like they're a right wing group, you know?
No, I'll own up to this. As recently as like a year and a half ago, I felt this way because I was doing that like brain dead, like the whatever evil to defeat the American aligned evil bullshit or
Right.
whatever. But
America bad. America
yeah.
bad, you know?
I moved off that eventually though, and I think a lot of it was just me being kind of ignorant because it felt like all the people who were saying Hamas was bad were like obvious IDF shills and like American neocons.
Yeah, right.
So it's like, oh well, if they're the ones who don't like them, but like no, actually they're pretty bad. Yeah.
See, that's the problem. Is like I'm one of the only people who will tell you that like Hamas is bad, who's not an IDF shill, you know. And so it's like, how are you supposed to trust the information coming out of it when it's, you know,
Honest to
fascists?
God, like I do broadly like blame liberals for this a lot because it
Yeah.
feels like nuanced analysis is so foreign to the way like we operate politically that like even like libs or whatever, I don't know, like you never get like a solid pro-Palestine people who aren't like full-on lefties or whatever. It's usually like you just get this like rah go team sports attitude, and it's like, well, I have no fucking
man.
idea who's right here. Like I mean, you have to look everything up yourself, but often you're just going to
Man,
come up
yeah.
against issues you don't know.
No, I've been talking about this for a while. A lot in regards to like the systemic racism conversation too. That I don't think a lot of white people are really doing enough when it comes to like the way they talk about it, and it just kind of feels to me more like the way that they bring up a lot of these issues is because they're looking for a seat at the cookout and not really to like do their job of being an ally. I grew up like I come from like more of a working class background, and
With an accent like that, I'm surprised.
right, and explaining like white privilege to somebody who grew up like me, you know what I mean, where I was homeless, I was doing like jail time stuff like that. Explaining white privilege to me doesn't make sense if you're looking at it from your segregated ass like. Oh, sorry, I don't mean to swear on your show, but
I've done it a few times. Feel free to.
oh, alrighty. But like you segregated ass like upper middle class background, you're not gonna understand like what white privilege and how that manifests amongst like the working class. And yet these white leftists will come on here and try to explain this in ways. And for me, I didn't understand it for years because the only way someone explained it to me was, well, you got arrested and other people get shot, and that's a privilege. And I couldn't really understand that, how that was a privilege.
Yeah,
just because the way they explained it to me, you know?
I'm gonna be real. Framing systemic racism through like police shootings of black men, like unarmed black men, was such a fuck up. Because because even though they happen way more in America than they do in other countries, like proportionally, and even though there is a real bias there, it's still something that happens infrequently enough. Like you track a couple hundred times a year, I think, or like up to 1,000 or something.
Yeah.
Like this isn't a lived experience for every like white kid ever that you could just point to and go, ah, yeah, see, there it is. It's a real issue, but it's not like the most immediately politically expedient way of framing it. I feel like the fact that the average like black household in like value is like 148, the average white household value is like probably a better way of immediately relating those concepts.
And not to mention, like, statistically, I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but statistically, like, how hard it is to come out of poverty when you're in a white family versus a, like, black family or Hispanic family.
Yeah.
You know, that's like insane, you know? And, like, I agree with you on that with the police brutality thing, is it's like there's,
it's just so variable. Like every if like you're talking to a poor white guy, like what if that poor white guy is a friend who like died of the police? Like you're never like that's just it's never gonna run with them.
Right.
It's meaningless to them.
And it doesn't even explain like the cause of those issues, which is like the income stuff, inequality, like you were saying, and you know it's just it. Overall, you just can't comparing like the two experiences is going to lead us to centering the experiences around white people when we're talking about racism, you know?
It's weak, like from a systemic perspective as well, because like it's a systemic issue, but whether an individual cop like arrests or kills a black guy, like a lot of that's just going to come down to that cop and his psychology. And you look and he's got like 18 prior like write-ups within the department, and it's like, well, all of this is like layering past the abstraction in so many ways. I just feel like, and then the liberals make it worse because they don't talk about like class privilege. So like you go up to a poor white kid and it's like, okay, well, you're privileged, and like the poor white kid is like, okay, well, I know I'm not, but they don't bring up class, so it just feels like bullshit voodoo science. And
exactly. And it honestly, dude, I don't even think most liberals, and I'll even say white leftists, don't even think that like white people can be poor too in this country, which sounds bad. But like, hear me out. It's like if you don't address like the intersectionalities of like whiteness, then how are you supposed to like understand like racism and stuff like that? Because man, like working class white people are super racist. I used to work construction, and like the N-word was like a normal part of everybody's vocabulary on the job site, man.
Used as an article, it was like the third most used word.
Right. And that's like a normal thing. Like they don't have like nobody's advocating for like gender neutral bathrooms down in the hood, you know? That's not like that's not a normal thing. And it's because we don't like these conversations have like been what is it, like geared towards like champagne socialists for too long, and it's like not everybody can get on that level. Not everybody can go and look up. What was that?
You meet people where they are, right? Like if you're talking to like a poor white guy who lives in like Appalachia or something like that, you know, you're not gonna. I probably mispronounced that. I do every time in a new way. But if you're talking to them or whatever, like you approach with an issue they get. If you're talking to like rich white folks or whatever, you appreciate. If you were talking to like a black guy who lives in I don't know, like who lives in like a Beverly Hills mansion or something. There are like 4 of them. I know, I've been there. But if you were talking to one and you were trying to explain intersectionality, would you start with like the class oppression of white people? Like you clearly you go to where people have had experiences. You try to work with those, and then you bridge it out from there.
Right, exactly. I will say though that to a certain extent, I do think some people are willfully ignorant nowadays, because like we're living in an age where you got like all the internet and stuff right at your fingertips. So when I look at stuff like with these like anti-maskers and stuff like that, it's like I know that it's hard to look at like a government document talking about systemic racism and stuff like that, but like you can look up information on the vaccines that's like worded in like so many different languages that's so clear for everybody. You know, it's like there's really no excuse to be ignorant in the age that we're living in.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just like the validity of that info to them, right? The same reason that I
Right.
wasn't listening to like IDF shills about Hamas, they probably aren't going to trust the CDC about anything regarding like masks or vaccines or whatever else. And like,
Right.
you can have all the info in the world. I mean, sometimes you get those like fundamental like anti-epistemic types where it's basically impossible to convey anything to them because they'll always fall back to some other justification like God or whatever.
Yeah.
But you know, I think people who are otherwise sometimes persuadable through good reason, they feel like they have no reason to ever like give ground to those sources, those issues.
Right. It's all the Jews, man.
Yeah, well, hey, that's the common scapegoat, ain't it? And QAnon has gone basically
Right.
right back there with the blood libel shit. So, I mean, we're basically right back to the fucking starting point of
Exactly.
like 3,000 years of European conspiracy. So, yeah.
Right. Yeah, my family's Jewish. I was seeing them this week. I was wondering where like I could get my CNN connects or anything like that. I don't know where to find it. Is there like a sign up, guys? If you guys know, drop it in the chat. If
Yeah.
there's a sign up for Jewish people getting on CNN and stuff. I want
I
to
grew
know.
up in a Jewish neighborhood. I'll hook you up, okay? You listen, okay?
Oh, there you go.
This is your real birthright. We'll get you that power.
Yeah, the real birthright.
The actual birthright trip is to the Skull and Bones Club.
Yeah.
You know, the Israel one's just for PR.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, I keep seeing them. They have like birthright ads on TikTok. They're trying to get these kids on, and they turn off the comments. You
Oh
know?
God, yeah, they better. Jesus, yeah. No, but
Oh, it's so
Zoomers
funny.
hate Israel. Yeah.
I remember watching what was it? Like on YouTube, they had like a birthright YouTube channel. It was like all these like fun. It was like a Jewish parody of like Dynamite by Tayo Cruz or whatever. We go and light this menorah like it's Hanukkah, and it's funded by fascism. Like unbelievable. And I had no 9-year-old me had no idea.
Yeah,
When I was watching.
every note sung by like the slaves taken from the children of Gaza. You know, like
Right.
yeah, production value from jewelry we stole from their widows. You know, it's like yeah, it's really dark shit. You know, and it's
Yeah.
impossible to talk about this too because like on one hand it's like it being in a vice because like on one hand Israel does some really bad shit and on the other hand like there was never in like the past at least 80 years been a worse time in America to make a fuss about anything that could be considered anti-Semitism, what with QAnon and everything. Like, I feel like there were
Right.
so many bad actors who want to jump onto that, so it's like, fuck. Well,
Right.
okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
all
I,
right.
I I think it's tough for a lot of at my synagogue actually they have some conversations about the whole Palestine thing, which I don't think a lot of Jews are as willing to have as much as you'd think. And I think what it comes down to is for me personally, I have to avoid any Americans who say free Palestine because I can't trust you to not be secretly an anti-Semite, you know? And so I
Yeah.
just kind of focus on what the Palestinian civilians want out of their movement, as opposed to what like some Americans who don't understand foreign policy are going to say about it. Because at the end of the day, it's like I'm contributing a lot more by donating to the Red Cross over there and stuff like that than just listening to some online lefties shill for Hamas or the IDF, whichever one they want to pick. You know.
Yeah, it's especially since the weird the thing that really gets me too, okay? The thing that really activates my almonds is when people in the online left talk about the Israel lobby, okay? Because they don't seem to understand at all. The Israel lobby in America is just the neocon lobby with a coat of paint. Israel doesn't control
Right.
anything in America. America controls Israel. They're the world's largest and most expensive U.S. military base. The reason they exist is because we want them to. They're our geopolitical puppet. Like, the idea that Israel is calling the shots in America is ridiculous.
Right.
But the lefties, you know, it's like the Israel lobby. Well, what the fuck do you like this country, this tiny country in the Middle East is like puppeting the U.S.? How? What resources are they giving us? Like nothing. It's
I
just
don't think
made up.
yeah, I don't think they even understand what Israel like actually was back in the day. Is the way I call it is it's like Jewish Australia, right? Where it's like they just kind of dump.
I'm sorry.
They just kind of
Yeah.
no, it's true. Yeah,
No,
it's
it's
funny,
just
right?
yeah.
They just kind of dumped like all the like refugees from the Holocaust in Israel, you know, and didn't have any like and like a lot of these people, man, like they didn't necessarily want to be there. They just like wanted to not be you know, persecuted. So
Yeah,
they
they did it
said, okay,
because
we'll get dumped
the
there,
Western
you know?
powers didn't want to accept Jewish refugees. They were like, "Fuck, we got to put these guys somewhere. We don't want Jews in our country." Like, okay,
Right. So they made Jewish Australia. They put a bunch of like people with a bunch of the indigenous people and take their land, you know?
yeah, fun.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good actually. It's quite bad.
Right.
The whole situation. Sheesh.
I I don't think it's a situation that's ever gonna really we're ever gonna really find a good solution to it because I can't even agree with a two-state solution to tell you the truth because to me acting like Ashkenazi Jews are like indigenous to Israel is acting like me who's my great grandfather was Russian. If I just went to Russia and just decided to call it Stixy land, you know, all of a sudden and said, "Hey guys, this is my Stixy land," you know,
I'd
it's just
support you.
yeah. I mean, Russia's doing the same thing, so I guess two can play at that game, Putin.
Yeah, no, no. What are you like, Michelle Obama? You don't go high. We're going low. Okay, we're every
Right.
leftist just form breakaway anarchist regions of the your imperialist powers that you live in.
Exactly. Exactly.
God.
I'll start a 60 land. That's my way of getting back at them for beating me on multiplayer games that I can't that are too old for any like Americans to be playing.
Yeah,
You ever
Dota
notice
2,
that?
Counter Strike. Yeah.
You
We're
ever
gonna
notice
fucking
that
show
how
'em.
like it's always like the Russian dudes who come on and just like cream you?
Yeah, they live
They're
in
really good at
Russia.
video games.
They're in Russia. What the fuck else are they gonna do with their lives but get really like
Right.
obsessively good with a video game? Like Jesus
Right.
Christ, give them this at least.
Right. I start thinking I'm good at Bloodborne today when I'm like beating these Chalice dungeon bosses. Then I go on YouTube, see like some Russian guy going, "Hey guys, today we're doing Bloodborne with only a pistol." Okay, so I will show you how.
Yes,
Unbelievable.
nothing but slight damage you do when you fall from higher surface onto their head. 6 damage per
Yeah,
land,
right.
100 shots to kill Bird Dog. Let us go. 32 minutes to beat the game. Orphan of Cause destroyed in 37 seconds. No platforms even to fall off there. They just do it.
Oh man, that's
Bliatborn.
something. Bliatborn. Yeah, right.
God.
I've been wanting to make my new character. What is it like? I want him to look like Rasputin. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh. Wait, you're
Like
playing
the Rasp.
Bloodborne?
Oh yeah, I played Bloodborne.
But in March of 2022? Is there anything else on your to play list?
You know what? My girlfriend wants me to play Elden Ring with her, but I told her like it's a really hard game, babe. You know, and I played through some of it. It looks pretty easy. And we have Elden Ring, but she's all like, "Yeah, I want to learn," but she's so busy because she's the store manager at a Hot Topic. So we're robber barons essentially. You know,
Return to tradition.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I get that. When you make it a group project, you quadruple the playthrough time. It is a very fun game. I really like it.
Yeah, I was seeing you were doing a charity stream for that. For Ukraine, I remember. It looked pretty neat. I want to try it. It's just I get so fixated on a game when I'm playing it, and I just picked up Bloodborne because it was in my library, but I didn't understand how to play the game, so I just like kind of put it down, and then I picked it back up, and then fell in love. But it's you know, it's just kind of
No, approach it at your
it's
pace. One of the things that makes these games really good is that they're basically timeless.
yeah,
They you could pick up Elden Ring a decade from now, and I think it's going to be just as good as it is to play right now for me.
right.
So yeah, I don't know. These games just they feel like hallmarks basically. Like they like mark time periods that anyone can return to.
Right, exactly. I'm trying to think on something we disagree with, Vosh. This is
Uh-oh.
proven to be very hard for me. I
Well, we could always keep
can't.
agreeing in a comedic fashion.
Yeah,
And my
that's true.
audience doesn't get much of that. Really, no, like really though, I do appreciate you I do appreciate you hopping on. And in terms of like, okay, you said drama. Now, you know,
Yeah.
I've dealt with a good bit of it. I want to know, what have you been through? Like what ringer have you been strung
Oh.
through? Give me your, because you gave me one with the white women, but hit me up. I want to know.
Yeah, quite a few. Well, actually, I'll name the biggest one. This is the most controversial. So, me and my girlfriend, right? We have like a pretty big age gap. I'm 25, she's 19, right?
Uh-oh.
And like that was like a big concern for a lot of people, you know, because like they didn't know my girlfriend or anything, and so like it was like a lot. There was like a lot of debate around that for a while, and it
Uh-huh.
was like traumatizing for me and my girlfriend because they were like going on and on about how you know, like she's like they were making they started like just lying about her age and everything, and it was
Right, of
like
course,
just
because it starts 19 and then it's 17 because that's the next lowest odd number,
yeah,
and then
yeah,
it's a minor, and then a minor becomes 14, and you know
right.
eventually you're womb robbing.
And it's
Yeah, I know
and
how
it's like
online
with that
discourse
sort of
works.
thing, right? And with that sort of thing, it's like I understand like being concerned about a relationship with an age gap like guys, because we got a big age gap, don't get me wrong, but it's like, you know, I just think at a certain point it's like you have to understand that like when our entire family and friend group doesn't really mind it, and there's like uh what is it, like she's got like an associate's degree and works as a manager at her age, it's like she's not exactly like a little kid we're talking about here, you know.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
it's
I think for
yeah,
stuff like that, like in terms of stuff like that, like it's personally, I'm older than you. I'm 28, but when I see her talk to 19-year-olds, like on Tinder, for example, you know, I've hooked up with 20-year-olds, I guess, and like you
right,
know, I won't sit here and hoity-toity about how that's beneath me because it sure as shit ain't. Oftentimes they come across as kind of, I don't know, 20 years old, so I don't know how long I can hold a convo with them. I guess it's just one
right,
of those things where it's like it's indicative, maybe, like it's something to look at, but I don't think it's essentialist. Like, you know, you can have a relationship like that where like things are fine, I guess. And the problem with the internet is that you're never going to have a good convo about that. Like you can never sit your followers down and go like, "All right, so here's like every exacting detail of our relationship. Now please assess how like healthy it is." Like that'll never
right,
fucking happen. So it's basically like a lose-lose in terms of discourse.
right, yeah. And to be honest, man, like some of the ways I have a lot of gripes with the third wave of feminism. A lot of it comes from I feel like there's a lot of like turfs and um there's a lot of like nationalists in disguise as like feminists, and we see that with like turfs and stuff like that and white feminists, and it's like when I hear one thing I don't hear people talking about a lot is like a lot of people are really anti-sex work nowadays,
Uh-huh.
and it just makes me upset because it's like I have so many friends who like work in the industry who didn't really have like, you know, a choice to do anything else, because it's like you got women who are like supporting their children, you know, it's like of course they're gonna like want to make the most money that they can, and it's like you know, it just makes me upset whenever I see these like sex work exclusionary feminists and stuff, because it's like there's do y'all not remember back in the day when they'd put women in like the freaking institutions for hysteria because they want, God forbid, they want to like sleep with a man? You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, they would legit, like there are some crazy laws on the book that you could like you go back a little while, and like it's not just adultery or shit. I think that like wearing like like the police could arrest you in some places in America for not wearing enough gender appropriate clothing.
Right.
Or like women would be locked up. Oh, what was that story where the that it was on Reddit. It was like people were really mad about it because, well, they should be, you know. It was like a woman lost her child and there was like a big public outcry, and it was like the New York City Police Department really wanted to solve the case, but they couldn't find the kid. So they found another kid, gave it to the mom to get like the headlines. The mom was like, "Wait, this isn't my son," and then the kid had her locked up in a mental institution. for speaking out against them, where she stayed for a long time.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean that's and so it's like when I hear like any sort of like restrictions being imposed on womanhood for me, it just kind of puts a sour taste in my mouth because I'm just like, how far back are we gonna go? You know what I mean? Before it's just like fascism. You know what I mean?
Don't get me wrong, I'm super sex work positive. I think a lot of this is like holdover second wave feminism shit, because this is like, I don't know. I mean, like, being real, I honest to God think that a lot of these like, especially like the Zoomers that are like this, you know, because you're on TikTok, I get, so you get a lot of that. I think a lot of them basically are just like stupid catty bitches, but they know enough feminist lingo that it's not, they don't want to call someone like a slut, you know, like they're not mean girls. Instead, they're appropriating the male gaze for self-gratification to the detriment of feminism. And it's like, okay, but you think that she's a dirty whore. Like, just say what you think, right? And same with a lot of the turf shit, right? Like, a ton of the turf shit is just repurposed, like a second wave feminist misandry, because a lot of the theorists back then thought that the not all of them, but a lot of them, they thought that the fundamental problems between men and women were down to some kind of essentialist violent nature on the part of men, a biological thing. So if you think it's down to biology, like, you know, you're probably not going to be as amicable to trans rights when they come around.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that's not great.
Yeah, and that's kind of where like I get like really critical of like that, like the modern feminist moment is just how much like there's just not enough people like regulating it, you know what I mean? And then it's like, so we got to have like some people like stepping up and saying like, hey guys, you know, this is wrong. Because I don't think there's enough, you know? I don't think there's enough when it's like so many people can sneak in their little like fashy viewpoints under the guise of feminism. Like that's not good, you know?
Well, I mean, people fucking love using social justice terminology as a way of like reiterating reactionary talking points, right? I mean, take a look at the Ukraine shit, right? It's not like not like all the lefties who are defending Russia are going like, yes, blood and soil Russian Empire. They're going like, you know, we must defend, we must prevent American and NATO overreach from, you know, you know, crushing Russian hegemonic identity or some whatever bullshit they want to throw out that week, you know. Just any time there's like the more woke sounding thing, even racists do this, like full out racist now, like full on. They don't say like, haha, black people are worse, you know. They cry and they whine about how like white identity is being crushed by critical race theory or whatever, and like oppressive social institutions, or it's like everything now, we can't escape it. Have you been, I don't know how much you go on TikTok. Have you seen the drama between a couple creators, Chelsea and Lance? Nah, the guy's named Modern Warrior. Yeah, so this kid, you know, he cheats on this girl, right? After she told him not to. He's like an indigenous creator, right? He's like an indigenous creator. And he's kind of a dick, you know what I mean? Like, you don't go cheat on your wives, guys. Or your girlfriends or whatever. I'm not sure what they were, but don't go cheating. But it's like, this girl straight up doxes the guy. Oh. After like, you know, claiming that it was like assault when it wasn't, it was cheating, you know? And there was some other like black creators who went to speak on it, and they had their criminal records doxed online, you know what I mean? And it's Jesus Christ. Leave it to white fucking leftists to pull out like the freaking racism card whenever they don't like what a person of color is saying. No, yeah, okay, I know it's like an overplayed point, but white feminists, just broadly, you know? There are so many white women that will like interpret any kind of personal harm done to them as a categorical offense to all womankind, which can be responded to with literally any behavior. That West Elm Caleb shit, for example, was insane. Like, literally, a bunch of these fucking, like mid-20s white women, I don't know if they were all white, I should just say women, whatever. Let's just say New Yorkers, you know, who, apparently to them, being ghosted is some kind of objective categorical harm that needs to be repaid in blood. And all these commenters, like, you see these tens of thousands of like on these responses on how like this is an affront to all women because this guy ghosted some chicks or whatever, which, like, fuck you, we live in America, that's a God-given right, okay? If you don't like it, fuck off, go live in commie Russia, okay? I think ghosting is a healthy part of
like, how do you know that like the woman's not how do you know that like she wasn't like doing something that warranted like ghosting? You
Yeah,
know what I
like
mean?
in his case, he was being like a jerk or whatever. But like broadly, like if your category is we get to go over anyone, we get to like go after anyone who ghosts. Like first of all, you would never do that shit to a woman. When women ghost men, every excuse is played out. Like, oh, maybe she felt unsafe. Oh, maybe she did. Well, yeah, maybe
Right.
she did. But like you only care about it when it's not. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, just
And my
it's
thing is like, does it even matter if like it's about unsafe? It's like you shouldn't have to like give your nobody should have to. If you go on one date with someone, you shouldn't have to. What's it called? Have that level of communication with somebody. I really don't like you. I don't want to talk to you again. That's not.
it's just rude. Like that's what it is. It's
Yeah.
rude. It's not even abusive because abusive usually like entails some kind of ongoing relationship where you manipulate or hurt that person through the context of your relationship. Ghosting
Right.
is just ghosting. It's one date. It's not like you're a father and you left to get cigarettes. Like
Yeah.
Jesus, you know? Yeah.
To be fair, I've seen some. There are some guys out there who will ghost after like a few dates and after like. This is the problem with a lot of men is that they. I'm gonna go on a little rant, Vosh, about men. All right.
Yeah, kill me.
A lot of men, they feel like they have the way that like you get girls is like they listen to too much of like these like guys like Ben Shapiro or whoever like the new like incel tuber is now. They
Mhm.
think that you gotta like treat these women like garbage and stuff, and that they'll love you for it. It doesn't work, fellas. I'm telling you this. You're not becoming an alpha male. You're just becoming like a very grouchy beta male. Is what you're doing. You're just hurting yourself in the process of trying to be an alpha male. Because like, here's the thing, man. Is like, I've slept with like over 100 women in my life.
Thanks.
I don't like do the whole thing where I go and like say, oh yeah, I don't like play with her feelings and nothing. You know what I mean? And try to seem like I'm looking for a relationship when I'm not. You don't have to do this shit. And I don't get why so many guys think they got to do this if they want to just get laid. It's like, you don't have to do that, man. There's plenty of women who like having sex.
I think they over a lot of them. I mean, they don't want that, or like they don't like that. I guess like I think they like the idea of having to trick the chick into sex because then it's like she's not a
Right.
slut, so then it's like okay, it's like a conquest rather than acceding to her personal wishes. But like, yeah, I don't know. There are guys.
What's wrong with being a slut? I'm a slut.
Yeah, listen, okay, I'm not
Yeah.
impugning. Yeah, I feel like they have all these little tactics. Like they're always thinking about it, you know? It's like they don't just talk to anyone. They're sitting there thinking like, okay, now if I don't respond for
Right.
48 hours, that'll give her enough time to think that she's not worth anything. Then I respond, filling the void in her heart. It's like, well, stop. Just
Oh man.
you're really cucking yourself out
Me
here.
and, me and my girlfriend, right? We're both autistic, and
Based.
we joke about how like strange our relationship must look to like neurotypical type people. Because our first conversations, no joke, it's like 3 days into talking, I text her like, so if a guy was into you, hypothetically, how would he be able to tell?
And how'd that work?
We're going on what is it like I think 6 months on we had on the 22nd. We got 2 damn anniversaries is the problem of like when we became a couple and when we what is it first had a first Discord date, so
Yeah.
it's confusing. But like what is it like yeah, no, it's
Discord.
like,
Your 19-year-old girlfriend you got off Discord. I
yeah,
see.
right.
The context. It adds up.
Oh, it adds up, right? Yeah, no, that's where E-Date is. It was so funny. We met over like TikTok and stuff, and that was our first Discord date. It was watching Howl's Moving Castle, but being
Oh, base.
autistic, it was more of like talking for 8 hours and then turning on the movie and then pausing it again to talk about something. You know,
Uh-huh.
this is a
That's
good time,
cute.
right? Yeah, it was a good time. But fellas, I'm telling you, man, like you don't have to be an asshole to women to get them to like you, man. Like you can be nice to women and they're gonna look at my girlfriend's a babe and I'm nice to her. You can make it happen for yourself.
Yeah, the only I am also autistic. The only tactic that I use when I'm like meeting people on Tinder or whatever is that I act a little extra autistic to them at the beginning, you know, just like that little extra spice. Because
Right.
if that's enough to make them not interested, then I don't want to talk to them anyway, you know. I don't want
Yeah,
them to be
exactly.
on the brink of wanting to talk to me. I want them to want to talk to me. So a little bit of tactical autism, gives them the,
Right.
like that extra excuse at the beginning to not. But then after that, it's smooth sailing. And it's so far,
Right.
it's worked out pretty well.
That's all you got to do. I think I think a lot of these it really grosses me out, a lot of these like incel YouTubers and stuff like that, because I'd honestly almost as a grooming victim myself, I'd almost compare it to grooming, what they're doing to these young boys.
Oh, for
You
sure.
know,
No, yeah, 100%. Agreed, totally.
it's just totally unfair to them to be growing up feeling like they have to what is it like because what they're teaching them, right, is this like manufactured confidence. It's not like real confidence that you have, where it's like you feel good about yourself, and therefore like you surround yourself with people who appreciate that side of you. It's like they want you to like put on a front of being this like confident person because you don't want to come off as weak, and then it's like it becomes just this like people aren't learning to like develop into anything but like this sounds like stupid, but like they learn to develop into stuff that's just kind of made for the female, this imaginary female gaze that these guys have. You know what I mean?
The fake ladies who are like who only bend to the strong and are utterly worthless, like an internal moral sense, but are also like the gatekeepers of like this imaginary woman,
Right.
basically. Yeah.
And it's just sad to me because it's like a lot of these guys, it's like they it's like you do some time to like focus. I was actually celibate for a year, truth be told, when I got sober, and it changed a lot of how I looked at things, because like I stopped like manufacturing this kind of confidence like a lot of people taught me when I was growing up, and I found like some true confidence, and I just feel better about myself, and I hate that these younger kids, because I mean, back when we were a kid, we didn't have like incel forums that you could go and look in.
Thank
That
God.
like,
Yeah, Jesus.
it's like these kids like
what a
aren't
relief.
growing out of, they're not growing out of puberty, because like there's people telling them this is not puberty that's to blame for you not getting laid. It's feminism. It's the feminists.
Yeah,
They're the reason you're not
my
getting
brother
laid.
in Christ, you're 14 years old, okay? Just be patient. Pussy will come. Like,
Right.
like you see these people who are like borderline suicidally depressed on Twitter because they're like, I'm in sophomore year of high school and all my friends are having sex. You're a fucking child. Stop. Like,
Right.
Jesus. Like, listen, okay, the internet was around when I was in high school. Like, maybe not the way it is today, but like back then, like, what I thought about, like, hey, I'm not getting laid like I want to, like, okay, oh, that sucks a little bit. I will eventually. Like, I think that was like the default mentality, was just this kind of, tepid optimism. But nowadays, like, so many people are just like suicidally depressed over it, over nothing.
Right. See, that was back when, like, when I was a little kid, I was watching like Lacey Green on YouTube, because that's the people we gave a platform on YouTube, was people like Lacey Green, not like these freaking like degenerate freaking incel tubers,
Lacey Green had a wild fucking career arc, I have to say.
I stopped paying attention after she said she got like red pilled or something, and I was like, what is this supposed to mean, Lacey?
That's a wild career arc, yeah.
What is this supposed to mean?
I think it ended up meaning a couple of things for her in the long run. I have no idea what she's doing these days. I think, yeah, I don't know. I guess at the end of it, like, a lot of them just view, like, courting women as an adversarial kind of thing, because they can't accept women as equals, right? And if they're equals, then you have shared goals and values for the most part. And if you have shared goals and values, then it's a cooperative thing. Like, you and the lady both want to communicate, to work together, to help you both arrive at whatever relationship state makes you happiest. That's nice. But but if it's an adversarial thing, then you have to like compete with the woman's feral biological hypergamous like brain to and it doesn't work. These people aren't happy.
And it's like, man, look, like, what is like that, like, why like, here's the thing I don't get, is like, they blame a lot of like they'll call feminism like degeneracy and stuff like that, and say that it's like ruining our society or whatever. But it's like, here's the thing, in what world are you living in where it's like having that like extra Y chromosome makes you like have any sort of advantage in our society nowadays. You know, like there's literally no advantage to the
Oh, don't get them
patriarchy.
started. They have they can list advantages for years if they need to. They've thought up of in fact, if you think about it hard enough and very selectively frame all of human history, women are the most privileged group to have ever existed.
Right, right. But it's like even then, it's like every single example I see them pull has to do with like old hunter-gatherer societies. You know, like that's the way things were, and it's like that's not the way things are now. Like what's stopping like a woman from being a lawyer versus a man? You know what I mean? What's stopping that biologically?
Well, they think about sex all the time, like constantly, and as a product of that,
true.
the female privilege is all about being able to get laid easier, which. Yeah.
I'm sure like watching that 70-year-old judge stroke that gavel is just going to make it hard for them to focus if they're like trying to win a case, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
It'd be disastrous.
Always on
It'd
the
be
mind.
disastrous for a rich white kid who got a DUI and needs a good defense lawyer, you know?
Yeah, it's just I don't know. I just think they project it all into that because if you want to like they do this thing. It's like, well, any woman, any ugly lady can get laid if she goes to a bar and just puts her leg up on the table. And not really, but like let's say that was even true. Would that be good for her? Like would that be fun? Like or is there a reason? What's that tweet that I saw ages ago? It's a really good one. It was like it's like women complaining about being single when I'm here is like saying there's no food to eat when there's a perfectly good hot dog outside on the ground. It's like if you frame this with no consideration for what would actually like be desirable, then sure, yeah,
I'm gonna go eat a hot dog on the side of the ground. That makes sense.
Look, okay, extra seasening, honest to God,
that's true.
Authentic New York flavor.
Is that how they season it in New York? That sounds like a New York thing.
Listen, I don't know. It does seem like a thing they would do, and then like bougie New York lawyers would tell everyone who doesn't live in New York they have to try it, and then you go and look at where they're getting it from, and it's a boutique where the hot dog costs $28, and the dirt is like actually paprika or some shit,
Right. I'm gonna tell y'all some trade secrets, right? As a Bostonian, that New York doesn't even have the best pizza. They don't even have that going for them. I thought that was like the only thing that we had going against us was like the pizza wasn't as good. Not true. You go to what is it? Rena's on Hanover Street. You got like the best goddamn cheese. Vosh, have you ever been to New York?
No, I've not been to New York.
It's the worst fucking city. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
So
is that true?
Let me get this right. So like it's like 40. It was like 40 degrees out the other day. You know what I mean? And it was like pretty cold. I was walking around. It's like pretty cold. I was wearing like I think 2 layers, like my suit jacket and my button up because I was taking my family to the museum.
Uh-huh.
You go to New York on a 40-degree weather day, the buildings are too fucking high because they want to keep building apartments that nobody's gonna fucking live in, and so the thing's a freaking wind tunnel. It's a goddamn wind tunnel.
Yeah, it's just a natural crowdsourced wind tunnel experiment. You're just part of the process,
I call it Satan's asshole. It's like Satan's blowing farts at everybody all winter. It sucks.
Yeah, it's look, we don't have anything quite like that. LA is a roasting hellhole, for a little bit every year, of course. In Seattle, it hit 108 during the summer last year, and everything in Seattle is like a townhouse with no AC, because back when the city was built, the idea of a 108 day in Seattle was like a joke. So we all died a little bit, I guess. We lost like 1 billion fish too. I think actually 1 billion. Like that was actually the number they reported. So that's what we have, okay? We're all trying. What we need to do is even it out, okay? I'll take your 40-degree days and make them 50, okay? And you can tune down my hot days.
Right, exactly. Exactly. Do the whole like Stalin and Hitler meeting during World War II kind of deal,
The West Coast and the East Coast, joint armed forces meet right in Nebraska, shake hands, and exchange weathers.
Exactly.
Colorized.
Yeah, no, it's Boston. It's like there's some. I think there's like a lot of privilege you get from living in a city, especially a city like Boston. Honestly, that I don't think a lot of people realize, because like if you're living in like the deep south, right? It's like you don't have access to healthcare as easily as we do. You don't have that. You don't have like a public transit system. Like these kids growing up in the hood, right? Like
Mhm.
down in like Mattapan, in my city, Murtapan, we call it. You can like take a train up and go to like the Boston Public Library. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
You got that privilege. It costs two bucks to go on a train, go up to the Boston Public Library, get away from like your environment. People don't have the same shit in some place like Ohio, where there's like a really bad opioid epidemic,
Yeah.
and it's like these kids don't they don't get out of the house, So it's like, how are they supposed to you know uh, stay out of trouble when it's like they got nowhere to get out of trouble? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can one of the most fun, and I'm using fun very loosely here. One of the most fun things you can do is look up cities in the US that have the worst opioid epidemic death rates, and then go and look at their urban planning and just watch as these stroads stretch out for miles in every direction. Just these bland, like semi-suburban towns that look like it was
Right.
like a highway off-ramp, like gas stop that overgrew until like with no like central, like you can so clearly tell with so many of these Midwest cities, like no fucking wonder they have nothing to do. There is nothing for the people here, you know?
Well,
Um
you've
yeah.
read about how they got fucked over by Wall Street, pretty much, right?
Oh, I
I,
don't
wa-
know who hasn't, but yeah, you mean like just
yeah,
like the
I
Midwest
watched the
broadly?
whole yeah, I watched the whole documentary on Ohio specifically, where it's like these guys were what is it? They had like a whole factory that got shut down in this like booming city in Ohio that just became dead because people didn't want to invest in it anymore. They wanted to invest in more of like a service economy than like a like manufacturing economy. And it's like these people all lost their jobs and they were getting prescribed Percocets, and then they made Percocets illegal, so they started moving to heroin and stuff. And it's like so they were left without jobs and with like pain addictions. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah, yeah.
it's terrible what they did to these people.
Yeah,
But
no, 100%. And
that's what
we're never going to do anything about it either, you know? Like
no, yeah, it's because we call it flyover states and stuff like that, and like kind of blame people for living there, and it's like that's not cool, man.
yeah, not to
That
mention
ain't cool.
like Nixon and Reagan both declared drug crises over like marijuana. This is the worst it's been, right? I'm pretty sure in terms of death
Right.
rate, like the crack epidemic never reached the death rate. I'm pretty sure that like in the United States right now, like fentanyl overdose is the greatest cause of death for like 18 to 40-year-old men. I don't think any
Absolutely.
previous drug situation ever got this bad, but before it's like, yeah, we'll commit 80 trillion fucking dollars to cracking down on this. And now it's like oh, I don't know, maybe Biden will mention it like once or twice during,
Right.
but it's
Right.
not happening in New York. It's not well, of course it is. It's happening everywhere, but like
I got some.
disproportionately, it's
Right.
happening quiet areas.
Right. I got some tea on war on drugs, but to tell you the truth, Fosh, right now you're I don't know if it's my side or your side, but the mic for some reason is it's making you sound like a robot. Is that doing it on my end?
Is that true? I'm streaming right now, so my internet should be fine. Here, let me just rejoin the call one sec. That
All
work?
right. Try talking.
Hello, hello.
Okay, I'm gonna leave the call and come back if that's okay.
Yeah, yeah, give me a call. Hello?
All right. It's still doing it. I just live with it. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I feel like it might be you could try restarting Discord. I don't know how much like trouble you think it's worth.
Let me try restarting my Wi-Fi real quick.
Gotcha. Godspeed. I don't know if that entails him getting up and leaving, or if
I'm wondering if you can hear
hello.
me now. I just pressed the button on and off.
I can hear you.
Okay, it's still doing robot voice, but that's okay. It
Hopefully it
happens.
fixes soon.
Yeah, it'll fix. I was gonna say, right? It's funny. My neighborhood is actually the reason for the opioid epidemic in
You did this?
the New England.
You asshole.
Dorchester.
What
My
the fuck?
neighborhood is. Yeah. So I'll tell you the story. Right? Is like there's this kid. His name Johnny Willis, like 15-year-old, 16-year-old Italian kid from Dorchester, right? Irish Italian.
Oh, Irish
And
and Italian. Oh, we're really getting
yep,
the quality.
right.
Yeah. All right.
Well, so here's the crazy part about that is like he ends up homeless. He starts hanging out with like some like Chinese guys. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And they're part of like the bigger triads they had going on because like Ping On, that was part of 14K was like the big thing over there at the time in like the 80s, 90s, whatever you want to call it.
Gotcha. Taking your
And
word for it.
Johnny starts like climbing up the ranks, right? In what is it, like through the Chinese mafia? But where he starts fucking up is he starts trafficking drugs, even though the triad didn't want to do that. But he was the one who brought like the Oxycontin up from Florida up to New England. He started it all, and that's how they got him, was because they were monitoring his phone calls, and that's kind of a big operation to be doing. You know, a little bigger than like some street gang wars.
A little bit, yeah. Kind of kicks. The consequences were never the same afterwards. Right. I gotta say. Jesus. I mean, like, even if that's the case, you know, like in a strictly cause and effect sort of way, I can never hold it to people like that too much, even if bad things happen, because it's like none of this shit would even be a real problem if like our systems worked properly, right? Like in a good country, like you couldn't have these giant drug epidemics, even if some good shit suddenly was released on the market. Like that shouldn't even be able to happen.
Right. I mean, I'll tell you, man, it's like, it seems like a lot of the treatment for, as someone who's like, I'm in recovery myself, not from opioids, but, you know, from like Xanax, Adderall, alcohol, stuff like that. And it's like, the treatment seems to be so focused on like how well you're going to function in society.
Yeah.
Society. But, sorry, I had to do it.
Thank you.
But that's like the main focus, it seems like, is how well you're going to function in like society by society's rules. And it's like, that's not necessarily what a lot of these people need, because like so many of these guys who are like opioid addicts are these kids who like they work construction and they've been doing it for like 20 years. And so they got like a lot of pain and stuff like that. Oh, nice. Somebody rated my note fine on Bloodborne.
Oh, but nice.
They got a lot of pain and stuff like that, and so it's like, if they're not going to give them like the Percocets, then what are they gonna take? And it's like, it's completely capitalism's fault, in my opinion, because like people use these drugs to like function better, because it's so hard to get treatment for your mental health and stuff like that, and then it's like, you know, these and your pain and stuff like that, and so it's like that's completely what's to blame. And you know, it's like you're right. Like we wouldn't, even with guys like Bark White Johnny, you know, we wouldn't have an opioid epidemic without like this kind of system in place, you know?
Yeah, it feels like often when it comes to rehabilitation with stuff like this, it's like it'd be like if a kid was so depressed that they couldn't get out of bed and they had to go to school, and like you're a parent, you're like, okay, so what can I do to fix this problem? And your solution is to like dust cocaine in their nose to give them energy. And then like and then like fucking jab them with a vial of venom and tell them the antidote is in like their homeroom desk pocket or something. It's like,
I mean, they prescribe them with fucking Adderall.
You
man.
get
That's
them
like almost as bad as cocaine, you know?
Hey, don't talk shit to Adderall, okay? I'm a functional meth head now. For real though, like, you know, a lot of these people, you know, with the addictions they're suffering from or whatever, like, they don't need to get a job. They need to be able to be in a state where they don't need help to get a job, you know? Like, it's like if just getting the job was all they needed, then they wouldn't need rehabilitation to get a job to begin with. Like, at that point, the government's not doing rehab. It's just doing like job seeking. It's doing one of those awful like like, show up here and we'll get you a temp job for $6 an hour. You know,
right? Exactly.
May or may not be under the table.
Some of the recovery programs I've seen here, man, it's like they all they're just kind of money sinks for a lot of these people, you know. And then it's like, I know a lot of these people who are afraid to like go into to get sober because they think you got to spend all this money on rehab because that's the way they've like taught you how to do it. But it's like, I didn't even go to rehab when I got sober. I just there's like free programs out there, and I wish the same could be said for a lot of other health issues in this country other than alcoholism, because there's like free programs you can do for stuff like addiction, but not the same for things like eating disorders, or which I'd argue eating disorders are like much more dangerous than addiction. You know, those kill way more
They
people.
often literally are, yeah, like directly, you know. I mean, yeah, obviously it varies and there's a huge range, but I guess, I mean, at the end of the day, the issue is that the public thinks of drug addicts as basically like subhuman. Like that's the
Right.
kind of the root of the issue. So, you know, you can put as much money as you want into these programs, but look, like recently the Biden administration, what was it? Like as part of like some social spending, like some money to clean needles or whatever. If you think about it, for like 8 nanoseconds, the idea of providing clean needles and glassware and whatever else to drug addicts is a stupidly good idea. Like, obviously. Like,
Yeah.
they're going to get their fix either way. You're not going to stop them. The government has spent billions trying, and they're not going to. Like, why not? Like, you like lure them in, you know? Hey, junkie, you can have some free clean needles, and also here's some towels and a shower, and also, like, here's some nice food, and also, wow, hey, isn't this nice? Like, can we talk for a second? Like, and if they don't stay, like, fuck it, they'll be back next week. But people hate drug users, like, essentially. So, you know, it's like, well, we're like paying for their drug addiction. It's like, well, it doesn't fucking work that way. Nothing works that way. Sorry.
No, you don't fix anything by doing that. It's like, because I'll tell you, like, from personal experience too, it's like a lot of us are like under the radar with our addiction and stuff. Nope. When I first got sober, people were like, you got a problem, you know? Because the way they expect all the addicts to be, right, is these people who are like, you know, like you see crowding outside of the methadone clinic and like just doing all that. And it's like, that's not the case for everybody. There's like functional addicts out there, functional as much as you can say functional, you know, and it's like they need treatment too. And it's like, that's like the whole problem we get into, is that people are just so stigmatized about addiction that it's like they can't. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble wording what I'm saying, but you get what I'm saying,
I
right?
think we all get what you're saying, and I don't think you're having trouble either. You know, I actually did research on this for my baccalaureate thesis when I graduated from university. Not on drug rehab, but on prison vocational programs. Because I think there's some congruity there. One thing that's good about prison vocational programs is that they don't get you a job. Sometimes they can lead to one in a kind of apprenticeship sense, but for the most part, it's just about building the skills that will make you a good worker. Now, on its own, that can be kind of shitty because it's like, oh, here, watch like 400,000 Amazon modules about like the importance of keeping a good smile on your face while packing boxes. But oftentimes it's like woodworking shops or whatever. And giving a woodworking shop to prisoners, like a lot of people in the face of it, like, oh, what, they get saws and drills and stuff? But like, no, you know, it's not 24. No crazy shit's gonna happen.
Right.
Instead, it's like, I don't know, a lot of people in prison, like, I don't want to patronize or whatever, because I come from a pretty privileged background, but it feels like a lot of underprivileged people, especially in a class sense, have no personal experience with the sublime joy of creation because the tools to do so were denied to them. And then if they get into that, no matter what age they are, like whatever they did to get in jail, like if they get into that, like I think it can be fulfilling in an almost spiritual way. And it doesn't just make them like more eligible for work in the future, though that's nice too. I think it just makes them happier and healthier. And the research shows that. So, you know.
No, you're right to say that, man. And like as controversial as it is, it's like, yeah, dude, like, you know, I did time, and it's like I wasn't behind the wall or nothing, but I did like my little county stints, and you know, it's like the way that it happens is it's like all these you don't. The reason people end up in places like prison is because they don't have a lot of like stuff to go back to when they're getting out of prison. You know, because it's like a lot of people, like by the time I was 19, right, I knew how to like find the houses that like people were staying out of during summer vacation or winter vacation, and so I'd grab all the copper from there and like take it down to A Street. You know what I mean?
Yeah, full on copper farming. That is some authentic
copper farming,
looting.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I did copper farming. I did like the frickin' what is it? Like I'd get like the freaking yellow vest and like pull into the public works place with like a stolen U-Haul and just like fill up the salt buckets and sell those to people. It's like it's way too easy to just like keep like living that kind of lifestyle. And man, they call them correctional facilities. They like uncorrected me at them damn places. I
Well,
swear
yeah,
to God,
because
I came out like more fucked up.
you're surrounded by other people who have also had oftentimes nothing in their lives but like crime. Like what the fuck? Like everyone just wants another path, right? If the only path a person perceives in front of them is like copper looting or whatever, like, well, yeah, they're gonna do that shit. What are they gonna do? Just die?
Right.
Like let themselves die?
Prison, like jail for me, man, was like it was a freaking business. It was a business trip. It was a networking conference. I got to network and meet all some other people, expand the business. You know, that ain't right. It's supposed to be correcting it. I come out of there with like freaking, yeah, I'll call you when you get out. You know?
Yeah, you know, well, a joint business venture. Look, we're picking up job skills.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right, we're gonna hit these
Right.
houses.
I come out there and do more crime. It's like, what is this?
Yeah, I'd heard similar experiences when I was talking with the people at the correctional facility that I was going to do my research.
Yeah.
And we actually had a former inmate in the criminology class that I was tied to for that project. He was this really, really, really fucking big guy, really nice guy, and
Right.
and he was actually, if I recall correctly, and I'm sort of I might be bleeding my memories together a little bit because I don't have the best memory, but if I recall correctly, he was a beneficiary of a brief, underfunded, but still very helpful vocational program during some of his time there. And it was what got him into woodworking, which is why I used that example, and it like massively changed his life. So, but you have to not think that they're subhuman, like prisoners and junkies or whatever, before any of that shit can happen, right? So,
Well, you know what it really is though, Vosh. You know the reason why they're not like we can see all this stuff, but they're not going to change that is that like I mean you probably know as best as me that like prison is like modern day slavery in a sense. You know what I mean?
oh well,
It
I don't
really
want to
is
get
modern day
controversial
slavery.
in here, but yeah, I agree.
That's why they're keeping everybody in. You know that's why they're not like changing all this stuff about drugs and all that other stuff. It's because they want more people in there. Like Victoria, like I've seen like Victoria's Secret and Sears boxes. My buddies would tell me that they've seen like boxes for Victoria's Secret and Sears that they were working on. You know, doing unpaid, practically unpaid labor. You know what I mean? I wouldn't call like you know, freaking 9 cents payment exactly. You know?
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, I mean, you can frame slavery, I guess, in this way, in a sort of relativistic sense, you know, because there have been different forms of slavery over history that are better or worse. The point is that what they're doing right now with prison is legally the closest thing that they can get away with. It's coded into the Constitution, no slavery except as punishment. And they make the most they can of it as a clearly the fact that they're so dedicated to keeping this blight of a economic system around, like
Right.
yeah, that has to be it. Like otherwise they wouldn't care, you know. It would be meaningless. Absolutely ridiculous. I don't even know. I'm pretty sure the profit margins, like the total amount of like labor value contributed basically for free by prisoners, is relatively minimal too. Like compared to the broader US economy and our prison population, it's not even that much. It just feels like a deliberate insult. Like it almost feels like the oligarchs like looking down on us and going like, "Ha, just to let you know, like we can keep slavery around even if it barely benefits us. Just
Right.
like just so you know that we can do this." Like it's so fucked up.
You know, and it's just an easy solution to things like crime. You know, that were things that were caused by like systemic racism and capitalism. You know, that's the cause of crime. And then it's like they have, you know, the oh, sorry, I'm getting attacked by a wolf beast in Bloodborne. They have like, you know, it's just such an easy solution for them to just kind of throw them all in jail. And the way I see it, man, is like, I talk about this point a lot when I'm talking about you know, proximity crime in black neighborhoods as well. It's like you're setting these people's houses on fire and then like blaming them because the houses weren't like up to code with the fire
Yep.
marshal.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's like you can't be doing that, but that's what they've been doing for years. Is they just like create problems and then tell people like, well, you didn't solve them, so that's your own fault. You know?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It's just Yeah, I don't know. A lot of it is like a desire to maintain a punitive system. A lot of it just feels like spite. I mean, I'm sure there's some kind of look. I don't know. All right. Hey, at least sometimes it gives us an opportunity to sound cool. Okay. When Zelensky in Ukraine, when he like unleashed a bunch of prisoners and gave them guns and was like, all right, go get at them or whatever, okay? It felt like very much a dystopian penal colony moment, you know? It's funny until you
Right.
realize that we did the same shit in California when we sent, like, prisoners to go do firefighting.
Right.
The California firefighters, they got paid, like, nothing to go risk their lives, saving
Right.
squirrels and shit. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's like that's the saddest thing about it. And it's it kind of gets on my nerves because I've seen a lot of people, right, who like there's a lot of inmates I know, like former inmates, I mean. I don't know any inmates currently, but they they get out all this stuff, and it's like some guys I know have been doing like 20 years, have been able to like turn their life around. And 20 years is a long time to be doing it,
That
but
is a
they were able.
very long time to be doing it,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what you meet when you're in recovery, because these guys, they come out and they do the they get into the programs and stuff like that, and because they want to fix their life around, and yet like we don't give them the opportunity to do that of it.
How do you
We
feel
don't.
about changing the law so that it's only like class 1 felonies that have to be listed in a job application legally? Like legally, you make it so that you no longer have to list or can no longer be asked for anything except for like, murder or like high tier shit like that.
Okay, so here's my actually controversial. I do kind of agree, except I can understand a company not wanting somebody there with a history of like stealing. You know what I mean? Like shoplifting. I
Yeah,
can understand that.
I get why they would want it. It seems like a least harm type situation
Yeah.
because
But
like
in,
I
but in
get why the
terms of like
oh sorry.
nonviolent like marijuana possession, no, fuck that.
Oh yeah, 100%. I'm pretty sure, like, even in America right now, like, I'm pretty sure, like, they ask you even if you've ever done marijuana when you buy a gun or whatever. Like, there's so much, it's still
Oh
coded
yeah.
into so much of our
I
legal
got some
structure.
I got some controversial opinions on guns, baby, that a lot of liberals hate.
Oh, if it's pro gun shit, then it might be controversial, but it's not controversy my community is unused to because I'm pretty fucking pro gun myself.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Gun control is fucking racist, man. That's the way I see it. Because like even going back to like before Reagan did that whole
Black Panther Party,
stuff.
oops,
Yeah,
oops, all gun
in the
control. Yeah.
in the 30s it was racist. It's like it's always been a race thing, and then now like these liberals are parading it around as if it's like stopping like gun violence in this country. They're just controlling who gets the guns. Like think about it, man. When you base your qualifications for owning a firearm on like a background check, who do you think is more likely in this country systemically to have like a record pull up? Who do you think is more likely to have a record? How many times are we going to see like these school shootings go on where these they're like, oh, he just seemed like a totally fine guy, didn't have any prior history. It's because he was fucking white, man. Because he
I
was fucking white.
the thing for me is this seems like a lot like the drug issue, you know? It's like we have a problem with drugs in this country. I also think people should have a right to do whatever they want with drugs, you know? I'm
Right.
libertarian in that respect. I feel the same way about guns. We have a gun problem in this country. I think people should be able to own them. But we do have a gun problem in this country. And I feel like a lot of the issue we have is that so many of the laws we have in the books are this like liberal like means tested fantasy of fixing all gun problems by having an 18-page checkbox like list that people have to fill out to prove that they've never done anything bad in their life, and only if they get that 6 months later they get their gun. And it's like, motherfucker, no, that's not how
Yeah.
any of this shit works. If people want to get guns, they can. But like these policies are detached from reality. I remember back when I was younger and less aware of my station in life, white boy working at a frozen yogurt joint in Beverly Hills. There was a black guy I worked with from East LA I was talking with because we were buddies, and he talked about how
Right.
he had an unlicensed firearm, which he dropped kind of casually. Didn't feel casual to me. My liberal sensibilities were offended. I didn't freak
You're
out
like,
at him.
oh god,
Like, oh, why
oh
would you do
god,
that? The fucker
there's no
lives in
serious
East LA. Like, oh yeah,
Right.
I'm ever gonna give someone who has to live in East LA shit for getting a gun like under any means necessary?
Right.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
that's where I feel like some people living in a fantasy world. Because even if you look at stuff like Kyle Rittenhouse, you know what I mean? It's like they got these motherfuckers. They're causing all the violence, and it's like, so yeah, people got to have a way to defend themselves. There's been a 33% rise in hate groups that happened when Obama was president. There was a 33% rise in white supremacist groups.
Yeah.
That's of course people need fucking guns. They got to protect themselves.
For me, the big thing was during BLM. You know, you had all of these like Patriot Prayer white nationalist groups, like dumb fucks
Yep.
from the suburbs with their pickup trucks rolling through with a bunch of dudes with rifles in the back. And like, if society ever collapses, I mean, really goes to shit, those guys are the first ones who are going to be rolling into every non-white neighborhood in the fucking country. So, like,
Right.
I feel like if you give even a single shit about like managing to survive any social instability, you should look at situations like that and go, okay, all right, maybe there are issues with guns, but holy shit, we need like queer neighborhoods, like POC neighborhoods or whatever. Like families should have guns, you know. And there are issues
Right.
with like gangs or whatever having guns, but they're gonna get guns either way. You can't stop them from getting guns.
Gangs
We're
aren't
fucking
getting guns
America.
legally, man. Gangs are not getting guns legally. That's where it gets on my nerves. It's like they think that they'll list off like gang violence and stuff like that. It's like, how many like of these gang members do you see like going to get a gun legally? I sure as hell will tell
Yeah,
you that
my local the local Crips and Bloods, you know, like a weekly call
right,
session where they call each other and make sure they're not going to the same gun stores that they're going to legally purchase firearms from. You know,
right.
keep their serial
I mean,
numbers like logged.
I'll
Yeah.
tell you, man. I'll tell you, man. Like, if I've ever owned a firearm, and I won't say if I have, it ain't. No, nobody's ever known about it. For Christ's sake, you know what I mean?
Oh, I didn't
That's the
even
way
hear
it
what you just
works.
said right there. I don't even know what words
No,
just
you
came out of your mouth.
you didn't. But it's like
No.
if I've ever owned a firearm, nobody's ever known about it. And it's like when people are going out doing crime, they're not going to buy like a legal firearm with a serial number where you can track it. You know what I mean? That's a fantasy world. It's the
Yes.
same with we made this mistake with the prohibition. I don't know why we can't like get our head around like why it doesn't work
Yeah.
to
It's
prohibit things.
And if you wanted to get rid of all guns, like say for example, if there were liberals in chat who were liberally libbing their positions on guns liberally in my community,
Yep.
hypothetically soaked on left,
Living their best
living
life.
their best life. Thank you. Hypothetically, if there were such people, they would understand that given the massive proliferation of firearms in this country, along with the fact that the vast majority of firearm deaths in this country come from either suicide, which means that there's a transplaceability with the cause of death, or gang violence, which means that they're not going to get their guns legally anyway, the best thing that you could do is not punish legal firearm owners and instead fixate on the sociological policies that would address those kinds of crime. So, for example, the drug war, which all available sociological analysis has shown that if we were to end the drug war and use the money we spend on policing to restore those communities, we would fix the economic problems that drive people into gangs and thus gangs into fighting one another with guns. So, you know, it's hypothetically, there's often a way around these problems. Like, you know, like trying to fix the gun problem by like taking away everyone's guns is as dumb as trying to fix the drug problem by like trying to take away all the drugs. There are always underlying issues to fixate on.
Right. Yeah, and it's like yeah, it's just kind of it's not gonna the way I see it is like there's like the idealist way of looking at things, then there's like the realist way of looking at things. I feel the same way about the Biden's embargo on the gas prices in Russia. Is it's like we can imagine like a world without guns and stuff like that, a world where there's no violence. That's not going to happen. You know what I mean? There's going to be violence.
Yeah.
That's
Imagine
going to happen.
John Lennon's Imagine, you know? Oh, every gun owner needs to play it.
Yeah, I fucking hate the Beatles.
Wait, why? That's the most controversial thing you've said thus far, I think.
It's just the most like boomer freaking band ever, and it's like they're so overrated. Like all these guys did. I don't think people realize that they were just like One Direction at like back in the day. You know what I mean? They were just like One Direction. All these guys did was straight up write like some like pretty well written pop songs and then go to India right? Like colonized India, and then like freaking put a sitar in their music, and they're like, wow, they were so progressive. They're about as progressive as One Direction is now. Harry Styles and Paul McCartney, you guys are the exact same people.
Oh, hold on. Okay, at least Harry Styles doesn't look like Paul McCartney. Okay, at least we don't
Yeah,
have
that's
that
true.
gangle-toothed, bowl-cut British aesthetic from the 1960s. At least Harry
Yeah,
Styles
that's
has
true.
some. Yeah. So
I got,
we have that.
I got, I got beef with Harry Styles too, man. Because man, like the first person to wear a dress that like that was Young Thug, and Young Thug did a much better job wearing a dress than Harry Styles
I
did.
think
That
I've
thing was
seen
like
that. Hold
frumpy
on.
looking.
Hold on. Young Thug. Oh yeah, Young Thug dress is the first thing that pops up.
Look
Damn,
up
he
the
looks
Jeff.
good.
Look at that. Look at that. That's like a nice dress.
Damn. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Let me put that on. Wow. I don't know if I've seen that one. That is a good look.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Sheesh. Wait, hold on. I don't like I don't think it's Harry Styles' fault that the media is going to fixate on him like he's the first person doing this, because this shit always happens whenever white people do something, like in every
Right.
medium, but like broadly it's definitely something to pay like to care about, right? Like when was this from? The Young Thug, when was this
That was in like what is it, like years ago, like I think in 2015. I'm trying to think. That was like a year after I got out, so that would have been like 2015.
that
Yeah.
is a
No, 2016.
is it
Yeah.
it's kind of funny because I think I feel like they really I feel like they really look like a FromSoft character. Like this
Yeah,
like the
yeah.
massive hat and like the ridiculously frilly dress just feels like like the
From soft
vibes are
character,
there.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's yeah, it's cool, man. But I do blame Harry Styles, because if you know you're gonna get like a lot of controversy by wearing a dress like that, could you wear a dress that looks nice? You know what I mean? Could you
Hold
not
on.
make it look like a goddamn like 6-year-old who wants to be cool like his sister? So he puts on a dress and goes, look at me, sis. I'm just like you. Like, come on, man.
I will
Put on
say
a nice.
what's that meme? It's like Harry Styles is fighting gender norms and he's losing. Um
Yeah,
the I think the first dress that I saw him in, this one I think looks nice, but there are some ones that I've seen that don't.
let me. I'm not even watching the stream. Hold on.
Oh shit, yeah, that's right. There are
Let me get on the stream.
he's done a lot. Yeah, okay, I'll wait. He's got a lot of outfits here, and some of these are.
Right.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to showing these off.
Vosh Live. I'm trying to figure this out. I'm an old man when it comes to this stuff.
I believe in you. I think you're on your way, probably.
I Googled it. I Googled Vosh Live and I found it. All right. Oh, it's on YouTube. Okay. Yeah, yeah. See, that's kind of nice. The one you're showing right
Yeah.
now.
Okay, that's good. Okay, but then we have a couple ones here that I'm just not feeling. This feels to me like fighting and losing against gender norms a little bit. I'm not. It's just not my taste.
Yeah.
I like this one because it's really dumb and it's just so stupid that I kind of respect it a little bit.
Right.
Uh,
That to me kind of gives off like Perfume Genius kind of vibes. You know what I mean?
yeah,
I
they
love
look
it.
also a little bit like a From Software character. This I hate.
Yeah.
I hate this.
I'm actually kind of liking it. It looks like what is okay? No, that I hate. That I hate. What the fuck
The
is
Alice
that?
in Wonderland shit. Yeah. Okay. No. I like the big poof. The this one. The one with the hat, the top hat.
Yeah, with that.
Yeah.
That looks like some like Miyazaki character or something. You know?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Exactly.
spirited away.
Like he would twist around and the coat would like spin and and then he would like
And then
teleport or something.
Become a bird or something. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
this just looks like I don't know. You know what that looks like is like some like the Dorothy one. It looks like some sitcom where it's like this guy's he like breaks out, like some crime show where he like breaks out of prison and he's trying to like stay under the wraps, and he somehow ends up in like a film studio. And then like the actress for Dorothy.
Our stunt double. Yes, here, let's get you into costume. Yeah. Like
yeah, just it's like, hey, our stunt double's gone. You want to fill in for us, buddy? He's sure. And then he ends up in like freaking being Dorothy in the Wizard of Oz.
yeah,
I wonder if they had a stunt double in that movie.
I
wonder if they made it.
They dropped a real house on somebody, so they needed to they needed to find an ethnic for that villain for the Wicked
That's true.
Witch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
And then
That's true.
I like this one. I think this one's cute. I don't know. Maybe it's because
What do
the
we got?
photo, it looks like it was taken with a camera from the 80s, so it just, I don't know, it feels like an
It's
alt
a
universe.
it's a little bit delayed for me, FYI, so I'll see it in a second.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, no, that is kind of cool. That looks like maybe like a Wes Anderson protagonist.
Yes.
You ever see that movie, The French Dispatch?
No, no.
I watched it with my mother. That's his new one, and I didn't really like his movies, but that one was good. That one was good.
Yeah, I feel like this should be like a, you know how people do like steampunk or diesel punk aesthetic for like their retros, you know? I feel like 1980s aesthetic, but gender norms are shattered, so everyone's just like as progressive as we might be in 50 years, you know? I feel like that could be, there could be a good vibe there, you know? That could be like a neat vibe. Also, because like one of the characters would be like a 6'3" like trans girl in like 80s like neon yoga like the dance yoga shit, you know? And I know they would be like the most popular character of like any TV show that year, and I don't know, I feel like that would be like a just a banger idea.
Well, they did that with Black Mirror, I know. But yeah, I remember like I they did the same thing in the 80s too. They were doing this your exact same idea. Like I remember watching Wishbone when I was a kid, and they had you know, it's like the little dog that goes around into like the storybooks and stuff like that, and they're like, "Oh yeah, he's doing storybooks or whatever. He's a dog." The guy, what is it? So they're doing like the Princess and the Pauper,
Yeah.
and this they had like a black knight and an Asian knight and a white knight like shooting an arrow, and I'm like, me as a 6-year-old, I was like, how the fuck does that work? Weren't they like slaves back then or something? They weren't getting along like that.
It's very socially conscious of you at that age
Oh man,
to try to look for those inaccuracies.
my mother was like the third wave of feminism before the third wave of feminism even existed. Like she for when I was 6 years old, right? No, I had to be 5 at this time. I was 6, first grade, right? We're doing our report on the Native Americans and the Pilgrims.
Yeah.
And they wanted us to write a paragraph about Thanksgiving, about what happened on Thanksgiving. And my mom has me write a paragraph about how they poisoned the blankets of the native people and they all died and then they took their land. And my teacher at the time was like, what the fuck? Why'd you have him write this? And she said, I ain't telling him the lie. I ain't telling him the fucking lie.
Pretty fucking based. And personally, I think it's way less grim to like address what happened than the corny ass shit we've done in the past like 200 years where we're just like cheekily smiling over it like, ah, we got along, we had Thanksgiving together, you know?
Right.
Really sick shit when you look back at the history books too, some of the shit that they said. I mean, you get that all the time with racists or whatever, but like sometimes you can read these like journals from like, you know, colonists or whatever, where they're like, hey, we just had like a sick interaction with the Native Americans. They were like super cool and they taught us something, and they also like told us about this river over there. So anyway, the plans to light their village on fire in the middle of the night are going through next evening.
Right.
Yeah, it's like fuck. Jesus Christ! Like there's just the casual sociopathy sometimes is so disarming.
They have no
freakish,
chill, man. They had no chill back then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's insane. Boston was actually a pretty racist city as well, because people like to talk a lot about Irish slaves, right? You've probably heard of that, like talking point from white supremacists.
Yeah, I've heard the I've heard the rumors.
You know what the Irish slaves was actually they would pay. They would basically have Irish people work as like headhunters for Native Americans and indigenous people, and that's what they were doing. And it's like Boston had like literally, you can see documents in the State House. Well, they were in the State House. I don't know where they are now, but they were talking about going and headhunting people, and people will look at it and think it's like some liberal city and like we've never had those problems here, but it's like that. There's a huge history of indigenous people here who were like completely just pushed out of their land and like massacred and stuff like that I don't think a lot of people really think of when they think of a big city, you know?
Yeah, it's well, I mean, we've kind of like painted over that, even though it's like so in the recent past, you know? Like
Right.
people right now, for example, when talking about Russia's invasion of Ukraine, people are talking about like how, you know, back in like 1914, like before the Soviet Union or whatever, like history of Ukraine going back at least 100 years, you know? If you go back 100 years in America, like the process of bulldozing over native land in order to construct cities, like armed conflicts, like that was still going on, and it's still going on today, albeit mostly in a legal form, you know. But people will cite like the Ukrainian Empire or whatever, you know. Friend, go back just a little bit on the West Coast. I went to university in Humboldt, and I am ashamed to say I don't remember the name of the tribe, but the tribe whose land we stole to do
Honestly,
all
with
that stuff.
with all the weed in Humboldt, I don't blame you for not remembering anything
Yeah,
that was
it
going
was
on.
a foggy time of my life. Thank you for being forgiving. You know, it's tough to keep it
Didn't
together.
don't they call like the Humboldt State University like the slugs, the banana slugs is like their mascot?
I don't know if it's the mascot, but there are banana slugs all over the place up there. There's a hiking
Yeah.
trail that runs through the campus, and there are slugs that can get as wide as the palm of your hand that are just
Oh
chilling.
wow.
They're like bright yellow.
Yeah, I'm from my family's from I have some family from Hawaii. I got like a Japanese grandma, and like they got some big bugs over there, like mosquitoes that are like a foot long. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, I hate that. The slugs are cute. I hate what you just said. I'm not a fan of what you
Yeah.
just said.
Yeah, no, it's insane. Yeah, we got like that's that's an interesting place away. My grandma was like a freaking she worked on like a plantation for most of her life, like a sugar plantation. And her mother was like a slave, you know what I mean? So it's weird when people, you know, like
Yeah,
you were saying,
I'd say so.
this stuff ain't new, you know?
Yeah, well, these problems are kind of recursive, and they go on today, right? You know, it's
Uh,
we still talk about. It's just funny how selective we are about like which histories we care about. People like will
right.
still dork out over like Greek or Egyptian or Norse history, even though like ancient Egyptian history, that's thousands of years ago. Ancient Greek, thousands of years ago. Norse, about 1,000, you know. And then it's like,
Right.
oh, like 150 years ago, like, you know, slaughter happened here. We built the land, like, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's like, whatever, you know. I don't know. It's pretty strange, I think.
Well, I just thought of a spicy opinion. What's your thoughts on religion?
Not a big fan. I understand this
Yeah.
is kind of like a broad, like, tent left advocacy thing, but as a logic lord debate bro type, I am, very much against like any kind of divine command theory, and I don't like
Right.
superstition because it makes it really
Right.
tough to figure out a person's moral principles.
Now, you know what I think from a scientific perspective, and this always trips people out when I say it. I think that all human beings are inherently spiritual, and I don't think that it's like because that necessarily means that a god exists. But I think that there's something in our DNA which kind of draws us to believing in a higher power. Because, like, if you look at, it goes back to like ancient history, right? All these societies had like different forms of religion and stuff like that. And I would honestly argue, even like some atheists nowadays, it's like they still can have that like sort of God gene within them, whatever you want to call it. It just can manifest in a different way. Because if you look at science, right, as like kind of people say science is like the antithesis of religion. In reality, like the ancient Egyptians, for example, had to understand science extremely well to do their mummification practices and stuff like that. They had to have a grasp on science. And so when I look at like atheism, you know, who I guess someone who believes in science is like their worldviews, it just seems like the religious beliefs that got everything right. It still is explaining stuff that we don't understand, but it just happened to get more of the answers right, you know?
Yeah, I think so there are two elements to this that I think might be kind of essential to different degrees. So obviously for a long time religion was a way of explaining the things that we couldn't understand. I think that humans are biologically unique in the sense that we have a very strong desire to order the world around us. It seems to be our
Right.
species being.
So you agree with me on that then? Good. Good.
In that respect, yeah. And well, the easiest explanation, at least early on, is through God, right? Like, why does the lightning crash? Well,
Absolutely.
that's the easy one. And then, obviously, as we come to understand and learn more things, I don't think we've necessarily gotten smarter. The shaman from like 20,000 years ago had the same brains that we do. I just think that,
Exactly.
they didn't have the tools to understand these processes the way that we do. So, like we do, we use the info we have to construct an understanding of the world around us. And I think that's a fundamentally human and a fundamentally beneficial thing.
To an extent. To an extent.
To an extent, there are issues with its application in bad situations. But I think as a whole, if we're to take the good and the bad, I would rather, take all of it. And with regards to our desire for religion and spiritualism in a sort of social way, I think Emil Durkheim wrote on this. The idea that religion is not necessarily even a like God-oriented thing. It's just about finding a way to use public ritual to distinguish between the sacred and the profane. By that argument, you could say like football is a religion, and I genuinely believe that argument. I think that humans are biologically driven to use social processes to reaffirm and to restate that distinction between sacred and profane.
I absolutely agree. Sorry, what degree do you have? What degree do you have? You don't mind me asking.
Oh, sociology with a minor in communications.
That's okay. So that's why you know Emil Durkheim, because yeah, I quote him. I quote his what's it called? Collective consciousness theory quite a bit when I'm talking about this point, because it's like if, for example, right, if you go to the North Sentinel, have you heard of North Sentinel Island?
Yeah, that's where there's like that uncontacted tribe, right?
Yeah, the fucking badasses who like killed the guy who tried to like colonize them.
Held off the entire industrialized world so far. The main characters of humanity, yes.
Right, and like they, it's like there's a picture of them from like the 90s, where this anthropologist went over to give them some fruits, and they were smiling in the picture just like you and me. And like, how do people do that? How do they smile without having? Why do they smile the same way without having any contact with like other people? It's because we evolve in ways that like help us do that sort of thing.
Yeah, well, we're all a lot more alike than anyone wants to acknowledge, right? Like, it's the same with people in the past. I think a lot of people want to imagine that, like, we humans are so much more enlightened than we used to be. And the systems we've built are more complicated, that's for sure. But, like, on a fundamental level, like, the brain in your skull is the same as the brain in the skull of some hunter-gatherer 10,000 years ago. If you pulled them into the modern world today and took away all the immunities and gut bacteria differences, because that would get them killed, they would be just like us. They'd go to school, whatever. We're all a lot more alike than anyone wants to acknowledge.
I relate a lot to Takar in Far Cry Primal. I think he kind of he speaks the Wenja speak my language too.
I'm woefully ignorant. I'm afraid you'll have to fill me in.
Oh, have you been a fan of the Far Cry games?
No, actually. I have. Oh God, it's Ubisoft, right?
Yeah.
I have
you hate Ubisoft?
a fanatical hatred of Ubisoft. Yeah, just a deep-seated, just a disgusting hatred. Yeah, for a long time.
Yep. I don't love Ubisoft, but I do like just like open world games that I can get like stuck in and just keep like doing a bunch of menial tasks because my autism brain likes doing that.
Mm-hmm.
But they got one that was it's part of the series they got, and it was set in caveman times. And it's woefully inaccurate on a historical sense, which is great, because they had like Neanderthals and Homo sapiens walking around together, which doesn't make a lick of sense, but it is quite fun. You get to throw spears at like the woolly mammoths and stuff, and like
yeah, they probably weren't prioritizing for the realism there. But with regards to that, it did look fun. I know everyone liked Far Cry 3. I know that the series has had some pretty popular hits.
Yeah.
I just never got into it myself much. They should do a dinosaur one though, like Far Cry Dinosaurs. As long as we're pushing the historical anachronisms, right? Like they should take it up just that much farther.
I want to play as a dinosaur. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know why more
just
games
have
don't
like
let us
normal.
do that.
No, you know what I want is like Far Cry 3, but just make like everyone as big as dinosaurs. And so then you're like, you can just like, or make just your character as big as dinosaurs, so you don't even have to like shoot a gun at them. You just like walk, and then you step on some guys, and you're like, oh, like complete the mission. I had no idea.
Ah, yes, the plot to Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Right? Yeah. Right. But with better animation and stuff like that, and he's not jerking off over the lady while she's sleeping. You know, that'd be a good idea.
You're a dinosaur. You can't even. You're denied the ability to do that even.
Right.
So that no one even gets any ideas.
Right. I can understand the Ubisoft hate, man, because I don't know if you've seen what they've been putting out recently, but they for their Watch Dogs games, they literally used the Elie Wiesel quote of first they came for the Christians, but I wasn't a Christian, so I didn't do anything to advertise Watch Dogs 3.
Oh, I fucking saw that. Oh my god. When we're dealing with like alt-right rallies and shit, they're like it wasn't what was it was first they came for the gamers or some shit. I don't even remember the
Yeah, first they I don't even remember.
Some shit like that. Yeah, that was incredibly funny. I live for tone deaf corporations.
And then they go and say that the game's not political afterwards.
Yeah, it was
they
something.
say the game's not political.
They just,
you know?
they just do like the factory line video game production shit that I don't like. It's not all the games. I know there are good people who work there. I'm not hating on them or anything. It's just the corporate policy seems to be one towards like just mass producing like serialized game titles. It's up there with like EA, right? Like, but EA,
right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just not my shit.
It's so sad to me, man, because I feel like it's just the arts industry in general, man. Like, so much of it recently we really are in the late stages of capitalism. Like, look at most of the music that gets popular now. It gets popular because these, like, 4-second TikTok trends where people will listen to, like, 4 seconds of the song, and then it becomes, like, a hit because of that. And it's like, we don't have it like it used to be where people would really, like, do this stuff for, you know, fulfillment or anything else like that. It's all just like every piece of music is made to like make money nowadays, you know. And that's scary to think about, because I don't want my kids growing up in that kind of world where it's like they don't feel like they can be creative if it's not productive, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. It sucks because it's one of those like parallel issues where in a way like content creation is like this escapist fantasy for a lot of people because hey, speaking as me, if you make it, all of a sudden you get a crazy wild life and a ton of money and you get to do whatever you want. You can wake up whenever you want and hot bitches and yada yada yada, you know. But
right.
So like everyone fantasizes. Obviously that's like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a percent for which that actually becomes the case, but everyone wants clout either way, even if they don't think they're going to make it as some like multi-million-dollar YouTube ninja star or whatever. Like everyone wants the big account, and it does seem like yeah, I don't know, like what do we even do this for? It seems like when we're trying to demonstrate our social value in interpersonal relationships in real life, we're okay with quirks, eccentricities, having fewer friends if we care about them more. We're less envious. But everything is monetized and everything is numericized in online formats, which means that there's no there's no qualitative data, right? There's only quantitative data. You can't have a Twitter account with 18 followers, but they're your closest friends. It's just the number 18, you know? So right. Yeah, so
I've seen some like concern and stuff because people talk a lot about like Paris. I've gotten in trouble online for kind of talking about this because it's there's I feel like stan culture is like really dangerous for a lot of these like young people when they're like standing these celebrities, because if you look at it, like look at all these like male YouTubers and TikTokers that ended up getting deplatformed because they like do something horrible to women, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like this is a product of like we idolize these people a little too much. You know what I mean? We just kind of idolize them. We put them on a pedestal and then wonder why there's like so many TikTokers that end up like talking to underage girls. And it's like it's because you gave these guys a platform and thought that they could do no wrong, and you didn't hold them accountable. You know?
Yeah, and I think it's also kind of one of the reasons you see this problem so much with the Smash Bros community, I think, is because you heard about all that, right? Like all the grooming and shit with the Smash. Yeah. I think so. Obviously, one of the issues there was that that the Smash community is like very like age diverse. There are like 10-year-olds that play that shit, and there are 40-year-olds who play that shit, and so that's going to be one of the points. But I think another one is that, like, for a lot of the people who make it big, like, imagine you're a professional Smash player. You have to play the game a lot to get that good. You probably spent a lot of time playing in high school. I'm just guessing, but you probably didn't have that many friends, just working off stereotypes of people who play a fuck ton of video games at a very high level. Like, you probably aren't exactly, like, living it up socially. And then you make it big. And all of a sudden, you have a fucking army of 14 to 16-year-olds who are following you on social media, calling you the GOAT. They all think you're so funny and so cool. Your skill is very impressive to them. And it's like, holy shit, this is a social grooming factory. We are like maximizing grooming outcomes. We're streamlining all of like society, building a fortress of grooming for this. Jesus Christ.
And it don't excuse their behavior. I'm going to say that just so they don't take it out of context again. But I agree with you. Yeah, and it's like that's like an issue, especially with like you see the differences in age in like the entertainment industry, for example. It's like we value like younger women in the entertainment industry. Like we'd rather have like some younger female stars and actresses and stuff. And then like with the I mean, look at like the what was it, the Hype House? That was like the one with Tony Lopez. You got like these like 16 and 19-year-old girls in there with guys who are like 21 to 24. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, 100%. These
healthy.
And they like meet at these tourneys, and Nintendo made this worse for the Smash community because they never held any official events, which meant that the fan-made events had no like oversight or regulations or any of the stuff that that usually like prevents stuff like this from happening. I think yeah, I don't know. It's so fucked. I've often said this, and I feel like this is a problem that nobody wants to like tackle at its root, so to speak. But we have to just stop liking youth in chicks so much. Like full stop across the board, like everywhere, you know? Because people gang on the easy shit, like, oh, this person's a pedo groomer, whatever. Like, but it's like a ton of the people who will go after pedos are looking at like barely legal 18 porn or whatever. And it's like, all right, you're just limited by the fucking law. Like you're only like chastising them because they're above or below the line. But like fundamentally, these are the same issues here. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with finding, like, some 19-year-old actress attractive, but we, like, fetishize the fuck out of it, and it leads to a bunch of problems, you know?
It absolutely is fetishization, and it's like, it comes down to the beauty standard in general, I think. I as a disabled person, I actually kind of hate the current body positivity movement, because I don't think it's actually interested in abolishing beauty standards or anything like that. It's just kind of interested in changing up to whatever it feels like for the day. So, like, take a look at, like, whenever you see, like, somebody who's, you know, like a, like so many of the comments I see directed at, like, women specifically, when they don't like what they're saying, is, like, always based on, like, appearance and stuff like that. Like, she's fucking old, she's fat, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And it's like, this right here is the reason why we're not, like, going to, get rid of like you know, beauty standards and stuff like that in a way that they're harmful, is because we still view beauty and our and especially our perception of beauty, which is, like you said, like we really do kind of fetishize like younger women. We still view beauty as like something that's like valuable, you know what I mean, that has value, when it really has no value
with women, be told, right? Like you can be a grungy fucking not look, I like it when people are hot, don't get me wrong, like I'm pan, you know, like go for it, everyone. But yeah, it's definitely like a very, very secondary social value, and especially with like I mean it should be like in terms of like how we should treat it, like it definitely holds too much power in people's minds. For guys, like taller guys tend to be like more respected and shit. It's like so stupid and arbitrary, just monkey brain shit, right?
And man, tell you the truth, as a tall guy, I never really I'm like 6 foot something, and I never really viewed height as like an issue, and I feel sorry for the guys that do, you know. It's like what's the big deal, you know?
Yeah, I maybe they get like bullied for it or something, and
Yeah.
I wouldn't know. I'm 6'2". Like for me, it's never been an issue, but like I don't fucking know. I just think that like, it is difficult to tackle this stuff because these values are so deeply ingrained. You're
Right.
right about the body positivity movement because the overwhelming majority of the body positivity movement is literally just like, hey, women, it's okay to look like this too. And then they'll show someone who still looks like an unrealistically hot model, like with perfect skin and a perfect smile and like perfect body proportions, but she's like
Right.
plump to fat. And they never have a fat face either. Whenever it's a fat model, their face looks like it could go on a skinny person. Their fat distribution never gives them a fat neck or anything. They look
Right.
airbrushed. It's just like their body is fat. And it's like, fuck, like, come, well, this isn't like body positivity. It's just like, well, now
Right.
if you're a
And
model, you get to gain a few pounds. Fuck you. Like,
right. And
Jesus.
it's like they don't even say that it's like it's okay to look like this. They say like you can be beautiful looking like this. And here's the problem, right? Is like I'm missing a right eye. So if I pull out my right eye, I got like a little like white iris. You know what I mean? That's not like beautiful. It looks fucking weird. I look like a zombie. I think it looks cool. I like the way I look. Don't get me wrong. I
I
used to
think it
like pull
sounds
it off
cool.
and yeah, I used to pull it off and let me send you can I send you like a picture of it? I'm gonna
Yeah,
take a
fuck
picture
yeah,
right now.
absolutely.
I'm gonna take a picture right now with the eye out.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely. Just tell me when it sends. I'm fucking hyped up now.
yeah, if you wanna show the people. What is it? Hold on, how do I send this? Oh, there we go. You press the attachment. Nice.
It's happening.
Okay. It just got sent.
All right, hold on. Don't want to fucking die to this guy. Okay, there we go. Sheesh. Yeah, hold on. Hell yeah, brother. Hold on.
Right. Right.
There we go. Wait, there we
But
go.
see, like,
The people
right.
know.
But see, why does that have to be beautiful? You know what I mean? Why can't I just be ugly? Why can't I just be like I'm ugly? I'm still a good person. I got a weird looking eye. That's
I think it
okay,
looks sick,
you know?
personally. That's like my opening adjective for
Right.
that, you know?
It looks sick. Why does the focus always have to why does the body have to be beautiful? You know what I mean? Like that's how we get rid of the beauty standard, man, is stop like I don't want to look beautiful. I want to have like a freaking like I don't know, like a spike coming out of my head or something.
You want
That'd
to
be
look
badass.
like a god, but like a Greek god, you know, like Hephaestus or something. Like
Yeah.
you're just like this giant fucking brick of a guy, like just hideous to look at, and you're just the best guy at making swords. Absolutely.
Why don't we make that the new beauty standard? Look like exactly like the most like my Bloodborne character where he just looks like the most like grisly fucking like unapproachable person ever. That's gonna be the new beauty standard from now on.
Yeah, that's the dream. It's a lot more like realistic, I think too, because it
Right.
is way easier to be grisly looking than to be just flawlessly symmetrical and beautiful.
Right. Just go out in the sun for a bit. Go out in the sun for a bit and then just like mess up your skin and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah, you know, just grind your face into the pavement
Get
a couple of
get
times.
get like mesothelioma, so you got to get part of your skin removed. That'll work. And then you got the look.
That takes a
Start-
long time though. That's a
Yeah, that's
long investment
That's
for
true.
that payoff.
But hey, if we start the body negativity movement, you know what I mean? Like I bet you like that would be on the forefront of everybody's minds. Is like, how can I look like that quicker?
Yeah, it's
You
like
know?
it's like a body nihilism thing. You know what I mean? Like the political statement to show how much you don't care. The problem is that invariably all the hip youth, you know, are going to be like jokerifying their face with scar like burn tissue, and then the new beauty
Yeah.
standard is going to be like how symmetrical your burns are or some shit. It's gonna
Oh God.
turn back around. You know, people with like banana shaped burns are going to be looking at people with apple shaped burns and thinking, "Damn, why didn't I hold that oven flame? You know, like why didn't I hold my face over it a little more steady?"
Or somebody's gonna have the burn that has like the freaking lightning bolt symbol, and they're gonna be like, "Why did I get this? Makes me look like a Nazi," you know?
Oh god, they
You
slammed
remember
their
that tattoo. It was the Harry Potter tattoo. It was the Gen Z tattoo someone got, and it was the freaking lightning bolts.
Jesus Christ! You slam your face into like the fucking grills of a burner or something, and it comes back out, and it's the first paragraph of Mein Kampf.
Yeah, right.
It's just like, well, fuck.
Oh man,
That's the statement.
the young people scare me, man, because they, you know what, I've gotten in so much trouble for talking about like mental illness, from perspective of like actually like understanding a little bit of psychology, and it's like they really have some like misconceptions about what mental illness actually looks like for a lot of people, you know. Especially with and I hate to say the whole there's people out there who think that it's like totally normal that people go like completely undiagnosed with their mental illness and don't seek treatment, and the way they act is like we got to kind of coddle like really unhealthy behaviors in our current society, and it's like, no, what we should be normalizing is, you know, getting people into affordable treatment and stuff like that. You know, that's what we should be normalizing, not like just completely neglecting your mental health because like, woo, capitalism, baby, you know.
Yeah, I think I think we walk a really dangerous line right now where people need more mental health than ever, because we're so disconnected from the elements of our character and of our social lives that are meant to make ourselves feel fulfilled, like having friends or being in relationships or whatever. Like all of that feels like it's falling apart a little bit. So people need this help more than ever, but at the same time, I'm really worried about people going too far with normalizing and being accepting of mental illnesses and turning it
Right.
into like full-blown defending them, which seems to me like just as bad but from the reverse perspective, because I know there's discourse about this where it's like, like you've schizoaffective disorders or like depression or anxiety or whatever, but it's like an aesthetic, it's like cute or
Yeah.
cool. And listen, if you want it to be cool, live your life. If your depression is cool, then fucking be cool with it, whatever. But one thing that it shouldn't be to anyone is an enviable state of affairs. It's always something that should be worked on. Like,
Right.
make the most of it, but don't keep it around unnecessarily. Don't fetishize it, you know?
Right. And I mean, like, I see so many people like it gets dangerous when you get into this is what happened with eating disorders, you know what I mean? Is like eating disorders are inherently very competitive. And because of like Pro Anna Tumblr, it's like you have like it's so easy to get a fucking eating disorder if you're like 13 in this country, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because of
yep,
like
yep, yep.
how much we just kind of coddle the behavior. I mean, have you seen like people saying that we should add like a trigger warning for food? And don't get me wrong, I have PTSD myself. You know, I've been like assaulted before, but like a trigger warning for food, that's not healthy. That's not
Yeah,
healthy. You shouldn't be triggered by food.
yeah, it's not a sustainable venture. I get like I feel for a lot of because I know a lot of girls, especially like growing up. Like I personally know like a few people like their moms like anytime they would gain 1/4 of 1 ounce, it would be like, ah, I see. So you're an obese fat fuck now. I see how it is, you know.
Right,
So
right.
they get eating disorders, you know, maybe whatever. They get older and like I understand that's difficult, but like man, that is very much a I don't know how to put it, not like a you problem, but like it is a problem, and past a point accommodation starts being enabling, and that's not
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
I mean, when people talk about harm reduction with like addiction, I'm like, I agree with harm reduction. Don't get me wrong, but there is a certain point where it's like you gotta not like enable your junkie friends, and they gotta go and get help. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
Because
for
like
sure.
I would have taken like every single freaking handout that would have made it easier for me to be an addict. But it's like if we're not like prioritizing like getting better, and we're just prioritizing like building our society around just kind of like accepting these problems, you know, then it's like we're gonna you're just gonna see people who don't get the help they need, you know, because why should you if you can just kind of like live a really easy life as like an addict or whatever, you know. And it's like it's good that this mostly stays online because like in the real world it's like you can't like you can't you'll lose a job if you like, you know, are like showing up drunk on the job, you know what I mean? But there's people who just seem to think that like this kind of stuff is like things that we should pity, and it's like of course it's like nobody can really control getting mental illness, but it's like you have to have a certain level of responsibility,
Well,
you
it's that
know.
the language of accommodation and the language of enabling overlap in a bunch of ways.
Absolutely.
And I do think, because obviously the life of an addict or whatever isn't easy, but I think that when you see the paths laid out before you, that seems like the easiest way forward for a lot of people. Like, being a heroin addict is not easy at all. But
No.
if you're a heroin addict, you have very limited life options in most cases, and I think for a lot of them, continuing down that road is easier than the seemingly Herculean task of pulling yourself out of it, which is why I support the Biden admin providing clean needles or whatever else, because the moment you see a
Right.
pathway, even if it's, tenuous and narrow and treacherous, to a better life, people tend to work for that on their own, and that's where the personal responsibility comes in, because at the end of the day, nobody can pull you into a better life. You always have to do it yourself. You always have to take responsibility for that. It's just, whether or not that's something a person feels is even worth their time.
Right, exactly. And I mean, you said you're autistic as well. Yeah, I've gotten into some trouble talking about autism and stuff because I feel like a lot of what I'll see from like disabled creators on the internet is they come from this place of having like extreme privilege, right? And so they'll talk about how like you don't need to mask your autism at all. This is like something that society's telling you to do. You don't need to do that. Except like some people do, man, because some people can't like live with their parents for the rest of their life. Some people got to go out and get a job, and I can't be like full blown autismo
This is
when
why
I'm
I don't
working.
talk about it. You're totally right, because like I'm fairly functioning, so
Yeah,
if I'm like, hey, being autistic didn't hurt me, it helped me get my expensive YouTube job, like, well, fuck you, right? Like, yeah, it is, especially, and the effort necessary to like keep shit together for me, it's like, I think it's like an introvert thing. It's like at parties, right? Like, being at a party is like existential anxiety for me, like being around all those people. So I know to an extent
right.
this is like an introvert thing, like broadly. But like when I'm just sitting at home talking to people, like on stream, fine, autism's great, let's go. But when I'm there, holy shit, I hate that. So in
Right.
those situations, like I'm thinking, like, God damn, okay, well, now I understand. Like, well, there are people for whom every social interaction entails this level of, you know, seemingly insurmountable difficulty. Yeah.
Right. And it gets on my nerves, right? Because it might be a personal thing, right? But it's like when I was 19, I was homeless, and then I was like working a job, and I worked a ton of different jobs. I do the social media thing too now, so it's a little different, and I can just kind of be myself. But like back then, it was like I had to really like learn how to understand like social cues and stuff like that, and I had to kind of like put up with like I mean, I worked in freaking sewage, so I couldn't really have an issue with sensory issues, man, because that's you're gonna get wet, you're gonna get covered in dookie, and it's like, and then these people act like you like autistic people shouldn't have to do that, and it's like, well, I agree, like some of us have to, and you can't just talk about disabilities as if like there's nobody in the as if like every person with a disability has it easy enough to where they can like have their disability accommodated, because that just ain't the case. I mean, I got a growth disorder and worked construction, for Christ's sake. I wasn't supposed to be doing that, but that's not the world we live in.
Not yet, at least.
Right,
Um,
not yet.
I have a problem. To be honest with you, I had no idea that I would enjoy talking with you so much. So I have a debate 2 minutes ago.
Oh, my
Um,
bad. Yeah, I'll
no,
let you
wait.
go.
That's not your bad. I would be delighted to have you on again in the future.
Yeah, let me know, man. Let me know.
Seriously though, thank you for coming on. I don't know how much tech you're finagling with over there, but my chat has been consistently delighted by you. So I would be
Oh,
very, very happy to have you on again in the future.
I'll definitely come by. I'll check it out on the replay. Well, you take care. You
Well,
get to your debate. Okay?
they'll check you out. Can you remind them where you are?
Oh yeah, I'm Sticksy617 on TikTok. My Instagram's hacked right now, so don't go there. I stream Bloodborne on YouTube occasionally. Go check it out, people. Have fun.
You have a wonderful night, or yeah, night, yeah.
Yeah, you too, man. Have a good night. Bye bye.
Bye. All right, I had no idea we'd get along so well. Sorry, I was totally unprepared for that. You know, very, very unexpected. But still delightful. What a great convo. Yeah. It was so wholesome. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like that guy right there is a testament to how lived experience can do so much to craft the ability for a person to arrive at good positions in like in a consistent and like morally strong way. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. Yeah, it's a really, really cool guy. Not to belabor the point. Everything he said made me more interested in him. Yeah, he had that effect. He kept dropping bombs in us. He's 25 years old. He's like, missing an eye. I fucked out all these women. Yeah, stealing copper out of houses. I did construction. It's just like, you know, Jesus, you know. In my mind, I think of like, oh, the year 2019. What video games was I playing? Ah, yes, Hollow Knight. A lot of Hollow Knight. Yeah, it's like, oh, okay, very, very different lives we live. Okay, hold on. Cut the segment. Hold on, we're gonna take one run at this boss before we call the neocon, okay? But I did say 7 with this person, right? Not 8? I didn't fuck up, did I? Yeah, 7, okay, I didn't fuck up. Okay, whew, alright, felt really bad there. Here, we're gonna try one run with the boss, then we're gonna call the neocon, okay? Because we did... So, the boss that we just fought was, I'm guessing, like, the ghost of the first Elden Lord, because he was obviously not the actual Elden Lord. Okay. This feels significant in terms of the lore.
Graceless, tarnished. What is thy business with these thrones?
I know you.
Godric the Golden. The twin prodigies, Mikola and Melania. General Radahn.
No wonder he was so tough.
Praetor Rykard.
No wonder they put so much effort into his attack patterns.
Luna Princess Rani.
I know her.
Willful traitors. All. Thy kind are all of a piece. Pillagers, emboldened by the flame of ambition.
Not necessarily wrong. Oh. That looks sick.
Have it writ upon thy meager grave. Felled by King Morgoth, last of all kings.
What an edgelord. Yeah, a little bit. We love him, though. Oh my god, he does cartwheels now. Oh shit, there's no way we... My timing. I didn't know what attack he was going to do with that hammer. I was just hoping that it was one that would let me roll through. Okay. Whoa, that delay! What the fuck? That wasn't too bad. Oh, what? I thought I rolled there. Yeah, he really does hold those attacks. Just like he holds the Elden Ring or whatever. I don't know the lore. Oh, Okay. He's gonna throw that, right? Yep. Oh. I didn't think those would stay. We could be doing worse. Got another phase. Got another phase. Next phase. Worth the damage. Oh. He's mad. No bleed.
Thy part in this shall not be forgiven.
Ah. Ah. Oh boy, we're dead. We're dead. We're dead. Yep. I knew it. Whatever that attack was, that was going to be our death. Ooh. That was a pretty good first attempt, I'd say. Just summon Melina? I don't want help. We having a debate tonight? Yeah. Good to talk. Here. While she... I'm only saying she because... Wait. Is there a Discord icon a NATO star over a trans flag? Oh, this person's a troll, aren't they? Hold on. Let me pee. They said I'm not, haha. Well, I guess that settles it.
Hello.
Hello.
Um, I've never. Yeah, I'm not a troll. I understand the concerns. Sorry, I haven't. Nervous a lot. Thousands of people.
That's okay. Generally, people who describe themselves as neoconservatives don't have trans NATO Discord
Oh yeah,
icons.
the neocon. That word in particular was. I admit that was clickbait because I consider myself more of a liberal. I'm a
I see.
neocon, but not a conservative. I guess I could say.
Well, I think neocon is, or being a conservative is kind of part of the moniker there, but we'll work with what we have. Name and pronouns? Name that you'd like to go by, at least?
I go by Lauren, she, her. Anyway, I know I guess there's a much bigger war, going on right now that, has been getting a lot of attention, but there was a topic that's not very much debated much these days. Okay, I guess sorry, I'm rambling. I guess my main ideological position is that America should be the world police. I think that a lot of people, I think that's actually a good thing. But what in particular I'd like to debate with you is the Iraq War.
Uh-huh.
That's right.
Yeah.
Anyway, my position relies on. So there's three main arguments. There's the legal argument, so that it was justified under international law, and then there is the moral argument, and that we saved hundreds of thousands of lives, and then there is the strategic argument, which is not going into a 1970s oil crisis every time Saddam decided to invade a new country.
Okay.
Anyway, I guess I'll go one by these.
Yeah, let's address them one by one ourselves. In
Yeah.
the with regards to the legality, as I understand it, the Iraq War was unambiguously not legal, though I'm not that familiar with the specifics on this. I know, for example, that the American government had to lie extensively to the United Nations in an effort to justify it, which suggests to me illegality. If it wasn't illegal, it seems like they could have just been forthcoming about it. But yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, there was... So the part about nuclear weapons, about Saddam possessing nuclear weapons, a lot of this was largely, it wasn't a lie, but it did end up to be a lot of faulty evidence. So the thing is, most of this originates from one fabricated document somewhere made, fabricating a purchase from Saddam to the nation of Niger in Africa of thousands of tons of uranium, and it didn't end up until after the war. This was found by Italian intelligence services and then passed on to the CIA and MI6, and it ended up after the war to not be.
But even that's not sufficient.
Yeah, there was a
like George Bush specifically instructed Colin Powell to lie to the United Nations. That's unambiguous. It was said to have been done. And additionally, the question isn't about the possession of uranium, which is relatively easy to do, you know. The question is about the enrichment facilities that would be necessary to produce a nuclear warhead, which are incredibly high-tech. And there was no reason to believe any part of Iraq was capable of hosting that kind of equipment, that they had the money or the talent, the equipment, anything that they needed, you know?
I do think it is definitely possible for a rogue dictatorship, a not very rich one, to obtain nuclear weapons. I do think we saw that in 2006 with North Korea testing their first nuclear weapon, and now we have
we
rogue
do
state.
know they have that capability.
Yeah, I think the main there were a lot of scant evidence. The main thing was, okay, Iraq possessing WMDs was unambiguously true. The question is whether they possessed nukes, which ended up, or that they were immediately about to develop nukes, which was definitely not, didn't end up being the case.
What WMDs are you referring to that they possessed?
Mustard gas, sarin gas, VX. Well, they definitely possess mustard gas, and
You could make
Saddam's-
mustard gas.
Yeah, definitely, but not every country possesses large stockpiles of these.
That's not
of
sufficient for
mustard
an.
gas.
That's not sufficient for an invasion. These are just chemical weapons.
Yeah.
Their use is illegal, sure, but like having like anyone could make
Yeah,
this.
they were being,
Civilians
they were
could
being
make this.
That would also, I guess that would lead into my moral argument, but they were definitely using them at the time.
Even if they were, like, chemical weapons aren't WMDs. They were pretty specifically referring to nuclear weapons.
Yeah. No, WMD refers to chemical, biological, and nuclear, but I also get into biological. 1 second. Sorry.
Of course.
There was a facility in Iraq that was disguised as a civilian medical research facility. And we have found that this facility was researching anthrax and also cowpox, genetically engineering cowpox to be similar to the extinct smallpox virus.
But we do this. We have gain-of-function research laboratories in our borders and all around the world. We've been talking about this because of coronavirus. Like, the issue is, like, ultimately they did lie. The lie was the idea of Saddam gaining access to nuclear weapons, which they had to lie about and really didn't have any evidence for. Like, we know they have chemical weapons. They used them back in the 80s. But like every country can do that. I could amass a stockpile of mustard gas if I really wanted to. Not that I ever would. And the gain of function research is pretty common, just worldwide.
I just don't think. Here's the thing. I do think there is a difference between the United States universities in the United States developing gain of function for health purposes and Iraq, a rogue state that had invaded 2 countries in the past 10 years that had already used chemical weapons. That was it's basically like a criminal barricaded in its house.
We invade
On an
countries.
international scale. So I really don't see how Iraq was. I don't see how you can argue that Iraq was doing gain of function research on smallpox virus for civilian or peaceful purposes, for the purposes of health.
Well, your argument is that that it was found that they did possess WMDs, which mustard gas just does not meet the definition of, and they absolutely deliberately lied when presenting this evidence to the United Nations.
The deliberate lie part. So the deliberate lie, there's a difference between faulty intelligence and a deliberate lie.
No, Colin Powell was instructed to lie. I'm not adding my own narrative spin when I say deliberate lie. Colin Powell has since, for decades, said that he was told to lie to the United Nations and that he lied.
Yeah, the problem with this is there seems to be Colin Powell saying this, but there isn't really much. Sorry, I'm trying to look at the source at the same time. I
mean, I think that getting Colin Powell to lie to the United Nations would constitute an attempt to circumvent the legal processes for justifying a war.
So I'm looking at the source. I guess you were.
Wait, what source are you looking at?
I guess I'm looking at the not exactly a source, but it's looking at the intercepts. This article.
So this is a Vox article that talks about some of the proven lies in pretty simple language. So in October 2002, Bush said that Hussein had a massive stockpile of biological weapons, but as the CIA noted in early 2004, they had informed policymakers it had no specific info on the types or quantities of weapons, agent, or stockpiles at Baghdad's disposal. It was just made up. In 2002, December, Bush declared they do not know whether or not Iraq has a nuclear weapon, which is not what the National Intelligence Estimate said. As Tenet would later testify, we said Saddam did not have a nuclear weapon and probably would not have been able to make one until 2007 to 2009. Bush did know whether or not Iraq had a nuclear weapon and lied and said he didn't know to hype up the threat. Condoleezza Rice in September said that aluminum tubes purchased by Iraq were only really suited for nuclear weapons programs, which was contradicted by nuclear experts at the Energy Department. Dick Cheney cited a report that 9/11 conspirator Mohammed Atta had met in Prague with an Iraqi intelligence officer. He said this after the CIA and FBI concluded this meeting never took place. Relation to Iraq and Al-Qaeda, little evidence of links between the two groups. Dick Cheney declared there's no doubt Saddam Hussein now has weapons of mass destruction, but as Core notes, at the time there was no confirmed intel at this point establishing Saddam had revived a major WMD operation. Like, yeah, they lied. They lied all the time, constantly about this. They've lied like at every level about this, basically.
Wait, the CIA WMD report. Wait. In 2002, right? Okay.
And then we have Colin Powell's lies, which he admitted that were lies. He has said these were lies he was instructed to tell. At a UN Security Council meeting in 2003, Powell stated there was evidence the then Iraqi dictator Hussein was in possession of these mobile sites with the capacity of launching missiles to distant targets. The Bush administration left the chore of convincing the world that Hussein had such dangerous capabilities to the believable Powell, and he provided a convincing argument to their existence. Ultimately, these so-called mobile sites turned out to be harmless trucks. Subsequently, this was deemed to be an intelligence failure of the highest kind.
Well, Iraq we definitely know they possess ballistic missiles. They literally launched them as Israel during the Gulf War.
You can't
and
invade
Saudi
a country
Arabia.
because they have ballistic missiles, but they
Yeah, that's definitely not a justification on its own. That's why there's a massive list of different justification of various reasons. Yeah, you definitely have to make sure that you're not doing something that causes way more harm than. Yeah, same reason why I wouldn't advocate invading Russia, because right now, so the problem is, wait, Iraq was also, I'm sorry. So the problem with the nuclear weapons, program, like that being a lie or whatever, is it did end up to be faulty intelligence, but there definitely was quite a bit of evidence pointing that way, or not quite a bit. There was some evidence pointing that way.
If there was, they wouldn't have needed to lie about it. And at the end of the day, like, in terms of justifying a war, going like, okay, well, some of these things that were wrong weren't lies, they were just incompetent, is a pretty poor justification. If we're talking about, like, your initial claim was a moral one, I suggest we leave aside the legal arguments and just talk about why you think it's good for us to have invaded.
Okay, so basically, it's basically, sorry, 1 second. So basically, despite the commonly refuted claim that, or the commonly repeated claim that the Iraq War killed over 1 million people, which is literally just excess deaths, that is definitely not the death count for the Iraq War.
Isn't that the best way of finding out how many people we killed, through excess deaths?
No, that counts. That can have a various amount of factors, and it definitely does not come in contact with what the Iraq body count product found, which is that their count tallied up to 119,905, which is likely probably
attributed
low
to
by
what?
100,000. The Iraqi body count.
Attributed to what? Like body count directly from our bullets?
To our bullets and the insurgents' bullets, and
what about those who starved to death from our sanctions? Albright, the woman who died recently, is credited, that's a funny word to use, but credited for promoting the sanctions which led to the death of like 500,000 Iraqis, is she not?
So I don't think that...
like that was before, but I'm just saying like that leads to a lot of deaths. Economic deprivation as a product of wartime. Gonna kill a lot of people.
Well, there's two problems with that. First of all, the United States did not cut off completely food. They did have an oil for food program, which was... It was basically allowing Iraq, despite the sanctions, to sell oil on the world market and get food and medicine and essential items in return.
Is this like a moral argument?
No, I'm talking about your specific problem with not even the Iraq War, the sanctions on Iraq, leading up to the Iraq War.
It's not the sanctions. It's the economic deprivation. When you invade and occupy a country, you break down existing civic structure. You disrupt supply lines. You kill members of families that were breadwinners and deny their family members the ability to get the resources they were provided beforehand. You fuck over like everything.
So yeah, I definitely think there was a lot of that could have been avoided by a different occupation strategy. Basically, what we did was we said that anybody who was ever a member of the Ba'ath Party before the invasion was would be banned from bureaucratic jobs, from political offices, from basically any jobs. and being a member of the Ba'ath Party was like having a high school diploma in the United States. It was basically everybody. So this basically devastated the country's rebuilding. So I definitely would disagree with that.
But why should we have invaded? It seems like so far it seems like you're in agreement with me that like everything that happened as a product of this was bad.
So if we put, so I guess this is just counting months. So this is not carrying into effect how much it could increase or decrease by month. But Iraq's estimates put the amount of civilians killed in his genocides and repressions and extrajudicial killings at 2,000 to 3,500 civilians per month. So if he had been in power for just 12 more years, that would have killed 300,000 to 500,000 more civilians. And then that's not even taking into account, like, I don't want to go into pondering alternate history beyond speculation, but I mean, we saw what happened in other, like, Arab dictatorships during the Arab Spring. So.
Right? I'm not sure what the relevance of this is, though. Like, America has a lower life expectancy than some European countries. Do they think if they invaded us and, like, changed our political policies, it would be justifiable? Because, hypothetically, it might eventually lead to more people being saved because we would have, like, healthcare? It seems like this is just bad logic to run down because it requires an understanding of alternate histories in order to make your argument properly. You have no idea how things would have turned out had you invaded or had you not invaded. But generally, it seems like... And intel, which was provided by our intelligence agencies prior to the invasion... Hold on, I'm getting noise from your end.
Oh, my bad. That's my computer fan. Wait. What kind of noise is it?
It sounded like a computer fan.
Oh, yeah, let me just switch that way.
Anyway, the issue is that, like, ultimately our intel agencies warned the Bush administration that an invasion would destabilize the country and not lead to much good, and that's pretty much exactly what happened. Like, that's pretty much exactly the outcome that we got. We've really never had a success story like this, where we just, like, invade and just fucking destroy a country and just build it back.
I definitely think we did in 1945, for sure, in 2 different countries.
Yeah, but I think those are fundamentally different. They had an existing government to work with.
I really don't think so. Iraq... Wait, what'd you say? They had an existing government to work with?
Well, there are a couple of things. So, first of all, with regards to Germany and Japan, there was an actual effort at, like, post-war reconstruction. Second of all, our invasion of them was just. We didn't invade Germany and Japan because we wanted to change Germany and Japan. We invaded them as part of a defensive war because they invaded us first. We didn't just decide to replace their governments for regime change, you know, shits and giggles. We like, us invading their countries was the inevitable end goal. It had to happen because we had to stop them. They were fighting us. So right off the bat, us invading those countries was a given. It wasn't a risk we were taking with the hope of a better outcome. Even if Japan and Germany had remained destabilized afterwards, it still would have been justified to invade them. The fact that we were able to build them back up afterwards was a pleasant surprise. But we actually invested in those post-war recoveries, you know? With Japan and Germany, it wasn't just us, like, posting a couple thousand troops in the middle of the desert with no understanding whatsoever of the local government, no translators or not enough translators, a chauvinist attitude towards the people there or whatever. Like, in terms of Germany and Japan, at least for parts of Japan, most of Germany, these countries were economically on par with us. And culturally, you know, obviously there were differences, especially between us and Japan, but there were some commonalities we could take advantage of. This was just not the case with Iraq, especially after we destroyed their whole government. You know? Like, there just wasn't really a framework. There wasn't, like, a functional Iraqi government that we could defer to as, like, a base of operations for positive change in the region. We had no idea what we were doing, and that's what we were told beforehand. Our intel agencies said, like, we will not succeed here. We will only make things worse.
So to your first claim about, okay, well, Japan did, like, Pearl Harbor, so it was a defensive war, couldn't you say the same about Iraq's unjustified, completely unjustified, like, invasions of Iran and then Kuwait, and then missile attacks and violations of international law? Like,
No, not even remotely. Japan and Germany posed existential threats to the world. Saddam Hussein absolutely did not, despite the lies from the Bush administration.
You don't think that smallpox possessed a
We possess
existential
smallpox.
threat?
And also, this was only discovered after the fact. You can't post hoc justify an invasion because, like, you found a lab with smallpox in it.
So again, I still think there is a difference between fucking some university in the United States.
It's not illegal to
develop-
research smallpox. It like what you're describing right now is basically like we could invade any country on Earth if we were to engage in this level of paranoia, you know?
So you wouldn't say there's any difference between. So I think Iraq at the time of 2003, after what it had done, they were basically on the same legitimacy and sanity as a fucking, like, insurgent group. They weren't a rational state like every single other one that was existing within our international norms. They were flagrantly, like,
I don't
Like,
like it just like I don't not really. Like it was a bad country, don't get me wrong, but like what? They invaded a neighbor? Like okay.
yes, twice.
Okay.
They invaded neighbors completely.
Okay.
And also use, again, the chemical weapons against
Okay.
ongoing genocide.
Okay. It's just like, again, like if these are the justifications that we're going to engage in for like invading and conquering and occupying other countries, like we can do like whatever we want. There are so many countries in Africa that we could do this to. Should we invade like like Burma? No, it's not called Burma anymore. Fuck. Oh god. I'm forgetting the actual name.
Myanmar.
Myanmar,
Yeah.
thank you.
Changed that in the
Like
90s.
yeah, should we like Liberia, Myanmar, if you want we could invade, let's just invade like North Korea, I guess. Like we can invade like South Sudan, we can invade, like there are so many countries we can invade if we do this. The problem is like this leads to bad outcomes. Like we didn't make Iraq any more stable.
So
it
here's
was bad.
the thing. In a lot of, well, not most of the countries, I guess the only countries I could make this argument for would be like Sudan before the revolution during the Darfur genocide, or Rwanda, for example. We could have done much more limited things than a full invasion and nation building, which we only did in Iraq because every other option we had been trying and trying and trying had failed with them. We tried
Invading them?
stopping their invasion, first of all. We tried enforcing a no-fly zone. We tried sanctions. We tried every possible. We tried launching cruise missiles at their nuclear sites. It didn't work. And I think
it's almost like this approach doesn't work. Like you're making my argument. Like we tried all of our imperialism and it didn't fix Iraq. So our only solution was to do double imperialism, which
I don't think, for example, we should have invaded Rwanda in the 90s during the Rwandan genocide, but I do think we should have definitely launched a few cruise missiles at like communication systems, for example, to prevent instructions for genocides. Yeah, definitely limited, or the no-fly zone over Libya. That was not a full invasion, but we can definitely try these things before actually
why don't we try
fully invading.
Why don't we try other ways of fixing the problems in these countries?
Like what, for example, diplomacy is what you're saying?
Like, what about economic reinvestment and diplomacy?
Oh yeah, definitely economic reinvestment in countries that are poor but still not basically terrorist groups that call themselves nations.
We're a terrorist group that calls ourselves a nation state. I don't care. Like the problem is like Iraq, like the whole Middle East situation is fucked in large part because the avenues for economic and political attainment aren't present there the way they are here, you know? A lot of the money in the Middle East is just only coming out of oil. And oil, because it's very easy to get very wealthy off of by relying on extraction from Western companies and getting a cut of the proceeds, is a very hierarchically reinforcing system of economic exploitation. That's why Saudi Arabia has so many ultra wealthy people. It's, you know, it's just the problem ultimately is that the Middle East has been completely fucked and then left behind. Like, it needs to rebuild, but it can't rebuild if we keep going in there and bombing the shit out of it every single time we're given pretext to. I'm fine with providing defensive aid to countries next to Iraq. Like, if we wanted to give weapons to Kuwait, fucking awesome, okay? If we wanted to build military bases in Kuwait to make them our ally, like, well, they were, but like, to defeat like any invasion force or whatever, God bless them, okay? But there's a huge difference between disincentivizing invasion on the part of Iraq and like invading them and occupying. I just don't think we're going to get good outcomes here.
So yeah, I definitely would agree with investing in countries, definitely improving their, or not investing, or not just throwing money at them. Of course, you have to make sure it's not going into corruption, but
well, at least a little bit, right?
yeah, definitely. But yeah, definitely you could use. We do need to fix a lot of the problems we've created, or at least the British and French, who I disavow. Just the border mess, of course, that was definitely a problem. Yeah, I probably would have agreed with more a different situation for Iraq post-invasion with different ethnic groups having more more autonomy, but definitely we could invest, but this was a completely different situation. I mean, of course, I've heard you say that you supported Operation Inherent Resolve against ISIS.
Sure.
So,
but that's not the same as us invading a country. That's us trying to defeat an insurgent group in an area that we already have occupation forces in.
No, so we did create, so your position that we created all these problems, why shouldn't we have tried diplomacy and providing aid to ISIS to rebuild their infrastructure and their civil society before?
ISIS doesn't have a civil society. They're exclusively a far-right militant group. Like, when we invaded Iraq, it's not like we only took out, like, the crazies at the top or whatever. The consequences were felt by the entirety of Iraq. If we destabilized the systems that allowed for the existence of the whole country, you could kill every single person who's a part of ISIS without meaningfully destabilizing their region. You'd create a power vacuum, I guess, which is a form of destabilization, but it's not as though there are, like, millions of regular citizens that, like, rely on the ISIS government for, like, life and well-being, you know? And if there are people who are reliant on ISIS in that capacity, they're probably better off under complete anarchic lack of control. You know, because what with it being ISIS and all.
So they're definitely, I think before the invasion, Iraq was definitely much more dysfunctional than you're trying to put forth. It wasn't we didn't just invade a functional, this nation was already devolving into civil war. It was basically in.
If they were, then let them have a civil
starving. War. Do you think a civil war would have resulted in less destabilization and death?
Yeah, it's their business. We're outsiders. We don't understand their situation. We're foreigners. We don't speak their language. We generally don't share their religion. We don't have the ability to impose stability. I would rather, if a civil war broke out and one side of that civil war in Iraq was unambiguously better than the other. I don't mean that both of them are evil and one of them is more okay with American business interests. I mean, if one of them is distinctly better than the other, then I would be okay with providing aid to that side of a civil war. I think that's an acceptable use of our geopolitical power. But ultimately, we cannot be the victors. We can't be the ones who win out. We can't be the ones who are, declaring victory at the end of all of this, because it just doesn't work. It doesn't work in our favor. And it certainly doesn't work in their favor. They'll only ever see us as occupiers. I would rather wait for, and that's what we're doing with Ukraine right now as well. You know, Ukraine is different. They're a European country. They have much more in common culturally with us than the people of Iraq. Technologically, they're more on par with us. There are differences there, sure. But fundamentally, I think it's very important that America doesn't just march into Ukraine and like occupy all of it and then beat back Russia itself, even without the nuclear question, just because this is ultimately like Ukraine's struggle against Russia. We should help them as much as we can, but I think that's different, you know?
So I think I don't really know. I'm trying to think of how, like, I do think the Ukraine situation was definitely different. So wait, are you trying to? Is basically your position is you're trying to say like America's invasion of Iraq was similar to Russia's invasion of Ukraine?
I don't think they were the same, no. I think both of them are very bad. It's pretty obvious, like, that our invasion of Iraq had nothing to do with any kind of humanitarian effort. America doesn't give a fuck whether or not other countries are autocracies. Saudi Arabia is far more of one than Iraq was, and maintains that to this day, and we support them, in spite of the genocides they enable and commit directly. It wasn't for oil, because we didn't really get oil out of the invasion. It's just not easy to set up like oil wells and refineries. Like, I understand protecting the wells in Kuwait and all that, but like, it's not like facilitating this multi-trillion-dollar invasion on the other side of the planet is like bringing us back more money, or more oil, or whatever. That's just not the case. It wasn't for making things better. If it wasn't for oil, like,
Well, thank God you're not one of those people.
no, it's just like this is it was just senseless, and we didn't make things better. You know, my position is that we should support good policies and good politics in other countries around the world, and when things are desperate, when there's a civil war or a regular war or something like that, I think it's acceptable for us to use our power to defend our allies and to provide aid and arms to good forces. Historically, America has misused this power many times, but in principle, I think it can be done well. But I don't support full-on invasions, especially not reconstruction efforts if we can help it, because they just don't work. It's just not something we're able to do or really willing to commit to, I don't think.
Is there any situation, like any hypothetical, I know idealism, where you would say an invasion might be justified?
Yeah, defensively. If there's a threat they pose to us, which is what, by the way, Colin Powell was lying about. Between the lies about them having nuclear weapons, maybe, and the lies about them having long-range missile platforms, the idea was that Iraq posed a threat to like the Western allies, that they could launch nukes at us, which of course was completely fabricated. But if they were building that and like threatening, like, hey, yeah, we're going to use it, we're going to nuke London, and they weren't being receptive to democracy, or if they built some kind of Ba'athist gigafleet capable of wiping out the United States. I mean, sure, fine, like in fantasy world, but only defensively.
So I think, so you don't think there's any situation where humanitarian intervention on the level of an invasion would be justified? I guess we can go back to the.
I think you can
What was
justify
that?
it more if it's a full like UN intervention. Sorry, not UN intervention. But even then, like like the circumstances have to be incredibly dire. Like a full-on invasion seems like a remarkably, like, even what the NATO did in Yugoslavia was considered a relatively light touch by a lot of people at the time. And it's considered to have had generally positive results, but that was just like one bombing campaign, a death toll, I think, below 1,000. Like, I just don't think any benefit can come from just full occupations of a country, breaking down their government fully, rebuilding one in our image. It's just, no.
So I guess your foreign policy would lean less on the level of like George Bush and more on the level of Obama and Clinton. So like no-fly zones, for example.
I don't want no-fly zones. I mean, depends on what the country has
So,
done.
oh yeah, yeah, I definitely think such as like Kosovo and Libya were much more clear and cut cases. But you agree with those interventions, right?
With what and what?
Libya in 2011 and Kosovo in 1999.
I don't know much about Kosovo. I strongly disagree with what happened in Libya.
So, I'd like to go down Libya, if that's all right. So, what would be your problem with what happened with the Libyan invasion?
Do any of these lead to good outcomes? How's Libya doing right now? Like, it's bad. These don't work.
Well, Libya's current dysfunction. I mean, well, they've come up with a new peace agreement, but like over the past few years has been. I think that was because of the civil war, not because of the NATO intervention. However,
Like, what did
think
what did the Libyan intervention accomplish?
I think it stopped Gaddafi. Well, first of all, you said you support UN interventions. This was literally voted for by the UN.
Well, this was a NATO
and
operation, was it not? Is that what we're referring
yeah, it was
to?
carried out by NATO because, of course, but like it was authorized by the UN. And after the Arab League begged us to fucking do something, the problem was, Libya was already undergoing a brutal civil war. Somebody's saying the civil war is kind of an intervention. No, the Libyan civil war was because of the Arab Spring and Gaddafi's ridiculous policies and brutal rule being finally overthrown. But like, the thing is, he ended up using his air force to bomb like civilian areas, and so basically, this was starting to kill thousands and thousands of people, and so so what NATO did was they enforced a no-fly zone over Libya and basically prevented these jets from taking off and carrying out like carpet bombing on civilians.
That seems like a reasonably good thing to do.
Yeah, definitely. So I guess we agree on the Libya intervention?
Not necessarily. Maybe I need to go and read over this more. I think I might have been confusing this with another thing. I've read some pretty negative stuff about the Libyan intervention, but I haven't had an argument with a tanky over it, so it might be that I have an argument with a tanky and I have to, like, look over it again, and it turns out they're lying about some shit. I guess the issue that I have is that it seems like these interventions never actually lead to, like, long-term positive outcomes. We can usually point to, like, short-term maybe benefits, certainly not with the Iraq War, you know, but like sometimes we can look at these, but it seems like the effort necessary to meaningfully rebuild a country is never something that these intervening powers actually have the stomach for, you know? If you want to fix the problems in Libya, like killing leaders and doing no-fly zones aren't going to do anything meaningful, and you're really only stopping a tiny fraction of the death that'll be caused by the deprivation of the region. It doesn't make it bad necessarily. It's just, it seems like so often these interventions are just like extensions of Western geopolitical hegemony in the most meaningless and virtue signaling way at best. And at their worst, they just make everything worse in the region, you know? Is there not something better that could have been done in this particular situation? I'm not asking rhetorically.
Oh, yeah,
I'll look into it more to see how I feel.
In Libya, we definitely could have took more from the Kosovo model, which is basically where instead of just enforcing a no-fly zone on its own, we also basically had forced both parties to come to the negotiating table and come to a ceasefire, and then put in UN peacekeepers, basically.
That does sound like a reasonable thing to do. I would have to look more into it. In fact, strike my opposition to the Libyan intervention for the record. There are still some things that I half remember about it that I remember reading and
Oh
thinking,
yeah,
wow,
I
that's
don't want
fucked
to
up, but I need
trade
to.
something we're not.
No. I would need to
relevant.
go over it again just to make sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, this is the same reason why I did support us pulling out of Afghanistan, even though I knew it would lead to a lot of suffering. I think that the past century, the past 80 years have made it pretty clear that our interventions and occupations are very bad at leading to meaningful rebuilding efforts. It's just not something we're good at.
So yeah, I think definitely the United States has done some interventions that could definitely be that have caused more harm than good, way more harm. For example, the Vietnam War, where we were fighting for a dictatorship, and we weren't even. You could even say we were fighting for democracy, and we ended up losing. Well, it ended up being pointless because now we won over Vietnam anyway. But
And the Korean
I
War
definitely
as
think
well.
there's.
South Korea was a dictatorship.
Yeah, I think with the Korean War, I guess with hindsight, we now know that South Korea is a developed democracy, but I don't think we could say that perfect. So I couldn't really justify the Vietnam War.
Yeah, that would have been that's like 50 years later, right? We supported a ton of
Yeah.
far-right dictators throughout the Cold War, because as long as they were amenable to U.S. business interests and not communists, we were fine with them. Yeah, I don't know. Look, I'm not opposed to intervention on principle. I think there are ways to do it responsibly. I think oftentimes leftists severely overhype the negative consequences of intervention, like what I learned when reading into NATO's, like the Yugoslav situation, like looking into that, it's like, wow, lefties were like lying about this. Like this is actually like fine. Like this is like pretty morally defensible. Like it's not perfect, but you know, it's okay. But the Iraq and Afghanistan, there's just so much dishonesty led into it, and there was just absolutely no plan for meaningful reconstruction. And we were warned we wouldn't be able to get any reconstruction done. So I don't know.
Yeah, Afghanistan was definitely a case where there wasn't, where of course with strategic, there was definitely a strategic, strategically in the end it ended up being not in our interests, but I guess that was a situation where there was kind of the Bush administration is kind of forced by the situations to kind of take action, but
Which isn't the best. I do have to go soon because there was another person who wanted to speak with me, and
oh yeah, my bad.
also I'm
Yeah.
kind of locked into this part of the game until I watch a cutscene, which I want to do with the audio up and everything.
Yeah. Can I do one more thing? I also
yeah.
don't want to. I do want to import the difference. I think conflating like Nixon or realpolitik with like neocons or hawks like humanitarian interventions is kind of similar to like criticizing like Leninists for Stalin's gulags, for example. I think you have those are different ideologies, different foreign policy.
Well, I do also dislike Lenin, to be fair. I am consistent there.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, definitely. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, it's just keep in mind, by the way, like you can realpolitik all you want, but I think it's very clear if you take a look at our behavior during the Cold War. Look, if America wants to protect its geopolitical interests by opposing Soviet expansion in like strategically important regions, I kind of expect the nation state to do that. But I think America demonstrated many times over the course of the conflict that they were completely uninterested in the well-being of the people they were fighting over. So if I think an argument can be made that even when geopolitical like titans are fighting with each other, that doesn't mean you have to then sort of permit every immoral excess that they could possibly engage in, you know?
Oh yeah, definitely. I definitely not a fan of the Operation Condor, that kind of thing. Anyway, thank you.
Or all the Agent Orange. Yeah, we did a couple of oopsies. No, thank you. I actually enjoyed the
Yeah.
convo. People in chat were being too uncharitable to you to begin with.
All right, thank you.
Be well. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, fuck. I really got to read up on the Libya shit. I've heard about so much bad stuff, but I also did with the Yugoslav intervention. Ah, God. Could fuck. It really makes lefties and like lefty political analysis look bad to me when like all it takes is a little bit of research and go like, oh, this thing they said America really did bad on, like, oh, it was fake. It's like, well, fuck, wait, is everything America did bad fake? Like, is America fine? And then you look into it more, it's like, no, America's not fine. But it's like, then why lie? Yeah, we're gonna talk to Joe Lewis next. I just need 10 minutes because I want to see what this cutscene is. You were nice with her, I like it. She was nervous. And also, yeah, she's not a neocon. I just think that she's that she's just optimistic about the potential for US interventionism to lead to positive outcomes in other countries. And I don't think that's I don't think it makes you a bad person to have those thoughts. You know? Like, obviously I disagree with the logic. It's just like I can understand where a person is coming from. Hold on. Did you find a game-breaking bug? No. Hold on. Okay, hold on. We have a cutscene shit. Certified not ontologically evil. Oh wait, Soaked on Left said something. Something in review. Quite a few demographers no longer consider the 500,000 estimate from sanctions on Iraq credible, especially DICE in 2017. Okay, I'll give it a look. It probably won't change my moral prescriptions, but it's always good to be up on the numbers, right? What are you talking to Joe about? I have no idea. I didn't read the Twitter DMs. What? What? Why? What? It has to be later. Gotcha. Impenetrable thorns refuse all, none may enter the aired tree. Wait. Oh, now there's a grace. Joe's going by a different name. Is it Duma Duma? Duma Damu? Is that what it is? Wow, that's bright. So we can talk too. Yep.
Hello again, old friend.
We're
Allow me a moment to converse with you. You were unable to enter the Erd Tree, no? Prevented by the mantle of barbs. The thorns are impenetrable, a husk of the Erd Tree's being that spurns all that exists without. The only way to stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord is to pass the thorns. My purpose serves to aid in that very act, so I'd like you to undertake a new journey with me to the Flame of Ruin, far above the clouds.
fucked up how much
upon
content
the
this game
snowy
has.
mountaintops of the giants. Then I can set the Erd Tree aflame and guide you down the path to becoming Elden
Wait, a flame?
Lord.
Wait, that sounds dangerous. Wait, isn't this thing important? How many hours do you have now? Don't worry about it.
To strength, let my hand rest upon you. For but a moment, share them with me.
There.
Your thoughts, your ambitions.
They're friends. You gonna finish that lava area from last time? Okay, here are the areas that I've done for people who, like, know what's up. Oh, the rolled route. Okay, I've been there, kind of. Okay, here's what I've done. This whole area, I've cleared out, alright? I finished the lava area. Volcano Manor. I'm sure there's still stuff to do here, but I cleared it out to the best of my knowledge, okay? I did all this stuff. I got up here to the top of this place because I went underground and I fought the big bug. And I also went through the Lake of Rot, which was disgusting. Fuck this place. What all did you do in the Lake of Rot? Not enough. So here's what I'm going to do, okay? Because I'm an autismo. What I'm going to do is I'm going to keep playing on stream and off until I beat this game. And then I'm going to look at a guide and I'm going to get one of every medallion, weapon, everything. I'm going to make sure I get everything. Every boss, every item. I'm going to clear the map fully. To the best that I can. It's a From Software game. I know that if I rely purely on my, like, discovery ability, I will never ever get it all done. Like, no chance. Yes, and I'm gonna get all of that, and then I think I'll do either New Game Plus with Magic, or I will do the Soul Level 1 All Bosses playthrough. That's the plan, at present. Okay, now... How do we get over here again? Did we... From here? No. Not from there. How do we... Is it from here? I forget how the fuck we get over here. Yes, I'm aware of the fact that Hassan is having another meltdown. We'll deal with it when we deal with it, okay? Is it from here? From the first grace? I've already been here, guys. I've physically been to right here. Can you let me know? Is it here? From the East Capital Rampart? And then I go here, like, around? Like this? Up the main road? Follow this main road? This rampart. Other side? This one? Go to the avenue balcony. This one? I've already been there, so this isn't spoilers. I'm just, Oh, wait. East Rampart if you open door to elevator. I did do that. I did do that. Okay, I did that. Here, I'm just going to, here. Comrade Woe, thank you for the 2 $5 donations. I'm really, really happy to hear that you found actual friends, and I'm sorry that your old ones were so shitty to you. You deserved better, and it seems you found it. Hold on. I think Joe Lewis should be calling pretty soon. Yes, the good ending. Look at this city, man. I can't believe this game looks like this, you know? You know what? You know what one of the things that I think really distinguishes From Software in terms of their world creation? I think it's their boldness. They're willing to do stuff that just seems really silly. All the way back to Dark Souls 1. I didn't play Demon Souls, so I can't say in that respect, but like there are so many artistic decisions back in Dark Souls 1 and so many lore decisions that just feel like you know the meme of like Giga Chad walks into room, says something, doesn't elaborate, walks away. There's so much shit in there. Like, hey, the world used to be gray and endless and full of dragons, but then a flame erupted, and they fought with lightning against the dragons, and the gods and the humans fought, and then she made the demons with the fire explosion, and also the god had children, and one of the kids is a boy, but they're kind of like a girl, and people gender them however they want, basically. Goodbye. You know? This is... whatever. Yeah, no, exactly. That's pretty much as coherent as a lot of real-life mythical origin stories. Exactly. So much fantasy is constantly trying to explain itself and justify with internal logic, but, like, real-world mythology stories are really weird and stupid, basically. And From Software does that and just pulls it off. They're like, okay, yes, we will have this stupid fucking origin story, and we're just going to commit to it with this level of gravitas. And I respect that. Yeah, the dung eater. Do I go down here? No? You don't need to nuke the word Hassan. It's fine. Wait, now I'm back on the street. I could have just walked onto the street. Hey, Shu, we're building a cum fortress. Through the doors? Which... These doors? I could have just warped down here. Uh-huh. No. Later. That's my plan, Extreme Dividend. That's true, I Dementia. Yeah, we got fucked out of what was probably... Oh. We got fucked out of what was probably so much really cool, like, Norse mythology because those idiots never wrote anything down. Hey, hey, hey. Alright, up we go. Oh, that's interesting, Flavier. It's true, nobody plays these games with fucking mouse and keyboard. I still don't have a DM, so I'll just wait, I guess. Okay, hold on. It looks like at least part of this is going to be about how I talk to black creators, so I look forward to a drama-free conversation. Hopefully. One hopes. Hopefully. Ideally. Hopefully. We are, after all, building a fortress. Spoopy. Lauren was correct. The UN labels chemical weapons like mustard gas WMDs. I was under the impression that chemical weapons were only considered WMDs if they have capacity for widespread mass destruction. Like if you have like chemical weapon MIRVs or like cluster bombs that you're using to like decimate a city or whatever. Would it really consider like any amount of mustard gas a WMD? Yeah, I saw Tempest. I was talking with people in that server. It was funny. What weapon are you using? The Ice Rind Hatchet. Seek left. Not getting me. These guys are tough. Also, when you're not paying attention, they'll just hit you. Also, when you're bad at video games, like I am. I have a horse. God damn it. Ow. I will say that I feel like the definition... I feel like the definition of weapon of mass destruction is being misused a bit if any use of chemical weapons qualifies. Like, as I understood it, the designation weapon of mass destruction is like a weapon so dangerous that it should attract international attention. Like it fundamentally changes the balance of power in the region. But being able to make, like, mustard gas in your bathtub, it's just a pretty, you know... Are jump attacks ever worth it in Elden Ring? Yeah, of course. I just play like an idiot. Also, a lot of the fancier stuff in Elden Ring really shines in player versus player combat. Oh. Oh my god. Mine. So anyway. Yeah. It doesn't help that the weapon I'm using right now just has an incredibly efficient R1 combo. It's just very, very good. And interrupting it with this attack, I think just lowers DPS. There are still times when it's useful, but... Be wary of right. Praise the north. Okay. Man, that is a big, 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 big tree. Check that weapon art. I've used my weapon art. I just tend to play these games in a pretty simple way. Turn the volume down. One more. Why am I getting texts? Who texts me? Waiting on a DM. Waiting on a DM. Oh yeah, Seahorse. I used that. Oh, there. There's Joe. Or, sorry, not Joe. Whatever. Howdy.
Are we gonna have to stage an intervention on you, you coke fiend over there on the Elden Ring?
For the howdies? Or for... Oh, listen, it's a big game. I'm like 150 hours in, and I haven't finished it, but I also play in a stupidly methodical way, so, you know.
True. You're beep booping for me on my end. Like, I can still hear you, but it's crackling a bit. I'm gonna pop out and...
Let me restart Discord.
Yeah.
150 hours already? I think it's like 130. Howdy?
Try again, sorry?
Howdy, howdy?
Yeah, it's still crackling for me.
Hold on. What about now? Howdy, howdy?
Still the same.
Okay.
Am I coming out clear for you?
No, you sound fine to me. It might be on your end. I'm just going to make sure that it's not on my end by resetting.
Yeah, I'm checking too.
Okay, howdy?
You know, let me try again.
Howdy?
I think okay.
Is it? Is it okay?
Yeah, it's still crackling. Let me restart too.
Change the call region. How do you do that? I've never done that.
It's in the top right for me. I'm gonna switch you to
region.
Central.
I'm in Central. What are you?
East Coast.
I'll change to East. All right, I'm now in US East. Hello?
Still cracking. I'm gonna restart my Discord.
Gotcha.
I think it might be me.
Now I'm in US West. Wait, 2 paths.
All right, let's see if that did anything.
Hello?
That did something. All right, whatever.
Hey!
The internet, right?
Well, I'm happy that it did something. So how you doing?
Yeah. Hey, man, I've been good. It's been a long time since the last intervention we had on
Elden Ring?
November? No, what was it that from your moderation debut? And
Oh,
then,
yes, I remember that.
And then you cuck your entire community by not showing that part of you again for months.
That was fun. Wait, I'm just trying to make sure I remember. I have a very bad memory. Yeah, I think I remember. Okay, yes. All right. It's all coming back to me now. Yeah, Psychonaut stream. That's right. Yes, that's right. Oh God, that was such a. Ooh, okay. All right. Sorry. Yeah, it's all coming back now. Okay. Yeah. All right. I've pieced it all together.
It feels like an eon ago, man. Like,
yeah, for sure. All right. What do you got on your mind this fine evening?
Yeah, man. I've been noticing a few things. And I haven't been able to parse it together. And I had no one else that I could think of talking to about it. So this is kind of where I reached out. So something that I found kind of interesting is sort of the relentless defense of he who shall not be named when it came to his suspension on Twitch, right? And
yes.
Yeah. And something that I found very interesting is the amount of people who went in sort of like a blind defense. And then I was thinking back to like on your end, where I think it's reasonable to say that like you came from he who shall not be named's community in some capacity, and then you obviously splintered into doing your own thing. I'm just wondering like how you kind of like, what are your kind of thoughts on that generally? Like, what I mean by your thoughts on that, like coming from that community and then building something for yourself and then kind of being where you're at now.
Well, I suppose I'd say that in getting permanently banned from Twitch, Destiny is following in his long-standing tradition of copying me. He's just, continuing to, continuing to run down that line. I seem to have entered the darkness zone in this game, which is a bit concerning. But yeah, here we are. In terms of how it feels for me, I mean, obviously Destiny will be a very relevant figure for a very long time. He's still got YouTube. He could still get unbanned from Twitch, you know? I obviously think pretty ill of him. That's probably not going to change given the way that he's behaved, and it doesn't really change my feelings on the issue that much, I suppose. I think that over time, our attitude towards politics has diverged massively. Which makes me feel more confident that I'm not going to share in his problems, I guess.
Okay, that makes sense. Did you always, this can sound like a really weird question, it might make sense in your answer. Did you feel that level of madness in that, like, am I just becoming the same person that I'm trying to separate myself from? I don't know how close you are with the He Who Shall Not Be Named, but
we have never been
close in terms of communication.
Oh, we've never been communicatively close, like talked casually or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's not been something that's worried me too much. With regards to like its reflection on me or anything like that. I just think that I don't know. It's instructive in what not to do, I suppose. That's useful.
Yeah, I guess so. And then like on one aspect, like it's just weird to me because even when like watching you two operate, like people will put you in the same group of like sort of like the big individuals on the platform, and then it's interesting to me how when you got suspended, there was that level of like, come on guys, but at the same time you didn't have people making like, or maybe you did, I don't know, of people making whole ass copy pastas about like,
Well,
this is
with
go for it,
the cracker drama, it felt like it was mostly about just the sheer absurdity of
Sure.
getting permabanned over something like that. I didn't want to throw too much of a fuss about it though. I guess this comes across as me being sort of cunty, but I consider behavior like that, this like ooh-rah rallying, to be very, very, very embarrassing, even when you're justified in doing it. And I don't think Destiny is here. I generally, like, with the Twitch ban especially, I'd already been permabanned from there. It's not my major source of income. It just feels like any conversation on this is really just going to be about, like, who likes who. Very rarely do the actual, like, ethics get involved. And it reminds me a lot of how anytime conservatives or alt-righters or whatever would get banned from any kind of social media, like, immediately, the default response from all of their political compatriots was like, ha, first it's them and next it'll be you. And Destiny's fans have done that as well. And first of all, that's not really relevant to me because I'm already permanently banned from Twitch. I have been twice. For much stupider shit, mind you. And secondly, I don't know, like, is there any room for growth or introspection in that, like, dogmatic appeal? Like, first me, then you? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, and I think something that I'm noticing is that a lot of people pave their way in sort of covering content of yours, content of Destiny's, content of Hassan, and then a part of me always is kind of sensitive to that because I think it's very easy to take opposition to positions that you hold, positions at Destiny, Hassan, young Michael from that dog shit state. But at the same time, it's like, is that your politics or are you just in opposition of the shit that they're saying, you know? And maybe this is like the first time in a while that people will be like, okay, maybe I should like cover things of like that I care about, you know?
I will admit, I think it's kind of, I think it'll be interesting to see where Twitch politics goes without myself and without Destiny. Hassan's still there, of course, but he doesn't do, like, panels or whatever else. In large part because, obviously, our presence there can elevate smaller creators, but to an extent, it can also lead to a kind of permanent overshadowing, where it's impossible for them to find an identity of their own because they're always just sort of an offshoot of a larger community that the viewers would rather hang on to. And I wonder, like, is there a big Twitch politics community, or is there just a big, like, Destiny, Vosh, Hassan community? How much transience is there? How much does it shift around? Maybe there's room for other big players in that field? I hope there would be. I'd like there to be. Maybe this will lead to a change in that.
Yeah, and maybe it's okay to... I mean, like, you're gonna, like... I'm gonna make a bold claim here. I think, like, for you and Twitch, it's like, I feel like a suspension for you is kind of like, that sucks, but and you just kind of continue doing your thing. Where for others, I would say it's like more of like a monster effect on like how they would navigate on the platform. Because I do think that your suspension, Destiny's, and others kind of ask the question of like, what kind of legacy are you building with your content? Where if you only build an audience on Twitch and nowhere else, then what's going to happen if it all kind of bellies up one day?
To be honest, I think you would have to be... I think you'd have to be psychotic to just build an audience on Twitch. Twitch is good for sustained income. Twitch is good for content creation. But in terms of building that long-standing community, every single Twitch streamer should have a YouTube channel. And they should actively encourage people to go over there as well. It's just, things have to scale way, way, way farther for a YouTube channel to be like a viable platform. Because if you're a Twitch streamer, it's possible to make more than minimum wage Twitch streaming with like 30 concurrent viewers. If you get like 1 or 2 $5 donations every hour, like you can actually make minimum with that, which is awesome. But obviously on YouTube, in order for any reasonable income to be produced there, you need thousands and thousands and thousands of views. For the longest time, streaming was my income. now streaming is a fraction of my income. So
Sure.
there's kind of like an economy of scale going on there. It's just difficult, you know.
Yeah, and like even something on my end is that I'm you're gonna love this one. I'm navigating into a more video essay space
Mhm.
because I think like the stuff that I have to say is better suited for that format, where people kind of like call me like pedantic, semantic, long-winded. I'm just like, all right, I'll do video essays then. I'll see you on the other side of that shithole. Like, because I do think that you kind of have to do what you're good at, or like identify what you're good at,
Mhm.
and like cater to your strengths. And I think that might be a strength I have. And if it doesn't, whatever, I'll just go back to the same show I was doing before and just do like different content that I think doesn't belong on Twitch, but I can put it on YouTube, you know?
Yeah, no. I mean, you should always cater to your strengths. I have no patience for editing, and I hate writing scripts, and I hate anything other than spontaneity. So obviously, I was always going to be a live streamer, but you know, people have to gravitate to what works for them.
God damn it, you're cracking again. I'm gonna pop out and pop back in again.
I'm sorry. It seems, according to people in my chat, it's an issue that is happening broadly with Discord right now.
Okay, all right, then I'll power through it. Yeah, man, like it's funny because I have no, how do I say this in a way that makes sense? I got to your content through kind of happenstance, where people like would allude about you, and I just didn't know who you were when I first got into the space. And then a lot of people from like your community broadly, at least like the term community broadly, started just like ending up in like what I do. So that was kind of interesting, where like people overtly would say things to me, especially over that fucking shit from Dylan's the other day of like calling me a Vosh orbiter. And I was like, what?
I'm unfamiliar with this drama.
What's that?
I'm unfamiliar with this drama.
Oh, I said something in the context of a clip looks really bad, and I had to like clarify what I meant and stuff like that.
Oh, I saw that. That was very funny. You called an Asian guy white or something during a panel
like
bit.
clarified saying white presenting, and then that wasn't sufficient for people who were upset. That was funny. That was my first like realization that like, and this is something I kind of wanted to pick your brain on, where it was the first time I felt that people cared about what I said on the internet.
Yeah,
and I navigated in a way.
The lesson here is like, you know, the more heinous shit a person said, you know, like controversy engages, right?
Yeah, and it was funny because like I got over 100 DMs about that, and it was from like a wide range of individuals. Of like you would have people where they're just like, "What did you mean by that?" I just want to like reach out for clarity. You had people literally calling me the N-word, and you had like other people who were just like, "Yeah, it's a tactic." And then people baiting me into like trying to bait conversation in a way where they're like trying to reveal something that wasn't there. It was a weird couple days.
How does that lead to you being called a Vosh orbiter?
I don't know. Like I was just answering the question. Like people were asking a question and I would answer it. And sometimes my answers are kind of long because I want to like contextualize like where I'm coming from, how I said like how I got to where my thinkings of this, and like a lot of people were saying something like, I know you just want to be long-winded because you're one of like these Vosh fans, and it's like, oh god, here we go.
Is that a Vosh fan behavior? I know I'm long-winded, but that's mostly because I'm dumb and I can't find shorter ways of saying things. It's not really like an aesthetic my audience tries to emulate. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. People say the wildest shit on here.
Yeah, and the thing is too is that like I guess like what I wanted to kind of pick your brain about was like, what was do you remember the first time where you kind of like realized that like, oh shit, I'm like there's growth here, if that makes sense.
The first time when I realized that, like, I can make this my life.
Yeah, maybe not make this life, but that your presence is bigger than maybe they initially like sort of tested on your own.
I
know it's kind of like a weird nebulous question.
Well, it's hard to remember. I realized fairly early on that I was making enough that I didn't need to look for another job. And in a purely mathematical sense, that was sufficient for me to feel like I was present. But I actually think that the sense that I got of permanence and of, like, relevance in the space was actually a result of the Poppy drama. Because it led to a disconnect between myself and Destiny's community. And then after that, I persisted. Which kind of put an end to the question as to whether or not I was just an orbiter or if I had an independent presence on the platform. You know, obviously that's not like a high mark in terms of, you know, self-realization, but whatever it takes to learn, I suppose.
Yeah. Because it's weird where it's like you kind of like you're doing your own thing for a while and you're like, no, people are watching and consuming your content. But then like you kind of get hit with something and you're like, whoa, like what? Because I don't think as like people, like human beings on this earth, we kind of what's the word? I think there's a level, there's like a growing period of that. You know, like there's a point where you might have like 50 viewers to 100, and then you transition to like having maybe 5 to 1,000, and then you're in that post. And I think there's like a different level of like, I don't want to say like your brain changes, but I can definitely see like how people kind of devolve into madness during like discourses and stuff.
Your brain changes a little bit. It's a little bit difficult, I think, physiologically to reconcile with the knowledge that when you do things, millions of people hear about it and like have opinions on it. You know, I get recognized in public often enough. The idea that my reach is from the internet is to the point where I can just reliably be identified in a crowd is definitely interesting, to say the least. You know, I don't think that's something for which our brains are naturally equipped.
Oh no, or even like when like when you're not like, the best way that I can describe it is like when you're trying to like work through a perspective in real time, and then maybe the initial delivery of your thought is messy, and then you see people pushing back in that initial delivery, and then you're like, wait, hang on, that's not what I mean. And then it's like, I don't know, it's an interesting thing.
Oh yeah, I love that.
Like,
that's how like 98% of my controversies start. It's fantastic. Unfortunately, it's just a product of doing live streams. You know, people can get better about it, but usually it's by like not talking about controversial subjects. You know, people give me shit for like, I'll be honest. People give me shit for like not having a filter or whatever. The honest to God truth is I do, and I think I have a better one than most people. But if you're talking about controversial subjects and you're a confident person and you're also somebody who's comfortable using like edgy humor, not even problematic, just like edgy, but like the kind of edgy that you'd expect breadtubers to laugh at, the kind of stuff you'd see in like an H-Bomber Guy video, like edgy, but not like inherently problematic or whatever. If you do that in a live streaming format for long enough, you will accrue an inevitable series of things that you say that are, you know, somewhat problematic. And usually, like, how things go from there is up to how people's preconceived notions of you have developed. And I think that as a community, given how new live streaming is, it would probably be better for all of us if we were a bit more permissive of those sorts of things. I'm not saying this for my sake. My reputation is already nuclear hellfire. But, you know, broadly for the sake of people's mental health, like, we're all, like, fast-talking out here, you know?
Yeah, and I think like the kind of like segues into one thing that's been on my mind, because one of the things that was kind of funny is like I've been meaning to talk to you about some shit for a while, and what's funny about it is that all of my there's a difference between like having criticisms and critique, right? Where I feel like sometimes when people have criticisms, it just kind of feels like this sort of like cathartic shitting on an individual and just kind of like doing that to their face. And then there's like critiques where I think like a lot of like, I don't want to say issues I have with you because it's not really a good representation, But every once in a while, when I'm watching your conversations, I feel my brain going, God damn it! Like there's a better conversation that might exist, but due to the spontaneity of how content exists online, I never know if it's gonna quite get there. So I've kind of like discarded it to a point, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, it's
Where-
always really.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my apologies. I thought you had been finished.
No,
speaking
no,
there.
you're good. You're good.
No, not at all. I refuse to speak.
Oh God. So where it's like, for example, with sometimes like if I were to say like a critique that I have for you, right, is that sometimes I can tell that, and maybe, and correct me if I'm wrong, if this is like a decent perspective, where I feel sometimes you run into issues listening to people and to the totality of what they're saying, but in your quest of understanding more, you might grab on something that might come off frustrating to them. And I never known real time how people navigate that.
You mean like if I ask
Or-
for clarification on an issue and it seems to them as though I'm trying to snipe a point?
Yeah. Where it's like maybe that's all you were able to catch in their explanation, but like this is the part where you think that like, okay, like I want to like explore on this. It's a really like I can pin some examples, but I'd have to like go back and rewatch a few things. Because this is just kind of like a pertinent memory as opposed to something that I can like directly poke at one particular thing, if that makes sense.
I think one of the issues that I have, I guess there are two issues here, and obviously this is from my perspective mostly. Well, entirely, it's literally from me. But one point here is that oftentimes people will reject framings of their arguments if the framing seems like it would have negative implications, even if it's exactly what they said. So sometimes when I'm looking for clarification, I just want to make sure they believe like X, because X would lead to Y, but they don't want to admit to X. They only want to admit to like Z, even if Z and X are the same thing, even if they mean the exact same thing. And it can be really difficult to parse that out. Also, sometimes I just think a lot of people are uncharitable with me. Where they assume because of my reputation that any question I have has to be part of some kind of epic gotcha that I'm setting up. In reality, it's the opposite.
Gotcha.
Usually, if a person admits to a point, even if it's like morally heinous, if they're just straightforward about it, like they just own it, or they just admit to that point, or they're just forthcoming, I'm almost always going to be much more charitable with them than if I feel like they're dancing to try to hide a point from me. At that point, that's usually where things get worse.
Gotcha. What exactly is your sniff test for that? Based on the language that they use, or I don't know how to word this thought, but it's like the language that they're using when they're talking about things, or the overall presentation of what they're saying? Or
I
is
think
it something just totally different from those two things?
I think it's often how they respond to the way I engage with what they say. Because if you let anyone speak on their own, they're always going to be able to paint like a really, really nice like portrait of what they believe. Like anyone, like a Nazi, like, oh, I just believe in defending the homeland, blah, blah, whatever. It's about how people answer difficult questions. And everyone, no matter how good their point is, everyone's ideology can be subject to difficult questions. Like you could have the most objectively correct positions in the universe, and there would still be some stuff that you would have to work through, some challenging conversation you would need to own to. And when people are, it seems, hostile to that line of inquiry, it makes me feel as though not only do they not want to answer those questions, it's because they can't, or worse, they know how it would sound and they refuse to, and that bothers me a lot.
And like maybe there's something to that deeper, where maybe there's a way that we can facilitate a space or facilitate spaces in where people are able or comfortable to speak freely about how they feel. That's the thing that I'm sort of like really sensitive about, where it's like sometimes, and everybody does this to a different capacity, and where like we're having a conversation right now, but there's other people watching our conversation, and they have a totally different experience with this than you and I are having. And then sometimes that can happen is that we might be functioning on a different level conversationally than what observers are having. and then it's like, how do you navigate that, not only as say like a chatter, but then as somebody like still having the conversation? I don't know if that made any fucking sense.
No, I understand
But-
what you mean. There's a fundamental disconnect there that I notice often when I'm talking with people, and my community. My community likes debates, obviously, for the aesthetic and the entertainment. And so when I'm having a conversation with somebody and they're doing something my community doesn't like, you know, they'll jump on it, they'll call them names, you know, whatever. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I really like what I do, and I like debating people, and I like making people feel bad if I think they're bad people. My community is part of that. But they're playing a different game than me. And so many times, including with the person who I talked to right before talking to you, I'm having a convo where people in my community are denouncing them, but I'm thinking in my head, like, I can work with this. And then by the end of the convo, people in my community are like, oh, they were all right, you know? I don't know if it's just them not picking up on the vibes that I do. It could just be because I've done this for long enough now to the point where I can pretty reliably tell in a conversation whether or not it's going to go well based on their tone.
Sure.
And maybe my community can. That's fine, of course. You know, they're not here for every nanosecond of every stream like I am, but it's a different experience, and it means that sometimes I think, especially for a lot of online content creators who have smaller communities, they're pulled by their community because they feel like they can't afford to lose any viewers. They have to like go with the flow. They can't take stands against things as well because there are more meaningful consequences. And you get this weird situation where sometimes it feels like the chat is leading the streamer is leading the chat, and that I think is a distinction that I try to look out for, or at least I worry about it.
Yeah, like, yeah. Well, I mean, like, I kind of struggle with that too. Because listen, man, you've been fucking up my stream schedule, dog. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, there's always what I mean by that is that there's a list of people that I've been meaning to have conversations with that has nothing to do with the conversations that you have with them. But then, like, I feel the sort of struggle of two worlds at the same time, where I'll give you an example, right? Like, I've been meaning to reach out to Chaos's Mel to have a conversation about adoption
Oh my.
and what it means for her to be transracially adopted for over a year now. And every time I'm like, is this the window? Is this the window? There's just, and then Twitter happens. And it's like, God damn it. Where?
She's going to be pretty difficult to book, I think. Though I hope you do. I'm not saying, ooh, if I say I'll watch it, that's kind of like a deterrent for her. I won't watch it on stream. I'd watch it off stream, I think. I have a less than stellar opinion of her, and I guess I'd be interested in seeing if I could watch her have a regular, like, human conversation without being a freak about it. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and I guess to give you a little bit of context, I guess if you would say if I came from a particular community, I came from A4 Andres, where he kind of got me into talking about the things I care about on the internet.
Andre. Wait, was he one
I
of the
think-
guys who talked to Destiny back during the N-word arc, or am I thinking of a different Andre?
No.
Was it Andre?
Um,
That was so many years ago.
that was
it
another
feels.
Andre.
Oh, okay, so okay, just making sure.
Yeah. So Andre now plays Pokemon mainly and does like pack openings and stuff. But he ran the A4 arena. I don't know if you know what that is, but
I think
he would do like
I heard of that. I don't know.
He did like walk-ons like every Wednesday. Other people that I think you might maybe know who I'm talking about is like Kino Elise, Dario, Raheem.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And what was funny is that I just lost my train of thought. What was I saying? Got it. I caught it. Like, I met Mel through that space. And then it's kind of weird when you have associations with individuals from different spaces, but then they're considered like villains in the space that you're currently navigating in. Like, for example, Fnatic and I both came from the fighting game community, and I have a good relationship with Fnatic, but no one else on Twitch does. So it's like this weird aspect of like, yeah, I have a relationship with this individual outside of the space, and he and I can talk about things, whether it be within the space and outside, but then there's still like this like sort of I don't want to say thought that I have of people watching the conversation, but a question of like, okay, where can I have this conversation? You know?
Yeah, I'll tell you, it is a weird feeling. It's also pretty weird to be that villain for so many people because I feel like I have to make apologies. Um, I know what you mean completely. I don't really have, for a while that someone for me was Shoe on Head, but now I'm like monumentally more controversial than she is in almost every imaginable way. So it's kind of reversed now, and I am that person to Shoe on Head, I think, and I do feel bad about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really know. It's pretty difficult to manage. For what it's worth, I've always tried to consider people as individuals. But to that,
Sure.
sometimes there are exceptions. Usually with how they, I guess it's the difference between being selectively supportive of somebody or being a friend with somebody, which I'm usually okay with, versus defending that person when I disagree with the thing they did and are being defended for.
Yeah.
That's the thing where when I see that, it's like, eh. Like, for example, with the Destiny thing, you know? Like, I think Destiny has done a lot of, like, pretty fucking morally bad stuff recently. Stuff that I think most people would condemn just with no reservations if it was done by another person. But there are people in the Twitch space who either won't really condemn him that hard or they'll defend him, and I don't know how much of that is just a fundamental disagreement or how much of that is because they have a shared community and thus they don't want to cause drama within their own. I genuinely don't know. I don't really know how to manage that, I guess.
Yeah, and I guess that's something where, if I'm being honest, where that's something that I felt for a little bit until I kind of recentered kind of like what I want to do with how people handle Black creators on Twitch, where it always seems like there's this desire to have like a villain within communities, and then it just so happens that for some communities those villains happen to be Black creators, and then like it started fucking with me during the middle of 2020 because it was like around the time when Resistance Noir was getting hit with stuff, a couple other Black creators, and then the part was like, shit, is that me next? Like,
I've definitely beef with a good number of Black creators myself, though. I would like to believe it's not a race thing. I think that look, I will say this, you know, I think that even if what a person has done is pretty definitely and objectively bad, we all make subjective choices as to who is worthy of our attention, you know? And
Sure.
and where people direct that energy is always telling. It's not as though it's not as though how do I say this? It's not as though every human can like objectively proportion all their hate to everyone in accordance with how morally heinous they are. Like, that's not really realistic, but we should all make an effort to be somewhat proportional. And there's no denying that there are some people in some communities that are extremely disproportional with how they handle drama like that. I mean, conservatives take this home, right? Like, conservatives will claim to stand for like good things, but then they'll only go after people on the left when they do those things. Like Blair White will talk about grooming or whatever, or sexual assault, but only when trans women do it, and only when the trans women are like unattractive. So it's like, you know, stuff like that, selective villainy and all that.
Yeah, and like, and even because I got some heat, and this might be like a different, like a, I guess like a side thing to what you're saying, is that I got a lot of weird heat when I was talking about like sort of the concern that I have when people cover other members of marginalized groups on the internet, in that I'm always wary of like, okay, when is it criticism versus when it's critique? And something that a lot of people like at my level, when I'm saying my level, I mean people averaging from like 50 to 100 viewers at a time, where the only time I see them covering Black people on their channels is when they're kind of just like shitting on Candace Owens, shitting on Larry Elder, shitting on what's his name? Oh my god, I just forgot his name.
Ben
Jesse
Shapiro, who's
Peters.
spiritually black. Oh,
he's something.
spiritually something. Yeah.
Officer, yeah, Officer Tatum also
Oh,
comes to
Officer
mind.
Tatum. Oh, I fucking hate that guy.
Yeah.
God, he's so fucking spineless. He's so dumb.
Yeah, he's a fun character in this arc. And then the question I had, and the thing that I'm always like curious about is like how they navigate an interaction with their chat in real time. Because sometimes I think that there are people in communities where they'll just kind of go a little too far in how hard they go on the individual. And that's something that like God, it sounds so weird to say my community, but that's something that even like my community had to stomp out pretty early, where it's like, yeah, we're going to cover like X individual. They're going to say some crazy shit, but let's not like try, like, it's not like get to like slur territory, you know?
Yeah, can I hit you with a giant truth bomb coming from the inside?
Sure.
This is a principle that we studied in sociology class. I don't know what name refers to it exactly, but I think it's an explanation for this to an extent, and it's something that I've noticed in myself as well at times, though I try not to let it dictate it. When you're covering conservatives, let's say a person is perfectly progressive and they're white, you know, like, I mean, this person is not racist, there's no like bias. I mean, well, there always is, of course, but you know what I mean, like, that's just right.
Yeah.
It's minimal. I definitely think at times there's this weird impulse that it's easier or more fun to target a black conservative or a trans conservative or hell, a female conservative, because the logical consequence of their political ideology leads to their own subjugation, and it's something that you, a privileged person, get to hold over them, you know? I know, for example, that in my convo with Jesse Lee Peterson, I made jokes about how his systems would have me, like, voting and him not. And, you know, like, under those circumstances, and he's, you know, a very wacky guy. You can say a lot of wacky stuff with him, you know. You can hold it over his head, like, you want me, a white man, voting and not you? Doesn't that feel weird, blah-de-blah? And now, in his case, his brain is soup, right? Like, you know, obviously. But in the case of Blair White, who is obviously really insecure about her identity and her womanhood, it's pretty easy to imagine debating her and going, oh, okay, so you think that trans women are only women after they've undergone biological changes through like hormone therapy and surgery. Well, you haven't gotten bottom surgery, so according to your ideology, you're not a woman. And then you can like he, him, her, all you want, you know? Haha, it's your system, blah blah blah, you know? Like, obviously, this isn't really like a coherent argument against their ideology. I just think that it's kind of an extension of the desire to I don't know, emotionally sublimate the person you're talking to. Is that the right word? With like laying them
Maybe.
low? Yeah. And obviously, like, that's bad, right? Because you're exploiting their even if they're doing pick-me shit, you're exploiting their marginalized status to form, you know, sort of arguments against them. Anyway, I'm rambling, but I'm just saying I think that's an element of it.
Yeah, and like, and something to that as well, because like we use this, like you've used this, I've used this, where it's like one of the frustrations that I have with Jesse Lee Peterson, JLP, where the extrapolation of his ideology includes him not existing. So it's like, how do you reveal that to an individual who I would argue is pretty far gone? Where, like,
He's lost. He's lost.
Yeah.
There's no way with him.
Yeah. Like, and I understand, like, because of his identities, like, okay, his arguments make sense. Like, if I am the child of a sharecropper, I'm probably gonna have some weird perspectives about black people and culture and what it means to be black in America and how to like sort of see your way through that. But at the same time, people might use that as a means to kind of just like, I don't know how to word this thought, like they know that to be true and then they just go harder on the paint. It's like, no, like we can, and again, like I'm not saying people can't play basketball, because I mean I've done it too. It feels good, man.
I can't play basketball.
Wait, what do you mean?
I'm just very bad at it.
Oh, no, I'm saying metaphorically, just like go hard on somebody, just because you can.
Oh,
So,
right.
like,
Well,
yeah,
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think it's very effective either. Like, take the
right.
Blair White example, right? Like, obviously, I consider Blair White a woman, horrible as she is, you know.
Mm-hmm.
The temptation is to reveal to her the self-defeating nature of her ideology by pointing out
Correct.
that you can use her standards to invalidate her gender identity, to say that actually she's a man. The problem with this is that, honest to God, I think she already kind of thinks that. Most of her politics seem to come from a kind of projected insecurity anyway. So all you're
Mm-hmm.
really doing, like, once you realize that, all you're really doing with those arguments is kind of like rubbing her insecurity in her own face and not addressing the underlying ideological hypocrisy. Especially if you're
Gotcha.
being mean about it. And meanness is deserved there, because it's Blair White, and all you're really doing is pointing out how her ideology hurts other trans women. If you consider her a trans woman, and she considers her a trans woman, then obviously this standard is harmful. But again, this assumes rational behavior on the part of the people you're arguing with. And, you know.
Right. Remember I don't know if you covered it on within your content, but the conversation that she had with Lauren Winsky and Carlin Bornsenko.
I did. It was wild.
Bro. And like, what's crazy, I don't use it crazy. What's incredible to me is that Lauren Winsky is your enemy. And basically it was like really bizarre to see Blair White in juxtaposition with Lauren, and she just openly just says things that include like the vilification of Carlin and not only her identity but her husband's, Blair White's entire identity, not only as a woman but as a trans woman, and then even in the face of her making certain arguments, Lauren would just say some shit. Like, I remember like the part that really sticks out to me was when she was talking about sort of like the dangers that she had when it comes to like the idea of transitioning, and that she doesn't really like posit it towards children. And then Lauren's just like, great, so you should grow your mustache out. And it's like, oh my God.
Yeah, well, Witzka's an actual neo-Nazi, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
So the positions there are unsurprising, but honestly, like, I don't know. Maybe this is me being just extremely transphobic, but after that panel, the person I hated the most was Blair. Like, a lot of people thought of her as the victim there, which she was in the context of that panel, but she's the front runner for Witzka, you know? Like, she was making apologies that entire panel, and Blair White went right back to doing the exact same shit with no opposition. Like, I don't know, it's weird. Like, Blair could just stop. Like, Blair could reflect and stop. But instead, she's like essentially the PR director for anti-trans people, softening them up for Witzka's real arguments about how actually they're just degenerates who are mentally ill. Like, she's really just the front for that position. That's what most conservatives actually believe. They don't get that. Like, to real conservatives, Blair White is not a real woman because she passed or whatever. Blair White is just a relatively attractive delusional trans person, you know?
Yeah.
So like fuck, like,
that.
yeah. Sorry.
And then like the coupling that together, like the part that frustrated me the most about it is like I don't know, maybe it's my bias where it's like I couldn't be able to sit through that type of thing, somebody just saying that type of shit to me, and then just like kind of like taking a softer edge on it, where it's like I don't care like if it's a conservative-esque panel. Like if somebody is telling me to grow my mustache, like, no, fuck you. Like, what do you say?
Well, I'd be
But at the
okay
same
if I
time-
heard that.
True, me too. Like, but at the same time, it was weird where like Lauren would say something, nobody would address it, and it just either would be Blair apologizing or they just move on. And it's like, okay, like
Rough out
you
here.
do you, but damn.
Rough out here. It's
Yeah.
I don't know. These are just Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I mentioned what's up?
Sorry, the fucking
Oh,
birds losing
Your
12
Elden
power.
Ring?
Yeah.
Oh Lord, we're gonna have to stage the intervention soon.
It's a good ass game. Let me beat it at least once before I get intervened.
Sure. Well, hold on. Well, but is it a beat it and put it down, or are you gonna feel the itch?
Oh, we're not playing this game just once. Sorry. No shot. No shot.
There it is. There's the truth.
I want to do another playthrough Soul Level 1, all bosses on stream for like the challenge. And I also want to try out other types of builds like magic and faith and stuff because I normally play this game in a very restrictive way.
Yeah. I guess the one thing I mentioned it in the message, and it's going to be a different question than I think people who are watching are anticipating. Is that how has your journey been with talking with Black creators? Like, if you kind of had to like do a self-evaluation of that. This isn't. Let me make this as clear as I can. This isn't some type of bait into some bullshit. Like, if I were to bait you into bullshit, I'd make it more explicit.
Honest to God, like I have. Okay, this is going to sound really fucking dumb, but like I just try not to think about it because I think that when I think about it, the first thing that I feel is a kind of resentment because it makes me feel like every good conversation I have with a person of color is some kind of like battle against my poor reputation, and every bad convo is like, oops, there it goes again. You know?
Gotcha.
Like, I love having convos when they're good, and often when they're bad, too, you know? I just like talking to people on my platform. But it's like... things have gone sour between myself and, like, a lot of people.
Right.
A ridiculous number of people. And, I mean, I guess if one did the math on that, I have no idea if there'd be some kind of disproportionate bias, considering the total number of people I've talked to. I hope no one ever does that math, because... oh my god, that would take a while. But
why are you giving me video essay work to do?
Yeah, exactly. It's like an entire fucking montage. I guess it's more just I don't want to turn my conversations with people of color into a diversity hire situation where like a separate number is tracked and like special importance has to be paid because to meet some kind of not federal quota, of course, but like some sort of PR quota, I guess.
Yeah, I'm always like, this is kind of why, like, kind of where I framed it as that, and like kind of like where my frustrations of it is on just like not necessarily Twitch, but how people just cover creators from marginalized groups. Where I think that sometimes there is this idea that like these other creators are functioning in the same space that we are. And then people will just get kind of like, whether it be overly sensitive on a particular point, overly pedantic on a point, or just like unintentionally bad faith in what they're saying. And I know you've received criticism, and I would say it's criticism. Like, it's not trying to like make you like stop or readjust it. I think it's just people just like upset and airing out grievances, which is fine. Everybody's welcome to do that. But I'm always like, even when I watch, like, because I went back and watched, not today, but over the past couple months of like just recent conversations that you had. And then the question in my mind's always like, what can, like, how could the better version of this conversation exist? And I do think to an extent, like I mentioned, like listening is hard. Like listening on not only like within a discussion, but listening with all the other variables is a difficult thing. I think sometimes people forget that, and it's not. I don't know what the prescriptive, like what we could do better, like listen better. It seems kind of nebulous, but
it is always something worth keeping in mind to have the best version of that conversation. It's just yeah, I could do the like back and forth where it's like, well, I don't think people are trying with me thing, but I don't think that's really fair. You try the best you can no matter what, right? Like, I think it's just sometimes it seems like listening itself is the thing that's being valued, and the listening because no one can actually know whether I'm listening, of course, you know. Like you don't actually know what's going into my brain and being processed. What for them, listening is actually like the degree to which you agree with what you're hearing or what they're saying. And
I see.
That's not saying what you're saying is incorrect. Obviously, listening is a good part of conversations, but I'm just reminded, like in that Contra video, listen to marginalized voices. And obviously, I agree with that statement. You should. Life experience, plus, you know, they don't get as much of a voice as someone like me might. Yeah, it's good to. I agree with that. It's just, oftentimes what is actually, being said is agree with marginalized voices, to which the only reasonable answer is which one? Because some marginalized people are crazy because they're people. People are crazy. It's just gonna happen.
Yeah, and I think something that, like, for example, something that I do with my content is when I cover because I go down some it goes down some radioactive rabbit holes, and something that I try to do is present conflicting arguments to whatever the individual I'm covering. So I will platform, like, for example, if I'm talking about most recently I've been down this path of just like shitting on Kevin Samuels, which is very fun.
Fill me in.
But
Who?
Kevin Samuels.
Uh-huh.
He's a member of the how do I word this group of individuals? Like a group of individuals that want to unironically remove white patriarchy and replace it with black patriarchy.
Oh,
and so their arguments talk about, like, what he talks about is this idea of like the value of men versus the value of women, and that women have to be the number two, they can never be the number one, and a bunch of different things.
Standard conservative shit, but like framed as the way of preserving the black family. I've heard these types of arguments.
Or even like with Umar Johnson, where he is very much, he's a real cool guy. Where like he'll argue, I'm speaking generally for people who are like watching who have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. Where like Umar Johnson will, same idea, like replacing white patriarchy with black patriarchy. He's very big about black women dating exclusively black men, even though statistically that doesn't work out, like all types of shit. But what I try to do is juxtapose their arguments with arguments of other black creators. And I think so that way, like, people are seeing like, okay, this perspective of Dr. Umar Johnson or Kevin Samuels exists, but this isn't the totality of black male thought on this issue, and like sort of like positioning it like that. Granted, I don't know how like other creators would want to do something like that, but like that's how like I do things, and it's kind of fun.
An agreeable way of handling it. I wonder if there's a way to positively weaponize and redirect white chauvinism on issues like this, you know? Like there's no...
Maybe.
We'll follow through. Obviously, that's a contentious opener, but, you know, qualifications.
I'm ready.
Because obviously, as you and I know, there's nothing that white people love more online than thinking they've learned how black people are wrong about something and then explaining haughtily how that is the case. Same with men, women, cis, trans, you know, any privileged group, right? And I have to wonder, you know, because oftentimes, because this happens a lot with like gigantic air quotes black culture. Like this is a big thing with it, where if you take a look at what black culture is, I have no fucking clue what it is, by the way. You know, it seems to be a lot of things, but obviously you're gonna find some stuff in there that seems like kind of bad. There are elements of like black misogyny or whatever. Yeah, obviously any big cultural group, like there's gonna be shit like that. So I think like maybe like what a lot of chauvinistic white people do is they'll look at like black culture in its totality and they'll go, rap, violence, gangs, and they say bitches when they mean women. If only those black people couldn't be more equal, like whites or some shit like that, you know?
Yeah.
And there's just some kind of chauvinistic tendency to front like cultural supremacy, and I wonder if there's a way to take that energy, not the arguments, but the energy, and direct it towards this like you think like black culture's bad? Dude, black culture is great. Look at this psycho, you know, like Dr. Umar or whatever. Like this guy's way out there. Like, you know, he's like constantly, you know, picking fights or getting into arguments. This guy's like been denounced 87 times. Like, look at that. Like, they don't like this, you know, but look at this guy, he's fucking crazy or whatever. Like, I don't know if I'm framing this properly. I feel like often negative social characteristics can be redirected as long as they're being done by people with good faith. A good example, sorry, last thing I'll say, a good example of the opposite of this is that a lot of like people of color like hate white people. Let's be real, they do. Not much social harm, but they do. And I feel like there's been a concerted effort, a positive one, to take a lot of the resentment and turn it into sociological criticism
Yes.
Now, not enough effort has been made in getting rid of the initial dislike to begin with and just having the sociological criticism. But hey, I'd rather sociologically informed people than not under any circumstances. And I think I don't know. I just wonder if there's a way to do that. You know, like just to try to
Yeah.
frame things better. You know.
I think to one aspect, and I kind of want to get to because something I hear a lot.
Sorry, I was rambling there. Yeah, I'm tired.
No, you're
It's
you're fine. You're totally fine. I can see where you're coming from. Where there is white resentment, not only in black spaces, but spaces with persons of color, indigenous folks, like it exists. And the question that I always have is, how do we alleviate the circumstances so that for people who share this sentiment? And something that I think to the United States, they don't do a good job. Let's put it that way. They're not batting 1,000 for the and then the question, and then like, because a lot of the sentiment that Black Americans, persons of color, indigenous folks have with America is valid critique and valid criticism. And then what tends to seem that, or it appears to be the happening, is that when the rubber hits the road of like, okay, how do we alleviate these circumstances that lead to these outcomes of black people hating white people? Then that's when people feel like, I don't know if we should do that. Like if a community, for example, like the catch-all example that people use is like policing and police sentiment to minority groups, coupled with the practices, policies, and procedures that go around policing, the culture of policing, and then the culture of policing as it relates to minority communities. Like those are things that can be improved upon, but that's going to require like a conscious and dedicated effort with like fund reallocations, better communication with not only police officers, but with members of the communities, and like having a bit more of an open dialogue there. But then it always feels like we never get to that point, you know?
Yeah, and I think this. Oh no, my apologies.
You know, it's like police is what my last thing I was saying. Like police is just one example that I'm picking from.
I think a lot of this feeds into the term is Afro nihilism, right? Yeah, which I really, really dislike. Not because I think the feeling is necessarily unwarranted, but just because I feel like there just aren't any other choices on the table. You know what I mean? Like it's just, you know, we're not doing any Liberia shit. We live in America. You know, you work with the systems you have, whether they suck or not. Like that's all you can really do. And yeah, I agree. It's just important to create a narrative. I'm sorry, I'm so tired. A narrative that people can feel optimistic around. Because the optimism is what gives people hope in those sort of liberal egalitarian values. I wouldn't like I guess I would expect like prejudice and bias from like any community that's been subjected to a lot of dispossession, which is directly a product of another group of people. I mean, all it took was like the lie that Mexicans were stealing jobs in the American South to like turn an entire generation or two of Americans against them for the second time, because it also happened in the 19th and 20th centuries.
Yep.
And so the real deprivation that black people experience. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough to manage this as a content creator too, because oftentimes like the language of sympathy with issues like that doesn't fully overlap with the language of like a particular empirical argument being made, which can just be kind of hard to balance. You know?
Right. And then even with certain sentiments around certain ideas within, and this is something that like I've been trying really hard to walk people through, is that the language of Black communities, communities of color, has been co-opted by unironic, legit Nazis, white supremacists, white nationalists. And then what tends to happen is that people will use those, like their language, to be like, oh, well, this is no different than X or Y. Like, for example, a creator was covering the idea or like the rallying cry of my husband will be black. And like I understand what that means. And I understand that like on one side there are people like the Kevin Samuels, like the Umar Johnsons, that mean that literally of like my husband will be black and will be black no matter what because of biology, eugenics bullshit. But then at the same time, there's like a sentiment of like, because of the overt situation that Black Americans face in the United States and abroad, like I want to make sure that my culture, in this case, like whatever Black culture means for the individual, is not only pertained with me, but also it's values that my husband might also share, and I want to pass it on to my children. And this is a pretty like reasonable sentiment, I think. But what ends up happening is that you'll have people who will co-opt that message in a way that is that extremist view that people are worried about. Like the idea of like, well, how much blood do you need to be black? When it's like, it does, do you have lineage of black people, therefore that type of thing, you know?
Yeah, it's pretty much impossible to navigate, especially because the language of like racial liberation overlaps with the dog whistles of like racial domination from white people.
Yes.
Like obviously like self-determination, the concept is a perfect example. The concept of self-determination is great. It's ideologically fantastic. You're like being able to choose where you live. Like, yeah, that's that's like an anarchist principle practically. It's incredibly good. The issue, of course, they don't mean it. They're lying. What they actually mean is the freedom to determine whether or not people of other races get to enter my country, which is the desire to restrict the self-determination of others. But the language overlaps enough. It seems like optical lost ground. As long as like there are racist whites in this country, they're always going to find like a caveat in like liberatory language black people use, which seems really difficult to argue with or around. I just try to avoid it for the most part. Like the arguments that I make on race stuff, I try to make them empirical. I try not to use any language in support of black people that could be co-opted or misdirected. But I've also like argued with a ton of alt-writers, so I have a pretty decent understanding of what those ideological trigger points are, what those rhetorical devices tend to be, so I can avoid those pretty well. But like no movement would be able to. I don't know.
Yeah, and even to an extent, and like I want to be something like kind of clear where I don't think to. And I have a lot of evidence to support this claim. I think it's very difficult for Black Americans in particular to be able to navigate in white nationalist and white supremacist spaces without there being little yikes territory. And there might be some physical or otherwise reasons that might have come to that opinion.
By white supremacist, do you mean like the Klan, or do you mean like America broadly, like the broader institution?
Well, the overt supremacist spaces, like the ones that kind of navigate. They talk like one that comes to mind for me is like the white well-being space, which isn't white supremacist in nature.
Yeah,
but they advocate explicitly for the self-determination of white people.
I think
that means. Sorry, go for it.
Oh no, I just like I agree, and I legit think it's better that black people just not, for a variety of optical and like logistical reasons, you know.
Yeah, and then I think that's sort of the task of like something that I always like people ask me, I think in bad faith, of like, well, what do white people do then? And it's like, well, use your privilege to navigate in the spaces that those people of these groups can.
I fully agree with that. Oh no, sorry. I'm half a sentence behind everything you say because I'm so out of it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's on me for my sleep schedule. I agree with that. I genuinely don't think it's ever worth the time of a black person to argue with a white racist. Not that I think their time is worth more than mine, only that their time is expended more aggressively during those interactions, you know? Like,
and there's also the blowback too.
Yeah, I can talk with a white nationalist with like whatever, like, okay, like, hello, dumb fuck, let's go. Like, obviously, this is going to be a much more taxing conversation for a black person, and they're going to be looking for different gotchas as well. When talking to me, I'm like a lost brother, basically, or sometimes a pawn of the Jew, you know, depending on how far they go. But I am a part of their racial group, their racial hierarchy, meaning that A, their essentialist arguments can't work against me. They have to make actual ones. They can't just go, haha, you know, your skull shape, blah, blah. That's one.
Yeah.
And for two, like, they also can't appeal to making me angry. And I'm not going to fault any person of color for getting angry arguing with a white nationalist. That's very much an expected outcome. I don't get angry, but it definitely helps that, like, you know, I'm not really affected the way they are. So, with all that said, like, I'm just reminded of my convo with Stryker and Alsup, where I was 2v2ing with Destiny. And they really, really, really wanted to get, like, black people on. They wanted it so badly. Like, they were like, they get these two white liberals on when, we asked for black people. You couldn't find them. And I know why they wanted black people there. They wanted black people there because if any rhetorical slip-up had been made by them, that, like, that quote would have been printed on, like, George Floyd t-shirts in their community and sold, like, hundreds of times, you know? Like, they'll look for anything, like vultures. It doesn't matter how good their arguments are, and it really doesn't too, because if you look in the chat of like a Nazi, like on D Live or whatever, when they're looking at like a black person or a Jewish person talking, they're not listening to a fucking word that's being said. They're literally just talking about their lips and nose shape. Like, literally, that's it. It's utterly beneath the time of any black person, except for JLP. I am fully okay with him arguing with white nationalists because I find it funny. Every single other black person is just not worth the time.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I ran into a very precarious position where I fell to the new streamer bait, where somebody wanted to talk to me about CRT. And I'm like, sure, let's have a chat. And then I mean, I'm not doing it now, but for most like panels and discussions that I think are oppositional, I just keep chat open, just, you know, to see how the people are doing. And oh my God.
just people, like the race baiting shit.
Yeah, like people were asking, like he had because the thing was, like, the only reason that sparked me on it was that the guy was talking about crown laws. And
Crown
that was like the first laws that prevents or criminalize the discrimination based on hairstyles.
Oh, I saw those. Those are based as fuck. I can't believe that's still legal in the US, that like a business that a hiring manager can just be like, your hair is unprofessional, like looking at a black person with like cornrows or like 6 inches of like fro or whatever. Like that's insane to me that's legal, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, and like the reason why I bring that up is like for people who don't know me, like I have I would say, I'm gonna make the claim, I have the loudest hairstyle on Twitch. Period. Or at least in Twitch, whatever the fuck you want to call it, Twitch.
Pretty big. It's pretty big.
Pretty big, pretty loud. But what I realized is, like, people were unironically in that chat asking, like, yo, ask him to see if his hair is real. It can't be real. And it's like, what? Like, your community is like, instead of listening to anything that I was saying, that was like the center point of it. And
I never got that shit. Look, there are a ton of weird fucking things that white people do that I like don't do, but I like look at that and think, okay, I can see a world in which I could have been doing that, or like, you know, impulsive thought or whatever. Being weird about black hair is never like it's unfathomable to me. I have no idea where it comes from. I don't know if they all grew up in like fucking rural Utah and have just literally never seen anyone who doesn't have straight hair before. I have no idea.
Yeah, and like it's funny because like even like it happened on some Twitch panels too with a couple of righties, and then it's like and the thing is like I understand that like in a right-wing space, especially a right-wing chat, things are kind of how you would say loose when it comes to what's allowed in their chats. And then like I realized like pretty early, well, not as early as I wanted it to be, where it's like, okay, I can't navigate here. Like there's nothing to be had here. But there are people who can, I think, I don't want to say should, but they can operate easier than I can. And if they're willing to do that, then by all means. Have you ever?
it's using the privilege, right? Or like I
Yeah.
guess fractional privilege, you know, like whatever you can get out of the situation. Yeah, I don't know. That I always felt like that was kind of my role in this space, right? Like I don't really want to be arguing with lefties. I'll defend myself always when attacked. So that
Yeah.
puts me up against lefties. But I would much rather, like, I don't know. I guess there are a lot of people in the online left who don't seem to see the value of someone like me arguing with people in the right, because I like the majority of the people on the left are completely incapable of maintaining any kind of posture or decorum when faced with overt bigotry. That's not necessarily like a moral failing on their part. Bigotry is disgusting and it's okay to be disgusted by it, but clearly there's a skill set involved with being able to handle it directly. And yeah, like, is this not just an extension of the white people use your privilege to convince those who won't listen to non-white people? Like, it seems like a natural extension of that principle.
Yeah. I guess the question I have for you on that regard is, and maybe you this part of your answer you just or the explanation you just said is how do I word this thought in a way that makes sense? My concern is always where I don't want to see white Americans get roped into the language when they're navigating in more white extremist spaces. And I'm just wondering like how you kind of navigated around that.
You mean like the racially chauvinist language?
Yeah, like racial chauvinism, eugenics adjacency. So like because one thing that you kind of have to do, right, is that you have to I believe at least that you kind of have to navigate in a certain way with individuals like that, but at the same time you don't want that navigation to end up being like part of who you are over time. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Can I ask you a question about
Yeah.
a historical allegory?
Sure.
You know who Huey Long is?
Yeah.
Well, he was the governor of Louisiana, corrupt guy, wacky dude, had some
Real cool guy.
real cool, had some big dubs over his career, no doubt. Anyway, anecdote from his history, very anti-racist, like really anti-racist. And, you know, this was the Jim Crow South, Louisiana. And he heard from some of his constituents that there was a hospital in one of these cities, big hospital, where a lot of black people were there being treated, you know? But all the nurses were white. And as a product of that, Louisiana, you know, 1930s, of course, the black patients suffered a lot of racism. And the constituents, you know, they ask, they plead, they beg. Now, as the governor, Huey Long knew two things. One, he didn't really have the power to just force racial hiring standards on this hospital. The infrastructure for that was nowhere near, in 1930s Louisiana, that was just not feasible. And two, even if he tried, he would be faced with massive pushback. You know, it would be politically devastating. So what he did was he did a tour of that city. He visited the hospital. He looked all up and over the place, and he yelled out in the lobby of the place, you know, you got these good old white girls working on these N-words? You having these N-words tending on white? You really getting these white girls doing all that? And shamed the administration of the hospital into hiring black nurses so as not to denigrate the white nurses by forcing them to care for black people. And he solved the problem. And the black constituents thanked him for it. And the white liberal supporters that he had in Louisiana attacked him because, of course, he went on a public racist tirade. I don't know whether what he did there was like the best possible outcome, but I want to know from you, how do you feel about that very cavalier attitude that he had towards fighting for black liberation and against racism?
And like Huey Long just kind of generally as a governor, I guess you would say?
With that anecdote being the specific focus, but like broadly, sure, to whatever extent you're aware.
I think that there is a level of, and this is kind of, there's a lot to this. That's a good question. There is a level of, I hate to use the word tactical, but tactical awareness to your surroundings. Because I think generally speaking, especially at the time for Huey, because Huey was right around, like, God, this is gonna date me a little bit, but like he was around the time where my grandmother was alive. And so like it's like right on the tail end. Like my mom was born in 33. But with that being said, I think that there is a level of like tactical awareness that you need to have, especially at that point in American history. And unfortunately, that language can, or like the language and argumentation can be dangerous. At that time, did it work? It's a mixed bag. Louisiana still has problems, but I understand like why he would go about it the way he did, especially in the case of I forget the name of the hospital in particular, but I understand it. At the same time, if we push it to a 2022 landscape, I personally believe that people adopt that language in like more extreme spaces as a means of passing within that extreme space. And something that I think that you might be better at doing than others is that there might be an awareness of like, okay, I'm in, like, what's my purpose for being in this space and doing the thing that I'm doing? Because sometimes I think like when people when I'm saying passing, I'm meaning that like you could navigate in the space, talk to individuals in that space, and they wouldn't sort of like tick you as somebody who like would be in support of more left-leaning policies that promote like integration and other things like that.
Of course, yeah. The Huey Long's goal there was to get the desired outcome without letting his conservative constituents in on the fact that he was virulently anti-racist.
Correct.
It was a kind of passing, and I don't know how much that logic pans out with online content creation, because obviously, like, you're not really passing, right? Like everyone can see your content, like your YouTube or whatever. Like people know your positions unless they're incredibly thick and they don't ever like look it up or check. When I think of not specifically what he did, I guess, but the broader logic of what he did, I think of it a little bit, kind of the way that a little bit of like performative edginess can be really useful in disarming people who would otherwise not be willing to listen to you. Now, obviously, I'm very biased by my perspective here because I just like saying the word retard, and I think I'm long past pretending that my use of it is some sort of like strategy. But
we'll get you on the reform side.
One day. At least I'm being honest about it now. But even with the, you know, the honesty or not aside, I still think one could reasonably say that even if saying it itself isn't helpful very much, it's more the comfort with the word, the comfort with the dialect, the engagement, you know, the conversational mannerisms of some types of people. Being able to work within those spaces, I think, can give you credence where you might not otherwise have. I remember when I was talking with a fairly conservative person with a fairly conservative audience recently, but it was a civil conversation. I was trying to frame my arguments for better civic planning and better like city building in a way that would be more agreeable to them. Like, instead of me like bitching about more tax dollars needing to go to road upkeep or whatever, it was more about like and I think people need to form a deeper connection to their community, and we need to return to the social spaces that we used to have, like public commons and townhouses and stuff like that. And like they're imagining like white picket fences, I think, in like 1950s, you know, like church bells and shit like that. I'm not, but I'm not lying either, you know. This is just an agreeable framing. You get my point.
Yeah, like we're like for instance, right? I believe that more connected community, like, how do I say this? Like, I believe in community control. Like, it's very like TLDR, and what that looks like is just community control of economic frameworks that produce goods and services. So that's like housing, like community control of housing, community control of schools, community control of healthcare, community control businesses, and that's a much more extreme like a much more like left-leaning type of like goal. I'm probably not going to see that the full like encapsulation of that when I'm alive, but I'm going to at least try to do that.
That's a nice dream.
Yeah, like something that I try to argue on it is with schools, like because I think schools are the best example of community control in action. With the fact that sure there are superintendents, but those superintendents are elected by members of the school board, which are literally members of the community. And in my state, they're doing it for free, so there's
Oh,
no
fun.
like they're yeah, so they're there to be there. They're not there because they just want to like line their political pockets. So like something that I try to like tell people is like, hey, like if you want to get involved, like the first step is your schools, because that's like the like level one for me at least. Because like if I believe that unfortunately this institution is designed to create workers, then we gotta at least try to make sure we're making good workers to some extent. Granted, I think there obviously needs to be more expansion of like what's the purpose of school, but in the current state of affairs,
It's a jumping off point, if nothing else.
Yeah.
It's helpful for that. And I think yeah, like I'll say like I like strong families, you know, but like I'm okay with like polyamorous families. So like different people think different things. I just think
Right.
there are a lot of things you can do and say to like affect the ability for you to reach different groups of people. And I agree with the harm potentially of adopting their language in their spaces, because there can be a sort of corrosive influence on anyone, even principled leftists, if they're constantly hanging out with alt-righters, chatting with alt-righters, joking around with alt-righters, even if they're not saying anything racist in doing so. Like there's always potential for it. I guess the closest example that I could think to like a defensible element of this is when talking with anyone in like the misogynist, red pill, incel, MGTOW, anything like that, like any of those communities, you know,
Yeah.
you know how saying like women are fucking crazy sometimes is A, problematic, B, objectively correct, C, very often said, and D, also a ubiquitously held position by essentially everyone who actually has sincere hatred for women. Like it fits all those markers. I feel like if you're talking with like a really misogynistic guy and he has all these anecdotes, all these stories about how bad women are, like how monstrously immoral they can be, and hypergamy and all that blah 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 blah. You know, I feel like being able to dismissively downplay it with a saying that ubiquitous does a lot to normalize and also depreciate the significance of their statements. Like they have all this
Okay, I see.
horrible stuff to say, you know, and you reduce it to a simple mantra. It's a little bit. I think it's a little bit like saying like life isn't fair to a person to diminish the weight of what they're saying, or maybe like, you know, a person does some like really like bad shit with like one friend over another. You can be like, well, yeah, bros without, you know, bros before hoes. What can I say? Like if you've been shitty to a girlfriend, it's like a way of minimizing, but I think you're doing it aggressively at the person with the bad position rather than defensively to defend yourself against the person with a good position. So it's just something that I've thought about before, because you can, and then it's like, if that's how they describe their feelings towards women, like, women can be crazy sometimes, I'll take that over whatever crazy, like, incel forum language they're using any day, especially since at least that'll let them have convos with real people who might have, like, normal stories instead of only having convos with people who know all the crazy incel acronyms, which won't let them have real
Or even like, because I do feel like you do have to reach people where they're at, right? Where sometimes you'll just get hit with some crazy shit. Where like something that I like to kind of like tie it into like what I do for teaching. Sometimes like I get critiqued from time to time about certain language that I use in front of my students, because I have a really like, and my mantra is not necessarily fucked up, but I just tell them sometimes where it's like, listen, I don't want to be here either. So what can we do to make this process as limitedly torturous as possible? And if that involves you guys practicing more before rehearsal, that can work. I would love to get out of here at a decent hour. And that works in one of two ways. You'll get people where it's like, okay, yeah, like this person's a human being too, and like their time is just as important as mine. So let me like try to make it less, like more bearable for everyone involved. And then on the other hand, I have some parents sometimes saying like, "What did you mean when you said you didn't want to be here?" And I just gotta say, I said what I said. And obviously there's like elaboration after that, but it's like sometimes like that can be an icebreaker of like, oh, like this is what you mean type of thing. And that works for some people, doesn't work for everybody, but it's kind of like you gotta read the room when it's like appropriate.
No, I agree completely. I'm very sorry. I'm having trouble actually following the convo now. I think I just need to end stream and go to sleep.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah, no, let's tap.
I appreciate you coming on. Actually, it's been a good convo. Seriously, thank you.
Yeah, man, and like just as kind of like a side thing, I am. I'm gonna tell you first. I am trying to have a. Oh, here we go. I guess the best way I can describe it is an all white everything panel.
Oh shit, I love whites.
Particularly talking about the identity of white Americans in the United States and how that kind of manifests itself. Now, granted, that is some fucking nuclear material. So
You'll be presiding, I assume.
yeah, and basically my objective is to try to introduce people to conversations with people who I think can have these conversations in a way that, well, it might be some memes, like there's gonna be inevitable memes, but at least like approaching with some level of like care and sensitivity to it. Because
yeah,
like
I also love care and sensitivity.
yeah, so I mean, if
Just hit me
that's
up,
something
yeah.
you're down, yeah, I'll send you the details for that.
Wait, how soon is it?
This is like if I were to give you like a timeline, probably like a couple weeks from now.
Okay, good. Yeah,
I'm
okay.
currently in the planning stage of like, who do I want on it? What's my objective? Who are people who I think meet that objective? That type of thing. Because I do know people are gonna. It's a thing. So.
Oh yeah, I know it can be a thing.
Yeah, and obviously this is going to be the reason why I bring it up to you is that it's going to be something that is going to be a lightly edited, but thing that's not going to be like a traditional Twitch stream where like this is going to happen and then it's going to go up online for people to watch and consume at their own pace.
Yeah. Also, it's fair to balance it out because I recently hosted an all black everything panel myself, and I feel like I have to cosmically. We have to balance the scales. We have to keep everything.
How did
fair.
that go? How'd that go? By the way, that was pretty dope. Because no Katarana was talking about that for a while. And she really like tapped you of like a one fosh that so that was kind of cool.
Yeah, I liked it. I like conversations like that because generally, whenever I talk with anyone about anything, it's because somebody is angry at someone. So it's nice to get brief departures from stuff like this from time to time. And like in real talk, like you do some shit that annoys the shit out of me, but at the end of the day, like it's everybody's doing their own thing and doing it different ways. So it's like we're bound to say some dumb shit or do dumb things. So it's like I wouldn't
as
know.
long as we're trying to move the ball forward, that's the least we can do, right?
I'll try my best. And continue to do so. I really do appreciate you coming on, and I hope you contact me about that panel.
Yeah, for sure, man. For sure, man. All right, I'll let you go.
Take care.
You just I can feel the sleep. Take care, man.
Yeah,
Don't play Elden Ring. Take a full sleep.
No,
okay?
I closed the game. I did on stream. Stream can confirm.
I know how that crack rock works, though. You turn it off, you go to bed, and then you hear. You can't enter the tower, can you?
Oh wait, have you played Elden Ring?
I watch enough from other content
creators.
I
was thinking like, all right, I still don't know how to get those fucking towers. Yeah, okay. Be well, friend.
All right, man. Take
care. That's true, Sake. Thank you for the gifted subs. Soaked on left. Though I do find your insistent hatred of firearms perplexing. I do always appreciate you dropping by to give me any information you can. I have learned a lot from you. Excuse me. If Shu's still here, thank you for sharing that Huey Long anecdote. I really like it, actually. I think it's really instructive on the complexities of. Shut up, guys. On the complexities of Oh, lost it. Okay. I love you all very much. You're all beautiful people. Should be streaming tomorrow. I swear to God, I am almost at the end of these like weird, inconsistent streaming times. It's just some prior social stuff that had been planned for a while. But all is well. It's very close to being done, and then we can get back to full no lifing it. Join the subreddit Vosh V. It's been very, very, very active lately, for a variety of reasons, and it's also been getting a lot of bans. So you guys need to fill in to replace the DGGers who brigaded and got banned. Okay, you have to join. Join the Discord, which is being collaboratively moderated by Posadas John and Arcelia, both of whom I like and trust very much. I think it's a really nice community that I stand by and respect. I love you all very much. You're beautiful people. Thank you so much for joining me for the stream, and we will continue to build the fortress soon. Okay, we're gonna keep building, keep constructing. All right, you take care, and I see you YouTube chatters. I really want want to keep being optimistic. I like how in the Nightbot command for my subreddit list oh no, sorry. I thought that it listed OK Buddy Vouch before my actual subreddit. It would have been fine if it did, but it doesn't. It's fine. Anyway, YouTube chat, I see you guys and I love you too, okay? We're building the fortress. I want to do some like fan art, you know, of a fortress. Who should I raid? Destiny, a strong contender. Canoe, of course. How could I forget? Canoe is streaming today. That's not the right link. That is. I've seen better days.